Chapter 2164. The attack of the Profound Heaven sect was launched very suddenly. With the support of two golden immortal masters, the moment the attack began, the mountain protection array of the Chunyang Palace and most of the mountain gate buildings were directly turned into ruins. The offensive self-exploding magic weapon refined by a golden immortal master was not an ordinary product, and it was not something that could be defended by any bullshit mountain protection array. This was the fourth reconstruction of the Chunyang Palace mountain gate, and it was destroyed again. The disciples of the Chunyang Palace seemed to have become accustomed to the destruction of the mountain gate. Because they knew that it would not take long for the destroyed mountain gate to be rebuilt at the fastest speed, and the enemies who attacked the Chunyang Palace would usually be left behind, forever. It was not that the disciples of the Chunyang Palace were blindly confident. This was the heavy losses and the enemy's death that brought them confidence. It didn't matter if the mountain gate was destroyed, it could be rebuilt, but the enemy who destroyed their own mountain gate must be left behind. This was the rule. Yang Chen had already made plans to kill the enemy himself. With Yang Chen, Gaou, Gong Sunling, and Zhu Xianying, these pure disciples of the Chunyang Palace, there was no need for his other wives and concubines to take action. He believed that the enemy would not be able to get a good result. Not to mention others, Gong Sunling alone could now fight against more than a dozen Xian immortal masters. This was still without using the masters in the Mountain River geographical map, only relying on the ability of herself and her life source magic weapon. Even if it was not enough to kill the enemy, it was more than enough to protect herself. However, the palace master forbade Yang Chen to participate in the fight himself. For the true strength of the young palace master of the sect, no one was clearer than the palace master and Wang Yong. After they took the body refining pill, they felt that their cultivation base had advanced by leaps and bounds. It was needless to say what the level of Yang Chen who refined the body refining pill was. The relationship between Yang Chen and the Dragon Clan was so close. Two Dragon Clan masters could casually come out, and the enemy could only drink with hatred. Knowing that Yang Chen was powerful, he did not let Yang Chen make a move. It was not that the palace master did not cherish the disciples of the sect. It was precisely because of this that the palace master understood that at any time, if the sect wanted to develop, if they wanted to survive in the dangerous spiritual world, if they wanted to steadily occupy one side in the spiritual world, they must rely on the efforts of all the disciples, not on Yang Chen's family. There were enemies. It was a chance for all disciples to face the enemy together and hone the disciples. Only those who had personally experienced the tempering of blood and fire, and personally defeated the enemy, were qualified to stand on this land with their heads held high, and proudly declare that they were the masters of this land. The attack launched by these people was very sudden, but someone had already tipped them off before they could launch. When these masked attackers who did not reveal their identities suddenly appeared in the Pure Yang Palace, they faced countless Pure Yang Palace disciples who were waiting for them. Among the information sent by the Great Elder, there were also a few secret doors of the cave abodes that they had personally refined. After Zhu Sheng and Lin Zhongshuan controlled the Profound Heaven sect, they also found out that the Great Elder had specially refined a sect-level Immortals cave in exchange for the Zhao family manor in Yang Chen's hands. Naturally, this Immortals cave was also used by the Profound Heaven sect. Including Sect Master Wu, the current Profound Heaven sect's higher-ups firmly believed that there must be a secret door left in the cave dwelling that Grand Elder and the others refined. This was the Shentian sect style of doing things. They firmly believed in it. In this regard, the Great Elder and the others did not hide too much. They directly mentioned a few secret doors that could directly lead to the core of the cave. Of course, the Great Elder's answer was slightly concealed. He only said less than a third of the hidden methods, but this already made Sect Master Wu, Zhu Shenglin, and Zhong Zun very satisfied. These hidden doors were also the main targets of this raid. The news that Yang Chen received included all the secret doors of the Immortals Cave. In fact, from the fact that the Great Elder took the risk to send the news, it could be seen that the Great Elder and the others were not of the same mind as Zhu Shenglin, Zhong Zun, and Sect Master Wu. It was just that due to the restrictions of the sect rules, the 36 celestial stars could only protect the sect master and enjoy a transcendent status, but they could not interfere in the affairs of the sect. Therefore, when this group of masters of the Shentian sect rushed into the core of this cave, they were shocked to find that they did not directly attack the core high level of Chunyang Palace. What was waiting for them was a huge trap that was controlled and could disperse them at any time. Over the years, the Earth Dragon had swallowed countless Shen immortal demon beasts and refined them. Back then, the Earth Dragon had already reached the peak of Shen immortal. Now, he had almost entered the golden immortal realm. It was only because of his good concealment methods and sufficient preparation that he did not attract the heavenly tribulation. For a mere sect-level cave residence, DeLong had already refined it easily and controlled it freely. These masters of the Shentian sect seemed to have rushed directly into the core cave of Chunyang Palace, but they did not know that they had also rushed into the belly of the Earth Dragon. A group of masters who were only at the Shen immortal level rushed into the belly of a golden immortal master. The result could be imagined. If it were not for the purpose of the palace master to train the team, these guys would have been captured alive without a chance. Unfortunately, it was not a good time to fall out with the Shentian sect, especially when they knew that the other party had two masters from the immortal world, and one of them was a great principal golden immortal. Therefore, these people could only die, and they must not be left alive. These disciples of the Shentian sect, who had been sentenced to death by the sect, had sadly become the targets of the Chunyang Palace training team. Under the intentional or unintentional level suppression of the Earth Dragon, their combat effectiveness could only be exerted at most 70%. Then they fell into the vast sea of disciples of Chunyang Palace, and there was not a single wave. Then, there was only a pile of corpses. Chunyang Palace also suffered heavy losses. When the attack was launched, a large number of almost thousands of disciples were directly attacked by the magic weapon refined by Zhu Sheng. They did not even have the chance to resist, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. No one knew that this was deliberately arranged by the palace master. They had already discovered a group of disloyal or ulterior motives of other sect spies. Of course, the truly loyal disciples were not without losses. In the battle with those disciples of the Shentian sect who rushed into the core cave, they also lost hundreds of disciples at all levels. But as the palace master said, this was the price that must be paid for growing up in blood and fire. Only if every disciple of Chunyang Palace dared to sacrifice for the sect and was willing to sacrifice for the sect, in the future, the Chunyang Palace could truly stand on the land of Sunset Rock and Linyang River, and could truly control this land. For the first time, Chunyang Palace announced the news of the attack on the sect's mountain gate, and announced the loss of their own sect. At the same time, the bodies of the attackers were also made public. As soon as the news came out, it caused a big uproar in the spiritual world. No one knew that Yang Chen had also arranged a small trap for the Shentian sect in this attack. They believed that when the time came, sect master Wu, Zhu Shanglin, and Zhong Zun would be inexplicably surprised. Chapter 2165. Among the death row disciples of the mysterious Heaven sect, 3 of them had been tampered with by Yang Chen. The real corpses of the 3 Shen immortal experts were replaced with the corpses of 2 Three River Alliance disciples and 1 10,000 Demon sect disciple. This was carefully selected. Whether it was the cultivation method or the appearance, they were all very similar. The life source magic treasure was the original life source magic treasure of the 3 Shen immortal experts. After the cultivator died, the life source magic treasure became a blank magic treasure and could easily be sent to another cultivator's body. Similarly, the appearance of the corpses had been modified by Old High. If one wasn't a real expert, they wouldn't be able to discover the secret. And the experts who could discover it had to be at least rank 7 Shen immortal. In other words, ordinary cultivators wouldn't be able to see that it was a disguise. They would naturally think that these people were the death row experts of the mysterious Heaven sect. This was the effect that Yang Chen deliberately wanted. If it was easily discovered by others, then wouldn't it seem like child's play? It would be too easy for others to see through it. It was this kind of disguise that ordinary people wouldn't be able to discover, but real experts would be able to see through it. This was the highest level of disguise. Moreover, this kind of disguise would give people the illusion that when these people were alive, even if they had rank 7 Shen immortal cultivation, other cultivators wouldn't be able to see through it. Those experts who discovered the disguise would definitely feel strange. Why were there experts from the Three River Alliance and 10,000 Demon sect in the mysterious Heaven sect's team? And why were they hidden so seamlessly? It has to be said that the remaining disciples of the Three River Alliance, Holocaust sect, and 10,000 Demon sect had disappeared into thin air. Everyone guessed that he had either returned to the Zhao clan, or that he had been accepted by a large sect, but was kept a secret. The former was more likely. After all, these three sects were supported by the Zhao family, so the possibility of them coexisting peacefully with other sects wasn't high. However, this possibility couldn't be completely ruled out. Everyone found experts from the Three River Alliance and 10,000 Demon sect among the disciples who participated in the attack. This meant that the mysterious Heaven sect was more or less suspicious. Some things couldn't be investigated too deeply. If one did, they would discover some terrifying facts. For example, why did the mysterious Heaven sect always seize the initiative in the battle against the Zhao family? The biggest problem was why Sect Master Li, who was doing well in the mysterious Heaven sect, suddenly announced that he would go into closed-door cultivation and be replaced by an acting sect master. And just as the sect master was changed, Chunyang Palace was attacked by the so-called prisoner disciples of Shentian sect. And there were people from the Three River Alliance and the 1,000 Demons sect. As long as one thought about how Sect Master Kui of the Five Elements sect was almost usurped and how Hall Master Zhu of the mysterious Heaven sect almost killed Sect Master Wang, the change of power in the mysterious Heaven sect under Zhu Sheng and Lin Zongxuan's control was filled with the smell of conspiracy. In particular, the three core elders of the Shentian sect were killed. Among them, Hall Master Liu, who was in charge of the Law Enforcement Hall, was also killed by Zhu Sheng on the spot. The prisoners of the Shentian sect were free to kill their way to Chunyang Palace. Even the almighty immortals could not explain such a fact. All the major sects would definitely secretly doubt the change of power in the Shentian sect, but they would only doubt it in their hearts and would not ask. Even if they asked, with Zhu Sheng and Lin Zongxuan's current arrogant posture in the Shentian sect, they would not bother to explain anything to some juniors in the spiritual world. In short, misunderstandings were produced step by step, and the cracks would slowly widen. All the major sects would miss the harmonious relationship that Sect Master Li had restored with all parties when he was in control of the Shentian sect, but they would gradually distance themselves from the current Shentian sect controlled by Sect Master Wu. The reality was as Yang Chen expected. When Chunyang Palace announced with righteous indignation that all the enemies who participated in the attack had been annihilated and the corpses were taken out to show to the public, many people recognized the origins of the attackers. This time, the attack on Chunyang Palace was unprecedented. The powerful self-exploding attack magic weapon refined by Zhu Sheng instantly turned the exposed mountain gate of Chunyang Palace, together with the mountain-protecting formation and thousands of disciples, into ashes. Not only that, but this time, the attack was also aimed at the cave residents' magic treasure. Many people knew that Yang Chen had bought a lot of cave residents' magic treasures some time ago, which also meant that Chunyang Palace was likely to set up a real cave residence in the sect inside the sect. But Zhu Sheng's magic weapon included all the cave residents' magic treasures within the range of the mountain gate of Chunyang Palace. With this self-explosion, no matter where the cave residence was set up, even if it was carried by a disciple, it would be directly shattered by the powerful attack. It would directly appear. Now, on the ruins of Chunyang Palace, there were no less than thousands of fragments of cave residences and medicine gardens. The things inside were scattered on the ground, and it was a scene of devastation. However, Zhu Sheng and Lin Zongxuan did not expect that the real cave residence of the sect in Chunyang Palace was not outside, but in the belly of the Earth Dragon. The Earth Dragon of the Golden Immortal Realm was originally a supreme master who could hide his whereabouts. Coupled with his strong defensive ability and the distance from the Real Mountain Gate, the magic weapon refined by Zhu Sheng did not hurt him at all. And the real cave residence of the sect in Chunyang Palace was also unharmed. The First Elder and the others knew the existence of the Earth Dragon, but they were not obliged to say it. Especially when Zhu Sheng, Lin Zongxuan, and Sect Master Wu were going to destroy Chunyang Palace. The 36 elders of the Celestial Dipper strictly abided by the rules of the sect. They only protected the sect master and never intervened in the affairs of the sect. Their well-behaved performance made Zhu Sheng and Lin Zongxuan very satisfied. Zhu Sheng and the others originally thought that as long as the attack of his self-explosion magic weapon was launched, whether it was at the mountain gate or in the cave residence, the disciples of Chunyang Palace would be killed, or at least seriously injured. As long as those prisoner disciples were launched, they would go to clean up the mess and then plunder the wealth. Unexpectedly, the reality gave them a hard slap in the face. Not only did they not kill or injure the masters of Chunyang Palace, but they also killed everyone. For these prisoners, whether it was Zhu Shanglin, Zongxuan, or sect master Wu, they did not feel the slightest pity. If they died, they died. They were people who deserved to die. But they could not bear the fact that none of those guys escaped and were all killed. This meant that the Shentian sect violated the great oath of the heart demon made by sect master Wang and attacked Chunyang Palace. The crime of treachery, not to mention sect master Wu Zhu Sheng and Lin Zongxuan, even the Jade Emperor, who was now in charge of the Heavenly Court, could not afford to bear it. Zhu Sheng and Lin Zongxuan thought that since they had done it once, they would immediately do it again. If they personally took action, they believed that Chunyang Palace would definitely be able to catch them. But this idea was desperately dissuaded by sect master Wu. What they needed to do now was not how to deal with Chunyang Palace, but to quickly disassociate the Shentian sect from this attack. Otherwise, no one would believe in the Shentian sect in the future. The Taishanmen in the mortal world had been destroyed once, and the Shentian sect in the spiritual world could not become the public enemy of the world again. Chapter 2166. Chunyang Palace once again became the center of attention of all the sect in the spiritual world. This time, the incident was really too big, and even involved the first Dao sect, Shentian sect. Some things couldn't be hidden in any case. What's more, Chunyang Palace didn't want to hide it at all. Upon receiving the news, the major sect sent their masters to come as soon as possible. Chunyang Palace was attacked, and it was the major sect that was slapped in the face. How could it not make the senior leaders of the major sect angry? The first thing the masters of the sect rushed to Chunyang Palace was to see the bodies of the attackers. Then they discovered the identity of these attackers. Although many of the disciples of Shentian sect were claimed to have violated the rules of Shentian sect and were waiting to be executed, only Shentian sect itself knew the truth. Everyone ate their glutinous rice dumplings in silence, knowing what to do. Looking at the scene where Shentian sect was destroyed, the masters of all parties were a little dumbfounded. This level of attack was by no means what an ordinary Shen immortal master could do. At least the attack of a peak golden immortal or even a great principal golden immortal. It was not just ordinary masters who came to the scene of Chunyang Palace. The Chenkuan sect was not far away. This time, the golden immortal master who had just come to the lower realm also rushed here. He only took a glance and gave a conclusion. How did you survive this level of attack? The master of the Chenkuan sect didn't think much about it and asked the palace master this question casually. It was okay if he didn't mention it. When it was mentioned, the palace master's face was full of pain and hatred. Our sect has been destroyed 3 times before, this is the 4th time. The palace master gritted his teeth and replied, decades ago, the young master of our sect, Yang Chen, bought dozens of sect-level immortals caves from all over the world. In order to ensure the safety of our disciples, we used these dozens of sect-level immortals caves to escape this time. This time, the sect-level immortals caves were directly destroyed and 13 of them were seriously injured. 6 of them were seriously injured. The head of the palace couldn't help but feel distressed. This was 19 sect-level immortals caves. At this moment, the expression of Palace Master Zhong Jiao could be called the best actor. This is to protect the disciples of my sect. Otherwise, our sect would have been annihilated by that attack. Palace Master Zhong Jiao answered miserably, his expression was in place, and his tone was moderate, which could definitely attract enough sympathy from those who listened. Not only did he answer, but the master of the palace even showed the fragments of the destroyed sect-level immortals cave and the 6 seriously damaged sect-level immortals cave. These were all the credit of the Mountain River geographical map, which could easily produce enough fragments. In any case, it was going to be detonated in the demon world, so he took it out for the various experts to see first. This was all proof, and it could not be faked. The 6 seriously damaged Immortals' Cave were also exchanged from the hands of the major sects. The original owners of those Immortals' Cave could recognize them at a glance. Chunyang Palace did not fake this at all. Even if it was a master of the Golden Immortal level, when he heard that 19 sect-level Immortals' Caves were directly destroyed, there was a distressed expression on his face. This also perfectly explained why Chunyang Palace could still retain the vast majority of disciples under that level of attack. Even the Golden Immortal Master of Chenkuan sect, after hearing the method used by Chunyang Palace, had to admit that this was indeed possible. At the same time, the Golden Immortal Master had to sigh in his heart. This Chunyang Palace was really willing to pay for the safety of their own disciples. The sect-level Immortals' Cave had so many nested layers. The full blow of the great principal Golden Immortal could be blocked, and they could come up with this method. But no one doubted that Chunyang Palace had any artificial suspicion. After all, everyone knew that what the palace master said was the truth. The mountain gate of Chunyang Palace had been destroyed 3 times, and this was the 4th time it was destroyed. After suffering so many lessons, even a fool knew to protect their own core mountain gate better. That was, Chunyang Palace could use this kind of method. Each major sect had countless masters. How could an ordinary attack cause any damage to the mountain gate? Poor Chunyang Palace, this time the loss was great. However, all the cultivators present were glad for Chunyang Palace. Fortunately, Chunyang Palace had a young palace master who could collect so many sect-level Immortals' Caves. Other small sect wanted to be so safe, but they didn't have the financial resources, and they didn't have the connections. They couldn't buy a sect-level Immortals' Cave with spirit stones. Only Yang Chen had this ability. These attackers were very strong, and they directly chased us into the deep Immortals' Cave. At this moment, the face of the palace master also showed a trace of ruthlessness. Our sect has lost 19 Immortals' Caves, and it doesn't matter if we lose one more. We blew up an Immortals' Cave and killed most of them. The remaining masters were also seriously injured. Although our sect is small, there are also a few loyal Xian Immortal disciples, so we were able to keep them all. In the future, if there are more enemies, Chunyang Palace is not afraid of being exhausted, not afraid of burning jade and stone together. We will never compromise. In line with the words of the palace master, the fragments of another Immortals' Cave were displayed. If the elders of the mysterious Heaven sect were here, they could recognize at a glance that this was the one they gave to Yang Chen. Of course, without the arrival of the elders of the mysterious Heaven sect, several masters of the mysterious Heaven sect had already recognized the technique of their sect. Even at the cost of losing one more sect-level Immortals' Cave, they had to keep these thousands of invading enemies. This kind of courage had probably surpassed many sects. It must be known that it was a sect-level Immortals' Cave, which was at least 100,000 miles. How terrifying would it be when it blew up? Those prisoners of the mysterious Heaven sect probably never dreamed that there would be such a ruthless sect. Strictly speaking, they died under wealth, at least in the mouth of the head of the palace. Chunyang Palace used 20 sect-level Immortals' Caves in exchange for the complete annihilation of the invading enemies. This business could not be said to be worth it, but it was a wake-up call for all those who wanted to attack Chunyang Palace. Although Chunyang Palace was small, not everyone could bully them. When necessary, Chunyang Palace did not care about burning jade and stone together. This was the information that the palace master really wanted to reveal to the outside world. The mountain gate could be built and destroyed. Even if dozens of sect-level Immortals' Caves were abandoned, and thousands of disciples were killed or injured, Chunyang Palace would never give up on the enemy. Until this moment, when the palace master said the words of uncompromising, Chunyang Palace was truly rooted in the hearts of the cultivators in the spiritual world. It was no longer a small sect that could only survive by relying on the words of the various sect. The masters of all the sect listened to the words of the palace master, and all of them were thoughtful. Especially among the masters of the mysterious Heaven sect, there were one or two who were deeply touched. Chapter 2167. Since Chunyang Palace was not destroyed, Shen sect naturally had to send a few people to clean up the mess, and one or two of them knew about it. Of course, they knew how those prisoners entered the cave residence, because the cave residence was originally made by the 36 Qiangang masters of their sect, and a back door was left. As long as they used the right technique, they could enter immediately. The truth was just as they had thought. They had definitely entered, and they had definitely entered the core. But they couldn't stand the pure young palace. These guys were now so brutal, and directly detonated the Immortals' cave. The power of the explosion of the sect-level cave residence was estimated to have killed disciples below the Xian Immortal level directly. The remaining dozens of Xian Immortal masters must have been seriously injured, so they were killed by the disciples of Chunyang Palace. Everything seemed to be normal. Zhu Shenglin and Zhong Zun were right. Zhu Shenglin's magic weapon attack did kill many disciples of Chunyang Palace, and it also detonated many cave residences. The Tiangang elders were right. There was indeed a back door in the cave residence. There seemed to be nothing wrong with what Chunyang Palace did. They simply detonated the cave residence. But these prisoners who had already died did not know where to go to complain about their grievances. No one had expected that Chunyang Palace had so many sect-level cave residences. With dozens of layers nested, they could even block the attack of a peak golden immortal. It could not be said that no one had expected it. Yang Chen had been buying cave residences everywhere in a high-profile manner in those years, which was almost known to all. It was not a secret that all parties had taken action, but no one could have thought that Chunyang Palace would play like this. Didn't Yang Chen say that the purchase of cave residences was to improve the power of his wife's magic weapon? Why did he use it in the sect? Shameless. The people in the Shentian sect wanted to cry but had no tears. The consequence of Yang Chen's unconventional play was that they were in trouble. There was no need to check the identities of the corpses inside. Several other sect members recognized many of them at a glance. While the people of the Black Heaven sect were suffering, the people of the other major sect were also suffering. It should be noted that many people died in Chunyang Palace this time. There were thousands of disciples at different levels in the mountain gate. With just one attack from the mysterious Heaven sect's prisoners, the thousands of disciples didn't even have a chance to escape. They were all turned into pieces. The Chunyang Palace had sorted out the identities of the dead and injured disciples. If the sect asked for it, they would show it to them. Soon, some of the core figures of these sect found that the elites placed in Chunyang Palace by their sect had all died in this attack. These were the elite disciples carefully cultivated by the sect of various sects. It took them a lot of effort to get to the middle and high level of Chunyang Palace. They were able to serve in the orthodox mountain gate of Chunyang Palace and inquire about the news. In the end, this attack was all gone. All parties only knew about their own manpower and did not know the arrangements of other sect. Therefore, they did not know that the dead disciples were all cultivators who were found to be problematic by the palace master. They only knew the fact that all the masters arranged by their own sect were killed by the mysterious Heaven sect at one time. Although it was inevitable that deaths and injuries were carried out in the implementation of this undercover task, if they died in the process of passing messages or inquiring about secrets, it could be regarded as a worthy death. But what was the point of being killed directly like cutting grass to kill rabbits? The death of these elite disciples had no value at all. Although the people of the mysterious Heaven sect knew that the identity of these prisoners could not be hidden, they repeatedly stressed that the original hall master of the law enforcement hall of the sect had colluded with the Zhao family, and the original hall master Liu had been killed. Who would believe this? When did hall master Liu get killed? It was not long after Zhu Sheng and Xu Zhongshuan came to the mortal world. Although the small sect of Chunyang Palace did not know what happened to the mysterious Heaven sect, the change of the sect master was a big thing. How could the mysterious Heaven sect not greet the major sect? Was it possible to bring up something that happened more than a year ago to the present? Even if it was Hall Master Liu's idea, why didn't these prisoners cause trouble within the mysterious Heaven sect? Why did they come to Chunyang Palace? Moreover, if there was really a problem with Hall Master Liu, with Hall Master Liu's identity at the time, he could have done something when he brought Zhu Sheng and Xu Zhongshuan to the mortal world. They would have definitely died without knowing why. Would they have the chance to kill Hall Master Liu? No one was a fool and could not be fooled so easily. However, the people of the mysterious Heaven sect knew this, but they had to say it. Otherwise, they would not be able to explain themselves. What was ridiculous was that even though the mysterious Heaven sect said this, the other sect still had to accept it. At least for now, they had to accept it even if they had to pinch their noses. Who didn't understand the struggle for power? They knew that there was definitely something fishy going on here. However, since Hall Master Liu and the others had failed and died, if the major sect did not want to fall out with the mysterious Heaven sect at this time and give the Zhao family an opportunity, they had to accept this matter. Another thing that everyone was worried about was that the mysterious Heaven sect was too generous this time. They had directly sent a great principal golden immortal, which was unexpected to everyone. It was obviously unwise to fall out with the mysterious Heaven sect. Another thing that couldn't be said was that the change of sect master in the mysterious Heaven sect was too strange. It was so strange that people had to wonder if the Zhao family had intervened. While they were busy dealing with the Zhao family, the sect master, who had contributed the most in dealing with the Zhao family, was replaced. Anyone would have such suspicions. There was the Zhao family in the mortal world and the spiritual realm. How could the celestial realm not have the Zhao family? No one dared to say that Zhu Shanglin and Zhong Zun were spies that the Zhao family had placed in the mysterious Heaven sect. Before this matter was clarified, they must not act rashly. Therefore, the attack on Chunyang Palace was arranged by Hall Master Liu early on with ulterior motives. This was the conclusion of all the sect investigations. The mysterious Heaven sect even thanked Chunyang Palace for helping the mysterious Heaven sect eradicate a group of unworthy disciples. As for the loss of Chunyang Palace, the mysterious Heaven sect is magnanimous and will compensate for it. Except for the loss of human lives, all the material losses, the mysterious Heaven sect accepted. Because the plan was not thorough enough, they did not expect the cautiousness and ruthlessness of Chunyang Palace, so that the attack on Chunyang Palace planned by the sect Master Wu, Master Zhu, and Master Shu ended in failure. Not only that, they originally had the idea of attacking Chunyang Palace and Yang Chen's wealth, but now they had to bite their teeth and pinch their noses to give away a large amount of wealth. Yang Chen and the head of the palace almost laughed their stomachs. They couldn't believe that there was such a good thing. Not to mention anything else, the 20 sect level caves were simply made by the mountain river geographical map. They were originally intended to explode, but the mysterious Heaven sect was still willing to pay for this illusory loss. If they had known this earlier, they should have said that they lost 30 sect level caves, which was a big loss. Chapter 2168. The major sects didn't care how the Shentian sect dealt with the aftermath. Anyway, at most, they just had to pay some money. This level of loss was a serious blow to the Chunyang Palace, but for the Shentian sect, it was just a drizzle. Originally, things should have come to an end. If the masters of the major sect didn't have the golden immortal master of the Chenkuan sect. Others didn't see any problems with the bodies of the 3 Xian immortal masters, but they couldn't hide from the eyes of the golden immortal master. Contact a few trustworthy sects and get those 3 corpses. The golden immortal master didn't make a move on the spot, but told an accompanying elder of his sect. Hearing his grandmaster's words, the elder's expression did not change, but his head indiscernibly nodded. Then, he walked to the side as if nothing had happened, and began to exchange pleasantries with the experts of other sects he was familiar with. The elder of the Chenkuan sect was indeed a powerful person. In a short time, he pulled the 8 super sect to advance and retreat together. The meaning of the golden immortal master, everyone understood that there must be some problems that they hadn't found. If the 8 super sects wanted to sneak away a few corpses, it would be a simple matter. The people of the profound Heaven sect were still struggling to calculate the losses with the head of the palace, and the 3 corpses had been quietly taken away. It was not a big deal that 3 bodies were missing from the scene. The Chunyang Palace had already said that the self-destruction of the Immortals' Cave had severely injured these attackers. Since it was the self-destruction of the Immortals' Cave, a few bodies were blown up and couldn't be found. This was definitely the most powerful reason, and there was no place to refute. In a secret Immortals' Cave carried by a master of the 5 Elements sect, the masters of the 8 sect gathered together. Not far from them, on the ground, were the 3 bodies that the Golden Immortal Masters thought were problematic. They are indeed masters of the Shen sect. The 3 life source magic weapons taken from these 3 bodies were very complete, and they were absolutely worthy of their identity. In this regard, the Chunyang Palace was very kind and did not confiscate them because they were spoils of war. Of course, they had already recognized the identity of these people and did not dare to offend the Shen sect too much. At first, the Golden Immortal Master didn't directly say the answer, but let the masters of the 8 sect study it themselves. So there was the previous scene. Fortunately, there were still masters who came this time, and there were 2 who surpassed the 7th grade of Shen Immortal. However, they only vaguely felt that there was something wrong, but they couldn't tell what was wrong. This was Yang Chen's credit. After Old Hai's transformation, Yang Chen directly let Xiao Tian swallow any aura that might exist after Old Hai started. But this also caused the parts that could be detected by the 7th grade Shen Immortal's Shen Immortal Shen Master to become more hidden. After everyone had expressed their opinions and the 2 experts had also expressed their doubts, the Golden Immortal expert personally stepped forward. He first gave the 2 experts who felt that there was a problem a reassuring look, then reached out his hand and lightly tapped on the foreheads of the 3 corpses. With a tap of his finger, ripples appeared on the faces of the 3 corpses, and they began to rapidly change. By the time the Golden Immortal finished the 3rd point, the 1st corpse's transformation was complete. Soon, the 2nd and 3rd corpses also underwent the same transformation. On the Golden Immortal's finger, there were 3 thin, transparent mask-like things. The faces of the 3 corpses changed in front of everyone. Everyone knew that there must be a big problem here. After carefully examining the 3 new faces, someone quickly determined the new identities of the 3 corpses. 2 from the 3 River Alliance, 1 from the 1000 Demon Sect. The 3 corpses were all Shen Immortal Masters. They were definitely not unknown. With so many masters here, they must have seen them before. Everyone's faces sank. The experts of the 3 River Alliance, Holocaust Sect, and 1000 Demon Sect disappeared into thin air. No one knew where they went. These 3 cultivators should have disappeared as well, but now they appeared in front of everyone. They were the cultivators who participated in the attack on Chunyang Palace. This was a big problem. Did these 3 return to the Zhao family and enter the Shen sect in disguise, or were they already subdued by the Shen sect? No matter which possibility it was a big problem. Of course, there was also the possibility that there were spies from the Zhao family hidden in the Shen sect. If it was the former, with the Zhao family's spies in the Shen sect, the various sects wouldn't be able to escape. The second possibility was very high, but these people had been controlled by the Zhao family for many years. How could they easily surrender to the Shen sect? The third possibility was not low either. After all, the change of the Shen sect master was really strange. People couldn't help but wonder if there was a conspiracy. This kind of thing shouldn't be common. It's the skin of an extremely rare demon beast. Have any of you seen it before? The Golden Immortal gently twisted the 3 transparent masks in his hand and reminded everyone. Everyone's spirits were lifted. After carefully feeling the 3 masks one by one, they all revealed a thoughtful expression. I remember. After a while, someone finally spoke. As soon as he opened his mouth, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. Back then, when Sect Master Li of the mysterious Heaven Sect exposed Hall Master Zhu, one of his crimes was to use a magic treasure made from a demonic beast to plot against Sect Master Wang and the other core elders. Later, the Shen sect specially sent disciples to the various sects to verify this and helped us dig out a few hidden spies from the Zhao family. Seeing that everyone was listening carefully, the Golden Immortal sect continued. The aura on this thing seems to be that of the demon beast at that time. He was the only one present who had seen that kind of demon beast. The others knew about it, but they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, so no one was sure. Don't say anything. Immediately go and verify it in secret. The Golden Immortal sect master waved his hand, and the 3 masks broke into countless pieces. Every master present got a piece. As for these 3 corpses, leave them with this old man for now. When you need them in the future, You can come to this old man to take a look. The Golden Immortal Sect Master knew that there was no conclusion for now. However, finding something suspicious was a big deal. The verification would have to wait for everyone to return. Could it be the arrangement of Chunyang Palace? Someone still raised this doubt. Anyway, since things had happened, all parties were suspects. This method is very clever. It's impossible to execute without the cultivation of a peak Xian immortal. The Golden Immortal Sect Master directly pointed out the key point. Secretly verify if there are any peak Xian immortal experts in Chunyang Palace. Chapter 2169. Master Yang is on good terms with the Dragon Clan, and there is at least one expert of the Dragon Clan whose cultivation is above the peak of Golden Immortal. Not many people knew that Yang Chen had helped Sect Master Kui in the Five Elements sect, but there were still one or two people in the Five Elements sect who knew about it. At this time, it was a matter of great importance, so he could not care about anything else and said it out loud. In addition, the dragon puppet controlled by the Murong sisters is also at the level of the middle stage of Golden Immortal. The dragon puppet was not a secret, so it was not too much to say it out at this time. It's not the method of the Dragon Clan. The Golden Immortal shook his head directly. There is no trace of the Dragon Clan's aura on it. If the dragon puppet makes a move, it will also be stained. When the Dragon Clan made a move, the unique aura could not be hidden. In addition, the proud Dragon Clan would never bother to hide their aura. Don't rush to a conclusion, take your time to investigate. After denying that the Dragon Clan made a move, the Golden Immortal did not immediately come to a conclusion. From this point of view, the master of Chenkuan's sect could be regarded as a reliable person. Some people were openly investigating, and some were secretly investigating, but this did not mean much to Yang Chen and Chunyang Palace. They already knew what they could know, and they could not know what they didn't want them to know. In short, the mine that Yang Chen wanted to bury had been buried, and it was now time to detonate it. Chunyang Palace was going to be rebuilt again, and this was the 5th time it had been rebuilt in the spiritual realm. But after the news spread this time, it shocked some sect members. Not for anything else, but because Chunyang Palace dared to fight and was willing to sacrifice 20 sect-level cave residences to blow themselves up without thinking about it. This kind of courage and means was not something they could afford. This also reminded those who wanted to make a move on Chunyang Palace. Before making a move on Chunyang Palace, they had to think about whether they could break the nest of dozens of sect-level cave residences at once, and whether they could withstand the power of the explosion of dozens of sect-level cave residences. Of course, the financial resources of Chunyang Palace also surprised all the practitioners. But when he thought about it, it was normal. Yang Chen sold dozens of pills per pill recipe, and any divine dwelling jade was as expensive as it could get. Add to that the fact that Yang Chen was constantly selling pills, and it was not strange that he had accumulated so much wealth. When one's wealth reached a certain level and had a certain ability to protect himself, that would be a kind of super strength. They were not afraid of others coveting their wealth, but they could use this wealth to buy the heads of the 6 sons, who knew how many enemies they had. If one did not have a deep hatred for them, it would be best not to provoke such a sect if one could avoid it. The mysterious heaven sects probing this time was like kicking an iron plate. Although for sect Master Wu, Zhu Shanglin, and Zhong Zun, the death of those condemned disciples was not a loss, but the loss of being forced to admit to Chunyang Palace really made them vomit blood. It took 36 Celestial Dipper Realm Masters more than 100 years to refine a sect-level immortal cave. According to the calculation of 20 sect-level immortal caves, there would be more than 700 Celestial Dipper Realm Masters who spent 100 years to refine it. It must be known that the Celestial Dipper Realm Masters had an extremely high cultivation base. At the time of refining, they took an average of 2 millennium pills. If these were counted, it would take thousands of Xian Immortal Masters 200 years to refine it. If these were converted into spirit stones, perhaps all the spirit stones in the mysterious Heaven Sect's inventory would not be enough to compensate. Fortunately, Chunyang Palace was very generous. The palace master waved his hand in an unusually generous manner. It didn't matter. If it was not enough, they could owe it first. Chunyang Palace didn't care about those trifles for the time being. They just needed to take it slowly. But the more they did this, the more ugly the face of the mysterious heaven sect was. Even a small Chunyang palace could despise the mysterious heaven sect here. How could that be? How could sect master Wu tolerate this kind of thing happening? Even if he had to sell everything, he had to grit his teeth and pay this compensation in one go. If you ask me, what's the point of admitting those losses? Lin Zhongshuan was very dissatisfied with this decision of sect master Wu. When the golden immortal masters took out such a large amount of wealth, they would also feel pain. Those are the traitors of the mysterious heaven sect. The sin is also pushed to the surnamed Liu. Why do we have to do more? Because there are no fools in the spiritual realm. Even sect master Wu was irritated by Lin Zhongshuan's words. He finally couldn't help but refute. Now all parties seem to accept this explanation on the surface, but do they really accept it? They were all thousand-year-old foxes. There was no need to play a strange story with each other on this. Although there was no conclusive evidence, how could the other sect not see the inside story? Did they really think that people were fools? If the mysterious heaven sect didn't admit this, they would never be able to sincerely cooperate with other sect in the future. Sect master Wu really had a headache. One was Zhu Sheng and the other was Ling Zhongshuan. The two grandmasters had high cultivation, but they really didn't know anything about managing the affairs of the sect. They couldn't figure out why the Immortal Realm sect would send such two brainless people to the mortal realm. On this point, sect master Wu had wronged the grandmasters above. They had specially selected two combat experts to come to the mortal realm. They thought that they should have self-awareness. As long as they listened to the sect master's orders and won, it would be fine. They didn't expect that the first thing these two did when they came down was to cripple the sect master who was doing a good job. They even directly killed 3 core elders. The feeling of being the retired emperor was simply too comfortable, especially the feeling of having the sect master listen to everything. It was much more comfortable than having to listen to the core higher-ups when they were in the spiritual realm. Chunyang Palace can't be easily moved for a long time. Sect master Wu finally expressed his impatience and dissatisfaction. If the two grandmasters don't want our sect to be besieged by the other sect again. So serious. Zhu Sheng didn't think that there would be such serious consequences. He originally thought that, taking the opportunity of this compensation, he could directly kill the core higher-ups of Chunyang Palace and take control of the entire Chunyang Palace. With his identity, Chunyang Palace would have to give him face and welcome him with all the higher-ups, right? Chunyang Palace is now an ally. Sect Master Wu had to explain patiently, who would dare to be on good terms with our sect if they attacked our allies? Although we put all the blame on Liu, no one will fully believe it. Sect Master Wu continued to explain, but we will also compensate for the losses, which is different. This is our sect's responsible attitude towards our allies. Even if a traitorous disciple commits a crime, we will also be responsible for compensation. At most, we will chase and kill the traitorous disciple. Paying a small amount of spirit stones can leave a good reputation. Why not? Under Sect Master Wu's patient explanation, Zhu Sheng and Lin Zhongshuan finally stopped insisting and nodded in agreement. Although it was painful, the reputation of Shentian sect was more important. Chapter 2170. Sect Master Wu could see that with Zhu Sheng and Lin Zhongshuan, the two experts in the sect, he, as the sect master, was of no use at all. No one listened to his words. If he wanted to completely control the sect, he had to send the two ancestors far away. We still don't know what is in the core of the trial ground. Sect Master Wu began to talk about business. In order to prevent the Zhao family from launching a sudden attack, two ancestors, should we immediately contact the major sect and gather the experts to take a look there? The current situation was very clear. The Zhao family's nest was in the trial ground, and they were temporarily in a stalemate with the major sect. However, the secrets in the core of the core had yet to be excavated by the major sect. This time, the experts from the major sects had come to the lower realm for this big goal. When Sect Master Wu, Zhu Shenglin, and Zhongshuan talked about this important matter, the two of them also knew the priority, so they nodded in agreement. Sect Master Wu immediately contacted the major sect to arrange this matter, and then sent his confidant to personally send the compensation from Mysterious Heaven sect to Chunyang Palace. Since they couldn't destroy Chunyang Palace at once, they had to be on good terms first. The sect still needed Yang Chen's elixir, and they also needed Yang Chen's divine dwelling jade. However, when the confidant was about to set off, Lin Zhongshuan didn't know what he was thinking, but he actually interfered again and insisted on going with them. Helpless sect master Wu had no choice but to plead not to have any conflict with Chunyang Palace. After dealing with the Zhao family, he could clean up Chunyang Palace as he wanted. These things that were given out could still be taken back with interest. This explanation barely satisfied Lin Zhongshuan, so he agreed. However, it was necessary to go with them to see Yang Chen for himself. Watching Lin Zhongshuan and his confidant leave, Sect Master Wu's heart was extremely miserable. What was going on? He could only pray that Ancestor Lin would lower his head and not mess things up. Otherwise, Mysterious Heaven sect would really lose all its face. Sometimes things were like this, what they were afraid of would happen. Sect Master Wu couldn't go to Chunyang Palace in person. His identity was also doomed to be unable to visit in person and send compensation. And with the addition of a Grandmaster that even Sect Master Wu could not control in the team, it was destined to cause trouble. When the group arrived at Chunyang Palace was still in ruins, and countless fragments had not been cleaned up. However, Chunyang Palace also knew that this was not good, so it set up a 1,000-mile cave residence not far from the original mountain gate and temporarily served as the temporary mountain gate of Chunyang Palace to receive visitors. The person in charge of the Mysterious Heaven sect didn't want to make a big fuss. He wanted to contact them quietly, express his goodwill and apologize, and then leave. But how could Ancestor Lin be satisfied with this? It was necessary to let the senior officials of Chunyang Palace come forward. Even if they couldn't take action, they had to leave a deep impression on them and let them know that Shentian sect was not to be trifled with. The intention of Ancestor Lin was quickly implemented. The person in charge of Shentian sect did not reveal the true identity of Ancestor Lin, but he still gave him a reclusive elder who had been in retreat for many years. His status was respected, and he personally came to Chunyang Palace. Chunyang Palace was also very cooperative. From the head of the palace to several core elders in the sect, all of them were present. According to the etiquette of the younger generation, they greeted Ancestor Lin and gave him enough face. Regardless of whether they were willing or not, Lin Zhongshuan's age and seniority could indeed make most people willing to call themselves juniors. "Where is your young palace master? Yang Chen, why didn't he come to greet him?" Lin Zhongshuan took advantage of his seniority, and even in Chunyang Palace, he was extremely arrogant. When he didn't see Yang Chen, he immediately began to nitpick. Yang Chen has not yet held a formal position in the sect, and there is no place for him on this occasion. The head of the palace was neither humble nor arrogant. Since the predecessor wants to see him, it is also his blessing. This younger generation junior will call him over. Lin Zhongshuan himself put on airs, but he forgot this. Listening to the explanation of the head of the palace, he was a little embarrassed. However, he enjoyed this kind of submission when he went to other sect. He didn't feel that there was anything wrong with what he had just done. He was a dignified elder of the Golden Immortal Realm, and he wanted to see a younger generation junior. Was it still his fault? It's just like that. After a while, Yang Chen rushed over and also respectfully saluted the predecessor. Lin Zhongshuan slowly waited for Yang Chen to finish saluting, and then casually waved his hand on the spot and gave such an evaluation. As soon as this sentence came out, the faces of all the people present changed. The people of Chunyang Palace didn't say it, even a few people of Shentian sect were complaining in their hearts. How could he come to give people compensation? It was clear that he came to smash the scene. The only two people who didn't change their faces were Lin Zhongshuan and Yang Chen himself. He was still smiling, as if Lin Zhongshuan was not talking about him. He even replied, "It is as the predecessor said. This younger generation junior was arrogant before. Thank you for reminding me." After waiting for a while, Lin Zhongshuan snorted. "You are sensible." After saying this, no one knew what he was thinking. Lin Zhongshuan actually added another sentence. "Do you know why we are here?" Do you know what to do? This younger generation junior understands. The smile on Yang Chen's face became more and more prosperous. He nodded and said, "It's not a big deal. The culprit has been executed. How can I ask for other things? Sect Master Wu is too polite. The compensation, Chunyang Palace really doesn't deserve it. Please take it back." On this side, the representative sent by Shentian sect was already dumbfounded. His own master had already said so, and Yang Chen had also answered so. What else could he do about this? But wasn't this too much of a scam? Grandmaster Lin, oh Grandmaster Lin, you can't do things like this. You have already brought compensation to their door, yet you still forced them not to accept it. Why bother? It was better not to say what they were here for in the first place. This time, they had offended them greatly. Lin Zhongshuan didn't think so. In this world of the spiritual realm, there were still cultivators who dared to offend him. It was clear that when Chunyang Palace saw the martial arts master in person, they immediately knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. They no longer dared to resist. This was the majesty of Shentian sect. Don't you know that even the heavenly court in the immortal realm is under the control of my Shentian sect? Even the Jade Emperor is a member of my Shentian sect. With a complacent mind, Lin Zhongshuan left Chunyang Palace. Accompanying him was naturally a group of dejected Shentian sect disciples. After all, they had been working in the sect for many years. They knew what to do and what not to do. They were not masters who only focused on cultivation. This time, they actually made things like this. Who knew how they would be dealt with by Sect Master Wu when they returned? This Grandmaster Lin was really too arrogant. Did he really think that Yang Chen of Chunyang Palace was so easy to bully? Chapter 2171. As soon as the matter was reported to Sect Master Wu's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, I've offended them badly. Chunyang Palace and Yang Chen gave Shentian sect enough face this time, but the face they took out was directly trampled on the ground by martial ancestor Lin. At the level of Sect Master Wu, although it was not easy to know some of the core secrets when Sect Master Li was in charge of the sect, he could still easily find out some things that were not particularly confidential. He could easily investigate some of Yang Chen's actions in the mortal world. From the Taishanmen in the mortal world to Shentian sect in the spiritual world, doing business with Yang Chen, when were they not swung by Yang Chen and Chunyang Palace? After the meat was cut by the big knife, they still had to be picked by the small knife. It was always Yang Chen who took advantage. When did he suffer a loss? Since Sect Master Wang and Sect Master Li were so tolerant before, there was a reason why they were willing to be slaughtered so painfully when they could obviously kill Chunyang Palace. Divine Perching Jade, Combination Elixir, Marrow Accumulation Elixir, Ganoderma Jade Pill, Limb Regeneration Elixir, all of these were produced by Yang Chen, saving the lives of many disciples in the sect. Now, the feelings that they had accumulated in the past were completely severed. It was almost impossible for them to establish a harmonious relationship like they had in the past. Although everyone knew that the traitorous disciples of Shentian sect attacked Chunyang Palace, the situation could still be maintained before they openly fell out. If the compensation was sufficient this time, this matter might not be impossible to get over. Everyone understood that there was no eternal hatred in this world, only eternal interests, especially between the sect. Weren't the Dao sects and demon sects irreconcilable in the past? Weren't they cooperating happily now? However, Lin Zhongshuan's brainless decision had completely destroyed all of this. Even if the Zhao family erased Chunyang Palace after the incident, Shentian sect would never be able to get rid of the reputation of treachery. At this time, Sect Master Wu looked at Zhu Sheng and Lin Zhongshuan as if he was looking at a plague. These two guys couldn't do anything right. Even if it was to help him up the stage, he shouldn't have killed a core elder on the spot. Right now, everyone in the sect was in danger, and Sect Master Wu was still badly battered. He didn't expect the outside world to play such a trick on him. Once he thought about how he would no longer be able to buy the Dwelling Divine Jade and Yang Chen's pills at a reasonable price in the future, Sect Master Wu felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. Lin Zhongshuan thought that he had saved a lot of money this time, but if he really wanted to buy things from Yang Chen, it would be strange if he didn't get slaughtered. Now, Sect Master Wu only hoped that everything would go smoothly in the future, and that he would no longer need to beg Yang Chen. Otherwise, the two grandmasters, Zhu Sheng and Lin Zongxuan, would definitely not show up. However, when the time came, the one who would suffer the consequences would be none other than him. It wasn't all bad news. There was also good news. The mysterious Heaven sect sent a representative to discuss with the other super sect members. They all agreed to immediately send these grandmasters from the lower realm to the core of the trial grounds to investigate. In this regard, they were in the same boat and shared a common enemy. These grandmasters from the lower realm, they were really ancestors. Not to mention carefully serving them, they didn't dare to have any harsh words. They couldn't say or scold them, which was simply worrying. There were a few who were good and followed the rules, but their identities were there. Even the various sect masters felt awkward. It was indeed a good thing to let them hurry to the trial grounds to investigate and not always hang around in the sect. Even if everything went smoothly, it still took 3 years to coordinate and gather together. When they saw these lower realm experts enter the core of the trial grounds with the help of the Zhao family's manor, the various sect masters finally let out a sigh of relief. Sect Master Wu was looked at by several other sect masters who were taking pleasure in his misfortune. It couldn't be helped. The super-strong Grandmaster Lin personally came to force Chunyang Palace to give up. The compensation had long been spread out, and everyone knew about it. It wasn't that Chunyang Palace wasn't loyal, it was Grandmaster Lin himself who spread the news. How could such a great thing that the spiritual realm sect was unheard of? No matter what, it had to be publicized to everyone in the world. In the face of the various sects' gazes that contained many meanings, Sect Master Wu had the heart to die. In his life, ever since he became the sect master of the mortal world's Taishanmen, he had never been looked at like this. In the past 3 years, Sect Master Wu's life was even more miserable than Emperor Xian of Han, who was ordered by the emperor by Cao Cao. The dignified number 1 Dao sect, Mysterious Heaven sect, had completely become a laughingstock. Not to mention the loss of reputation, the two grandmasters in the sect were messing around, and factions were set up. Originally, there were many disciples who were dissatisfied, and now there were even more complaints. In the past few years, Mysterious Heaven sect's reputation had completely fallen to the bottom. Not to mention the cohesion of the sect, it was already very good that more than half of the disciples did not betray the sect. Now that the God of Plagues was finally sent away, Sect Master Wu could breathe a sigh of relief and then free up his hands to reorganize the internal affairs of Mysterious Heaven sect. In all fairness, Sect Master Wu was definitely one of the top 10 people who wanted Mysterious Heaven sect to prosper. He would never watch Mysterious Heaven sect continue to fall. Without the two grandmasters holding him back and blindly commanding him, Sect Master Wu was confident that he would lead Mysterious Heaven sect back on the right track within a few years. In terms of talent, cultivation, and management ability of the sect, Sect Master Wu believed that he was not inferior to Sect Master Li Hayu could become the sect master because he caught a good opportunity. Sect Master Wu's qualifications were not enough. Now, all of this was not a problem. Sect Master Wu could not be worse than Sect Master Li. The internal conflicts of the sect could sometimes be transferred to the outside. That was what Sect Master Wu did. When he succeeded as the sect master, there were disciples who reported that they had made substantial progress in investigating the Zhao family's side branch. This was the task that Sect Master Li had ordered to investigate Tongbao Pavilion, Shabby Pavilion, and Lost Star Pavilion. It was also Yang Chen who reminded Sect Master Li. But now that Sect Master Li was in seclusion, the disciples who had the results of the investigation reported the results to the new sect master. Under the full investigation of Mysterious Heaven sect, these shops with the word pavilion quickly surfaced one by one. Many of them were removed from suspicion under secret investigations, but there was a group that found more things. It could be determined that these shops were the foundation of Zhao family's side branch in the spiritual realm and also a tool for the Zhao family to make money. Someone immediately sent him a pillow when he was sleepy. This was Sect Master Wu's current feeling. In particular, this pillow was arranged by the former Sect Master Li long ago, but he got lucky, which made him even happier. Why was Sect Master Li recognized by most of the sect in the spiritual realm? Wasn't it because he took the lead in dealing with the Zhao family? Now with this information, Sect Master Wu could also do the same as Sect Master Li. The Zhao family had not made any moves in recent years and seemed to be recuperating. On the other hand, Sect Master Wu was anxious to show his ability to deal with the Zhao family and carried out a big sweep of the Zhao family's hidden forces in the spiritual realm. Chapter 2172. In order to prevent the news from leaking and attracting the attention of the Zhao family, the mysterious Heaven sect had done a lot of work. Hiding their figures, setting a time to take action, sending out experts, and so on, the plan couldn't be more thorough. In the past, when Sect Master Li was here, the mysterious Heaven sect would not easily take action. Sect Master Li would definitely summon the representatives of the major sect and inform everyone of the results. Then, all the sect would take action together and share the benefits. The Zhao family was very powerful. This was now recognized by everyone. Even Sect Master Wu could not guarantee that the strength of the mysterious Heaven sect would surpass the Zhao family. Therefore, when it was possible to not offend the Zhao family alone, the smart Sect Master Li would definitely offend all the super sect. As for the wealth that these guys plundered for the Zhao family, they naturally couldn't let others take advantage of it. No matter what, it was discovered by the mysterious Heaven sect and we have the ability to solve it ourselves. Why should we share it with you? Do you think we haven't seen a few Zhao family members? When the experts of our sect were fighting in the Zhao family's nest, you, Sect Master Wu, were still hiding in some corner waiting for Sect Master Li to remember your existence. Now, are you planning to stand on top of us old guys and shit on us? Sect Master Wu was puzzled by these words. How to change the world? He couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought. Even if Sect Master Wu relied on the 1,000-year pill to increase his cultivation, the growth of knowledge wasn't something that happened overnight. It was normal that he couldn't figure it out. Under the new situation in the spiritual world, the relationship between the major sect had developed from the previous confrontation to limited cooperation. Sect Master Wu still did things in the style of managing the Taishanmen in the mortal world. The limitations of his vision determined that he was doing things in a petty manner. On one hand, it also gave benefits to the other sect, making it seem that all parties were important. Uniting all the sect did not cover up the fact that the mysterious Heaven sect was the leader. On the other hand, it pulled everyone into the pirate ship, and no one could stay out of it. Of course, there was another reason that didn't sound good, and that was sharing the risk. But now, Sect Master Wu came to kill people without saying a word, confiscated their possessions, and brought them back to the mysterious Heaven sect. Not only did he swallow all the benefits, he even showed off and invited everyone to report the latest news. What was he planning to show off? Although the mysterious Heaven sect was not as strong as it was under the leadership of Sect Master Li, it was still a piece of cake for them to deal with some of the side branches that were only gathering money for the Zhao family. Martial Ancestor Lin, how are you going to destroy the mysterious Heaven sect? During this period of time, the various sects were actually very unhappy. The mysterious Heaven sect didn't even give them a heads up, yet they dared to easily kill and capture people in their territory. That was not all. Not only did he kill people, but he also directly swept away all the valuables. Did he really think that all the major sects were just decorations and could only listen to Sect Master Wu's orders? This matter was related to his own reputation and qualifications, so Sect Master Wu's arrangements were very thorough. He had ample plans and strived to succeed in one strike. Heaven sect to clans to the sect. Sect Yang of the family. Sect Heaven sect sects countless of sect to be sect to, of the wealth, sect on master to be of sect of Yang of the sect's family. By on Yang sect on master. Of. The wealth accumulated over the years was enough to make Sect Master Wu's heart beat faster. At that time, Sect Master Li wanted to take the lead, and all the other benefits were given to the sect. With this kind of thing, the major sects would definitely not fail if they took action. It was even easier to get a confession. Many things would be gathered after everyone had finished dealing with them. Good for you, good for me, and good for everyone. Thank you for informing us first. Not only Sect Master Wu, But even the Celestial Dipper realm experts who were in charge of protecting Sect Master Wu couldn't figure it out. They could work together to refine the sect-level cave residents, but they never thought that they could build a world with their own hands. They didn't even dare to think about it. Moreover, to make a move in the territory of the various sects without even greeting them, to put it nicely, it was negligence and not greeting them. To put it bluntly, it was simply not giving them face and stepping on their noses. What, you can make a move in my sect's territory today, are you planning to make a move in my mountain gate tomorrow? The discovery of the Zhao family's family made Sect Master Wu immediately see an opportunity for him to gain experience and merits. If he could eradicate the Zhao family's wealth in one fell swoop, wouldn't it be a great merit? Who would dare to say that Sect Master Wu held a position without doing anything? This kind of stable approach of sharing the benefits and risks had also led to Sect Master Li's popularity in the various sect. Even though Sect Master Li was now in seclusion, people still called him Sect Master Li when they talked about the mysterious Heaven Sect Master. As for Sect Master Wu, he was just a temporary replacement. He didn't have any merits to show, so how could people admit that he was qualified to be the Sect Master? Sect Master Wu's plan of waiting for the various Sect Masters to personally announce the news fell through. Not to mention the various Sect Masters coming in person, the various Sect Masters didn't even send a core elder. Everyone seemed to have a tacit understanding, and they all sent an ordinary foreign affairs elder to the mysterious Heaven sect. You don't give us face, but we also don't give you face. If it was Sect Master Li, everyone would still save some face, but who was Sect Master Wu? Just when Sect Master Wu was furious after being humiliated by the various Sect Masters, another piece of news came, which directly made Sect Master Wu completely lose his ability to think. His dissatisfaction was obvious. When Sect Master Li was in charge of the mysterious Heaven sect, he didn't do anything so outrageous. What needed to be notified, what needed to be greeted, and even what needed to be done was the responsibility of whoever was in charge of the territory. After carefully studying the intelligence of the Zhao family's branch, Sect Master Wu finally made a decision. Kill. Such a careful arrangement had indeed achieved brilliant results. Overnight, thousands of shops of the Zhao family's branch that were controlled by the mysterious Heaven sect were attacked, and tens of thousands of hidden disciples of the Zhao family's branch were caught in one fell swoop. Tens of thousands were killed on the spot, and thousands were captured alive. As for the seized property, it was even more uncountable. The captured Zhao family disciples were quickly sent back to the mysterious Heaven sect. There were many experts in the mysterious Heaven sect to let them speak, and it didn't take long for the mysterious Heaven sect to get a detailed and comprehensive confession. They even learned some of the Zhao family's vague intentions from a few big shots who were lucky enough to be captured alive. Changing the world. However, no matter what, the Zhao family's branch was caught in one fell swoop this time. Even if there were fish that escaped the net, they were just some small fish and shrimp. The mysterious Heaven sect, on the other hand, had obtained irrefutable evidence, which was enough to show off in front of all the major sect masters. Sect Master Wu, who was eager to establish his own image in the spiritual realm, might have been suppressed by Zhu Sheng and Lin Zongxuan for too long, so much so that he made a fatal mistake in this matter. Chapter 2173. After the masters of the major sect entered the core of the trial ground, they began to split into two groups. Not only did the masters of the lower realm enter, but also the Xian immortal masters of the major sect who had participated in the battle in the Zhao family's lair. This time, on the one hand, it was to explore the core secret, and on the other hand, it was to monitor the movements of the Zhao family's lair. The masters of the other sects only had one master in the lower realm. No one wanted to miss the secrets of the core area, so they all went to the core area. However, the Xiantian sect was different. The Xiantian sect had two masters in the lower realm, so it would be a waste for them to go to the core area. Zhu Sheng, a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal, was enough, so Lin Zongxuan was assigned to the Zhao family's lair. Lin Zongxuan was extremely dissatisfied with this assignment. He was also a dignified Golden Immortal Master. The masters of the other sects could go to the core area, but he could only go to the Zhao family's lair. Didn't that make him look useless? However, he didn't dare to disobey Zhu Sheng's words. He obediently led a group of masters to the Zhao family's lair to monitor. That's right, the task of the Zhao family's lair was to monitor their movements. Before thoroughly exploring what was in the core area, they must not act rashly here. This was a relatively safe decision, which was discussed by the major sect. The various sect also sent masters to monitor here. After all, there was a battle here, so there weren't many secrets. As long as they kept an eye on the movements and cultivated, the task was actually very simple. If it was only the Xian immortal masters who had come here to fight, there naturally wouldn't be any problem. Everyone knew how powerful the Zhao family was, and they also understood that they had the geographical advantage here, so they couldn't act rashly. However, there was a golden immortal master, Lin Zongxuan, who was extremely unhappy in the team. In the beginning, Lin Zongxuan didn't care at all because he was unhappy. The other masters were also happy to see him like this. No one wanted a golden immortal master to order them around. After many days of peace, everyone was busy with their own things. They also took the opportunity to carefully scout the terrain near the Zhao family's lair. However, all the actions were done thousands of miles away from the Zhao family's lair. The first thing was not to alarm the Zhao family. The experts who came in had long been prepared. Basically, everyone had prepared magic weapons that could weaken or shield the probing of spiritual sense. As long as the Zhao family did not make any excessive moves, these experts did not need to do anything. They just needed to watch. However, good times didn't last long. Mysterious Heaven Sect's ancestor Lin Zongxuan finally recovered from the frustration of not being able to go to the core area. He seemed to have accepted his fate and completely shifted his attention from the core area to the Zhao family's nest. Now that a golden immortal expert had taken the initiative to join the surveillance mission, it naturally made things much easier for everyone. Lin Zongxuan was also very responsible. He seemed to have really thought it through and knew why he came down to the lower realms, so he was very responsible in this aspect. Not only did he explore the area thousands of miles away, but he also relied on his powerful cultivation to forcefully sneak into the Zhao family's manor to investigate, but he was not discovered by anyone in the Zhao family. When they found that the Zhao family was basically peaceful, everyone was relieved. Leaving 2 people in charge of monitoring, the others hid in one of the cave residences on one of them and went about their own business. After a period of time, he would switch to another person to monitor him. His cultivation and mission would not be neglected at all. If things could continue like this, things would not be so complicated. Of course, the premise was that ancestor Lin Zongxuan was a worry-free person who could endure this kind of calm loneliness. The problem was that ancestor Lin was not such a person at all. If he was the kind of worry-free person who knew his place, he would not have gone to the lower realms with Zhu Sheng and tossed the mysterious Heaven Sect into such a mess. In the past, Lin Zongxuan had always been the kind of battle maniac who immersed himself in cultivation, but after coming down to the lower realms, he suddenly became everyone's ancestor. Everyone desperately tried to curry favor with him, including the current mysterious Heaven Sect's sect master. This made Lin Zongxuan and Zhu Sheng feel completely different from before. The 2 of them, who had never experienced this kind of feeling, quickly lost themselves in this high and mighty feeling. At this time, the effects of some lack of experience caused by the poor state of mind cultivation were revealed. Zhu Sheng and Lin Zongxuan had obviously, to a certain extent, fallen into the heart demon of power and were unable to extricate themselves. Lin Zongxuan and Zhu Sheng were both ancestors, so naturally, there were many people who wanted to curry favor with them. It was a great benefit to be able to get a perfected golden immortal or a golden immortal expert to nod their head and give them a few pointers. Therefore, there were soon many people around the 2 of them who wanted to flatter them. When all kinds of boasting, praising, and shamelessly piled up, Lin Zongxuan and Zhu Sheng no longer knew who they were. Especially when they heard from the people around them that they had always been right, they had completely fallen into the heart demon. The experts of the major sect in the Zhao family's nest had already fought once, and the strongest expert among them was only at the peak of the Xian immortal realm. Lin Zongxuan himself also sneaked within 100 miles and carefully investigated, so he knew that this was the truth. Lin Zongxuan was a combatant, so he was even cautious. After the first investigation, he found opportunities to sneak into the vicinity of the Zhao family's nest several times. Originally, this was strictly forbidden, but Lin Zhongxuan was an elder, his cultivation was high enough, and the magic treasure that could hide his body was also very good. Therefore, when he patted his chest and guaranteed that there would be no problem, the experts from all sides acquiesced to his actions. After several investigations, Lin Zhongxuan also discovered some things. The Zhao family was indeed recuperating, and not only that, there were many more experts here. At least, it was much more than what Lin Zhongxuan heard from the experts who had participated in the battle. If the current strength of the Zhao family's nest could kill their way out, just the number of experts alone would probably give them the upper hand. For the major sect, this was not good news. The news was immediately brought back to the major sect, and Lin Zhongxuan continued to sneak in to investigate. When people heard too much flattery, they inevitably became complacent. Lin Zhongxuan had never experienced this, so he was not on guard at all. He always felt that without Zhu Sheng around, he was already invincible in the world, so what did it matter if he got closer to the Zhao family's nest? Not to mention that the Zhao family couldn't find out, even if they did, so what? Could a mere few thousand Xian immortal juniors stop a peak golden immortal expert? Because of this thought, Lin Zhongxuan became bolder, and gradually became unscrupulous. Once, he even sneaked into the Zhao family's nest, wanting to thoroughly investigate the movements of the Zhao family's nest. Who knew that as soon as he entered the Zhao family's nest, he triggered some kind of restriction, and the entire manor instantly boiled up. Lin Zhongxuan was discovered by the Zhao family, and countless experts rushed in his direction to surround him. Chapter 2174. During his time in the lower realm, Lin Zhongxuan hadn't fought much besides killing a few core elders of the profound heaven sect. He was a combatant and his hands were itching to fight. Normally, he wouldn't find the younger generation of the sect to practice with. Therefore, when the Zhao family's experts swarmed him, it was exactly what he wanted. Since he had been discovered, he might as well go all out and use his powerful cultivation to wreak havoc on the Zhao family's lair. Martial ancestor Lin started a massacre in the Zhao family's nest alone. He killed everything he saw without mercy. His powerful peak golden immortal cultivation was simply invincible in the Zhao family's nest, where the strongest experts were only peak Xian immortals. In a short while, he killed no less than 100 Xian immortal experts. The Zhao family activated the array in the nest in time, blocking Lin Zhongxuan's unstoppable momentum and fighting for a chance of survival for the Zhao family's experts. Seeing that they were no match for Lin Fan, the Zhao family's experts began to retreat towards the center of the nest in an orderly manner. Lin Zhongxuan, who was in high spirits, didn't have time to pay attention to anything else. There were so many enemies in front of him, how could he not kill to his heart's content? He chased and killed all the way. After advancing for less than a few hundred miles, he killed more than 100 Xian immortal experts, which made him extremely happy. However, walking at night was bound to meet a ghost. When Lin Zhongxuan chased for thousands of miles and entered the core area of the Zhao family's nest, he finally met an expert. No one knew what happened inside. The experts who were watching outside saw that the Zhao family's nest was in chaos and knew that something big had happened. They hurriedly rushed in to find out what was going on. However, they met the heavily injured Lin Zhongxuan not long after. Lin Zhongxuan used his last breath to escape to the periphery. Everyone was shocked when they saw him. What kind of expert could injure a peak golden immortal expert from the lower realm to this extent? Unfortunately, no one knew the answer. Lin Zhongxuan fainted the moment he saw someone coming to his aid. He never woke up again. Everyone could only take him and escape frantically. However, the Zhao family's experts still chased after them. In the end, the two experts from the Black Heaven sect who were the best at speed escaped with Lin Zhongxuan to the outside of the trial grounds. As for the hundreds of Xian immortal experts who were sent by the various sect to monitor the Zhao family's lair, only 100 or so returned in the end. The rest had all perished inside. Everything was caused by the mysterious Heaven sect's Lin Zhongxuan. Even the people of the mysterious Heaven sect couldn't deny this. If he didn't think he was invincible and charged into the Zhao family, he wouldn't have suffered such a failure, and he wouldn't have lost so many experts. Now, the most troublesome thing was not losing some masters, but whether those terrifying masters in the Zhao family's lair, who could seriously injure Lin Zhongxuan to such an extent, would chase after them and annihilate all the major sect. Everyone knew very well that since their sect could send experts from the immortal world to the mortal world, the Zhao family would definitely be able to do the same. This could be seen from the fact that Lin Zhongxuan was heavily injured to such an extent. An expert must have descended to the lower realm. But now, Zhu Sheng and the others were all exploring the core of the trial ground, and they didn't know when they would return. If the Zhao family's experts came out at this time, perhaps the major sect really wouldn't have a way to deal with them. For a while, the major sect was also in a state of panic, and they hurriedly arranged the sect's last resort. When necessary, a few reliable experts would immediately escape with the sect's core cave, leaving a chance for the sect to survive. This was the last resort. It was obviously too late to send experts to the lower realm. Sect Master Wu received the news at this time, and when he heard the news, he was almost scared to death. His troublesome Grandmaster had caused a big trouble again, and he had even brought disaster to the other sect. This time, they were in big trouble. Lin Zhongxuan still hadn't woken up until now. His injuries were extremely serious, and the experts who came with him gave him the best healing pills, but there was no improvement at all. In the end, the 6th Revolution Lingji Mushroom Jade Pill refined by Yang Chen took effect and temporarily stabilized his injuries. However, it was only stabilized, and there was no improvement at all. Lin Zhongxuan was a golden immortal expert who had passed the tribulation, and should have been cultivating in the immortal world. The pills in the spiritual world had almost no effect on him. The best 7th Revolution pill could not heal his body in the immortal world, and it was simply not on the same level. Only Yang Chen's Virtue Lingji Mushroom Jade Pill had exceeded this limit. But that was only slightly better than the ordinary pills in the spiritual world. It could be effective and stabilize the injuries, but it couldn't heal. If it wasn't for the pills refined by Yang Chen, it would only be Lin Zhongxuan's corpse that returned to the sect. But even so, a 6th Revolution Virtue Lingji Mushroom Jade Pill could at most maintain Lin Zhongxuan's injuries for less than 3 days. Once the time was up, he must immediately take another pill, otherwise Lin Zhongxuan's injuries would worsen. At this time, he couldn't care about anything else, and had to arrange the affairs of the sect first. By the time all the worst possibilities were done, and everything was prepared, everyone realized that there were no experts from the Zhao clan chasing after them. They had prepared for many days as if they were facing a great enemy, but there was actually no movement in the core of the trial ground. This made all the major sect surprised and happy. They didn't know if the Zhao clan was brewing a bigger conspiracy. They sent fast experts to carefully sweep the area, and when they didn't find any abnormal movements from the Zhao clan, the major sect felt relieved. However, they were still on high alert. Who knew if the Zhao clan would let everyone think that there was nothing wrong, and then launch a sudden attack when they were caught off guard? After waiting for a long time, it was finally calm, and there was no trouble. Only then did everyone slowly feel relieved. Then, they began to investigate what was going on, and who was responsible for the problem. The matter was very simple. It was all Profound Heaven sect's Lin Zhongxuan's head, and they couldn't deny it even if they wanted to. If it wasn't because he didn't listen to orders and acted rashly, how could such a thing happen? This time, all the major sect lost an average of dozens of profound immortal experts in each sect. As a result, everyone couldn't take it anymore, and they all went to the Profound Heaven sect to ask for an explanation. Sect Master Wu was already completely under pressure. Facing the aggressive representatives of the major sect, he simply wanted to cry but had no tears. Why were his 2 martial ancestors so troublesome? Wherever they went, trouble followed. What should he do? After a lot of persuasion, a lot of compensation was agreed, and countless good words were said. Finally, the representatives of the various sect retreated first. After all, no one knew what happened inside except for Lin Zhongxuan. Everyone could only wait patiently for his injuries to improve a little. But the problem was, without special medicine, how could it be so easy for a seriously injured golden immortal expert to recover? Fortunately, Yang Chen's medicinal pills were really powerful. After taking hundreds of 6 Revolution Merit Ganoderma Mushroom Jade pills, Lin Zhongshuan was finally no longer in a coma, and appeared to be awake for a short period of time. Chapter 2175. Hearing this news, Sect Master Wu was overjoyed and hurried to martial ancestor Lin. Lin Zhongshuan was now being carefully taken care of, for fear that something bad would happen to him. If an expert from the lower realm died just like that, Profound Heaven Sect would be in big trouble. However, Sect Master Wu could only be happy in vain. Lin Zhongshuan was awake, but he couldn't say anything. He was now as weak as the weakest seriously ill mortal, and he couldn't even move. He wanted to say something, but Lin Zhongshuan's lips only trembled a few times, and no sound came out. Perhaps his mind could be a little clearer, but he had no ability to move at all. Looking at the situation, it was just one more breath than a dead person, there was nothing more. Sect Master Wu looked at martial ancestor Lin and wanted to cry but had no tears. Although the representatives of the major sect came to ask Profound Heaven Sect to take responsibility for their dead experts, they also admitted that if it weren't for Lin Zhongshuan, they wouldn't have known that there would be such a terrifying expert hidden in the Zhao family's lair. In general, Lin Zhongshuan could be considered to have made a small contribution. Otherwise, the representatives would not have stopped after accepting Sect Master Wu's apology and compensation. In any case, this matter was caused by Lin Zhongshuan's stubbornness, so he couldn't blame others. Although there was no need to worry about the major sect's accountability for the time being, there was another matter that had to be considered immediately. Because there were not many Lingji mushroom jade pills personally refined by Master Yang of Profound Heaven Sect. Last time when they schemed against Chunyang Palace, Zhu Sheng and Lin Zhongshuan had thought about it. They knew an alchemist from the Great Wilderness Sect who had also descended to the lower realm, so they didn't have to worry about not having good pills at all. However, when they failed to plot against Chunyang Palace, they found that the expert from the lower realm from the Great Wilderness Sect had disappeared inexplicably. The Great Wilderness Sect searched for a long time, but they couldn't find the whereabouts of that expert. If that alchemist was still there, the 8 Revolutions pill might be able to pull Lin Zhongshuan back from the edge of death immediately. But now, Lin Zhongshuan could only rely on the 6 Revolutions Lingji mushroom jade pills refined by Yang Chen to wander on the line of life and death. When Sect Master Wu heard the news that the Lingji mushroom jade pill was not enough, the desolation in his heart was comparable to Do Yi who was about to be stabbed on the execution ground. Attacking Chunyang Palace had almost completely offended Chunyang Palace and Yang Chen. It was not easy for Sect Master Wu to agree to compensate for all the losses of Chunyang Palace, hoping to use this to bring the relationship between the two sides closer. After all, in a situation where they couldn't turn against each other, the situation could be handled beautifully, and everyone could continue peacefully. Even if he came to ask for pills, it would be fine as long as he paid the same price as before. However, it was this Grandmaster Lin in front of him who was obstinate and self-opinionated. He was reluctant to put down his pride and was reluctant to give up the compensation to Chunyang Palace. He forcibly went to the Chunyang Palace in person and took advantage of his seniority to deny the compensation that should have been given. If the alchemist surnamed Feng of the Great Wilderness Sect was still here, it would not be a big problem. However, the problem was that alchemist Feng had already disappeared for many years. The pills refined by the other alchemists in the spiritual realm were of no help to Grandmaster Lin's injuries, and the only alchemist who could refine slightly useful pills had already been offended by Grandmaster Lin himself. Grandmaster Lin could not die now, at least not before Grandmaster Zhu returned. However, if there were no more Lingji mushroom jade pill, Grandmaster Lin would definitely die. The only solution was to go to Yang Chen and ask for pills. The 36 Big Dipper elders who were responsible for protecting the sect master were looking at Sect Master Wu and sneering in their hearts. To be honest, it was not that they did not have Lingji mushroom jade pill. Each of them had a dozen or so in their hands. Adding them together, it could allow Lin Zhongshuan to hold on for a period of time, but none of them planned to take them out. This Grandmaster Lin and Grandmaster Zhu had been arrogant and domineering the moment they descended to the sect, putting the sect master under house arrest and killing a few core elders. If not for the fact that the 36 Big Dipper elders only protected the sect master and did not participate in the sect's affairs, they might have been killed by them. Since that was the case, Why should they take out the pills given by Yang Chen to save this guy? As for Sect Master Wu's difficulties, that was his business. Who asked Sect Master Wu to not stop them when they plotted against Chunyang Palace and instead helped the Avildor? Now it could be said that he had suffered the consequences of his own actions. As for this Grandmaster Lin, it was purely his own doing. He had offended the only alchemist who could save him to death, so why should others save his life? Hall Master Tong, I've troubled you to make a trip to Chunyang Palace and ask Grandmaster Yang for a batch of Lingji mushroom jade pill. Sect Master Wu had no other way at this time. Other than lowering his head to Chunyang Palace and Yang Chen, there was no other way out. In front of Grandmaster Lin Zhongshuan, Sect Master Wu also directly warned the new Hall Master of the Foreign Affairs Hall, Hall Master Tong. At that time, the one who didn't care about Yang Chen was Lin Zhongshuan, and Sect Master Wu had to let him know where he was wrong. Lin Zhongshuan really had a consciousness. When he heard Sect Master Wu's words, a complicated light shot out from his eyes. Unfortunately, he couldn't say anything and could only lie there in vain. His eyes stared at Sect Master Wu, not knowing what he meant. This Hall Master Tong was Sect Master Wu. When he was the Sect Master in the mortal world, he was the Hall Master of the Foreign Affairs Hall and was also Sect Master Wu's confidant. When Hall Master Tong handled things, Sect Master Wu was still at ease. Grandmaster Lin, fortunately, you didn't do anything to Grandmaster Yang last time. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to hold on until now. Sect Master Wu said to Lin Zhongshuan mercilessly, if the compensation last time was given out, everything would be fine now. Unfortunately, Grandmaster, you personally said to let them go. Now we have to pay several times the price. Sect Master Wu didn't care about Lin Zhongshuan's thoughts. Right now, he wanted him to understand the consequences of his obstinacy. Now, he had to preserve Grandmaster Lin's life, so he could only accept this result. The compensation that was prepared to be given to Chunyang Palace last time, send over 10 times the amount. Sect Master Wu instructed Hall Master Tong, lower your stance. Even if others ridicule you, you have to accept it. The most important thing is to ask for the pills back. Otherwise, Grandmaster Lin can't be saved, understand? Hall Master Tong nodded his head heavily, indicating that he understood. In his heart, he didn't know how many times he had scolded Grandmaster Lin who couldn't move now. Originally, everything was fine, but because of this Grandmaster, not only did he have to pay 10 times the loss, he also had to make him, the Hall Master of the Foreign Affairs Hall of the number 1 sect of the Tao sects, the Profound Heaven sect, to go over and humble himself. Why? After Sect Master Wu instructed Hall Master Tong, he turned around and said to Lin Zhongshuan again, Grandmaster, even if we go over and apologize now, it still depends on whether they are willing or not. If they keep holding a grudge, Grandmaster, you better pray for your own good. Chapter 2176. Lin Zhongshuan was still conscious, but his injuries were so serious that he couldn't move at all. Almost every sentence of Sect Master Wu's had hit his heart, stabbing him until he was covered in cuts and bruises. But now, he couldn't even faint even if he wanted to, so he could only endure it. As for fainting from anger, sorry, he was angry now, but he couldn't get angry at all. This body had reached the point of being exhausted and had no reaction to his emotions at all. It was just that when he was so angry, his sea of consciousness was even more shaky. He was already seriously injured to the point of dying, so how could he bear such stimulation? Fortunately, Sect Master Wu saw that the situation was not good and immediately fed him a Ganoderma jade pill, which slowly eased him. Lin Zhongshuan himself was also regretful. When he first came to the lower realm, Zhu Sheng was the boss, and he was the second. Who else could he put in his eyes? Weren't some juniors bullied as much as they wanted? Those who obey me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. This should have been the motto of the mysterious Heaven sect. But now, he discovered that he was not invincible. His life and death were actually in the hands of the small sect that he had bullied to the extreme. Thinking about it made him angry. But he had no choice but to watch and listen to Sect Master Wu's instructions to Hall Master Tong. Now, the only thing Lin Zhongshuan could be glad about was that he was seriously injured and didn't have to personally beg Yang Chen. Otherwise, he would have no face to live. But even in such a situation, Lin Zhongxuan was not willing to die. He had just tasted the feeling of being high and mighty. How could he be willing to disappear like this? He could only blame himself for being too arrogant. The mysterious heaven sect still had the divine perching jade. If he had been more careful at that time, he could have completely put his natal primordial spirit into it. Even if he died now, he could quickly recover. However, he felt that it was impossible for him to be injured. In order to show his noble character and unquestionable integrity, he didn't use the divine perching jade. Now, he could only struggle at death's door. Hall Master Tong received the order and rushed to the Chunyang Palace. He had to hurry because even if he asked for Yang Chen's forgiveness, Yang Chen would need time to start refining the pill. If they were delayed for too long, the spirit pills that they had exchanged for their wealth and humiliation would become useless. That would not be worth it. On the way to Chunyang Palace, Hall Chief Tong studied Yang Chen carefully. He even learned about Yang Chen through some disciples from the same generation as Yang Chen. Then, Hall Master Tong discovered that the mysterious heaven sect never had the upper hand when doing business with Yang Chen. The questioning inner heart pills in the mortal world were all in the hands of Yang Chen. Later, the spirit congealing pill of the young sect master was also exclusively in the hands of Yang Chen. Every time, Hall Master Marrow at that time asked Yang Chen for help. Looks like I'm the same as Hall Master Marrow back then, we both share the same fate. In a hurry, Hall Master Tong and the others almost rushed directly to the Chunyang Palace without stopping, and then the people of Chunyang Palace immediately gave them a slap in the face. The etiquette of the reception in Chunyang Palace was not bad at all. The person who received them was also the core elder of Chunyang Palace. From the scene, Chunyang Palace did not do anything that made Hall Master Tong embarrassed. The etiquette was thorough. From any point of view, there was no fault to be found. The head of the palace was exhausted because of the destruction of the sect's mountain gate a few years ago. He was so anxious that his heart was attacked. Later, when the matter was over, he fell ill. The one who received Hall Master Tong was Elder Gao, the ancestor of Gong Sunling. He came up with a very sad tone and said that he had been wronged. Yang Chen has also been in retreat, refining suitable medicinal pills for the head of the palace. Speaking of the matter of asking to see Master Yang, Elder Gao directly used the same reason to shirk. If Hall Master Tong is not in a hurry, I estimate that he will be able to come out in 10 or 20 years. How about we talk about it at that time? If it was under normal circumstances, 10 or 20 years was not a big deal for a cultivator. What was the difference between waiting for 10 or 20 years and waiting for a cup of tea? But now it was not the case. Lin Zhongxuan was in danger, relying on Yang Chen's Lingji mushroom jade pill to hang his life. If he couldn't get more Lingji mushroom jade pill, he was afraid that he could not wait for 3 years, and Lin Zhongxuan could only die. Elder Tong simply wanted to cry but had no tears. What kind of matter was this? He was also a confidant of Sect Master Wu and the current core elder. Naturally, he knew the inside story of the destruction of the Chunyang Palace's mountain gate. But the more he knew, the more depressed Hall Master Tong was. This matter was originally caused by Zhu Sheng, Lin Zhongxuan, and Sect Master Wu. Now the retribution finally came, and it was Lin Zhongxuan. If he knew this day would come, why did he do it in the beginning? Elder Gao was not bluffing. As the Foreign Affairs Hall Master, he knew that the head of the palace was in seclusion. He thought that everything was fine, but now even Yang Chen was involved. The problem was that the other party did not know that they were asking for a premeditated visit, but it was arranged a few years ago. He couldn't say that he expected this scene a few years ago, right? However, Hall Master Tong never dreamed that this was really something that Yang Chen had guessed a few years ago. From the fact that Zhu Sheng and Lin Zhongxuan of the Profound Heaven sect changed their sect masters in the lower realm, Yang Chen expected that these two guys had become inflated. With this kind of inflated character, they would definitely cause trouble when they entered the trial. Although he didn't know how big the disaster would be, Yang Chen was not willing to use his own refining medicinal pills to save their lives, so he arranged for them to go into seclusion first. The palace master had not been in seclusion for a long time, so he took the opportunity to hone his cultivation. Everything was arranged properly. In just a few years, the Profound Heaven sect really came to the door. But in any case, Hall Master Tong had to first hand over the prepared compensation. Otherwise, would people have a good impression of the Profound Heaven sect when they came out? Now that he was asking for help, he naturally had to have the attitude of asking for help. At this point, Hall Master Tong understood much more than Lin Zongxuan. Of course, Elder Gao could not easily accept it. In the end, Hall Master Tong tried to persuade him, put the facts and reason, and said all the good things, and Elder Gao was in a good mood to accept it. At the same time, he couldn't help but curse in his heart, if you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the beginning? After accepting the things, Elder Gao certainly had to point out a bright path for Hall Master Tong. He couldn't let people return empty-handed, right? Chunyang Palace also had a batch of Lingji mushroom jade pills personally refined by Yang Chen. Because of the last destruction of the mountain gate, many disciples were injured, and there were still a few left, but the number was not much, only 200 or 300. Elder Gao was also very generous and sold it to Hall Master Tong at the market price. With these 200 or 300 pills, Lin Zongxuan could also persist for a year or two. But in the end, those life-saving medicinal pills were consumed because of the plot of the Profound Heaven sect. In the view of Hall Master Tong, this was really retribution. The mistakes he made could only be retribution on himself. However, another method provided by Elder Gao made Elder Tong happy. If possible, he could get enough medicinal pills to persist until the end of Yang Chen's retreat. Chapter 2177. The medicinal pills that Yang Chen refined were not only refined for Chunyang Palace. Before that, Yang Chen had sold many medicinal pills, which were subcontracted by the major sect. In other words, in addition to Chunyang Palace, the major sect should still have a batch in their hands, which was enough for Hall Master Tong to take back for emergencies. However, how to get this batch of medicinal pills from the major sect was not something that Elder Gao could manage. This required Hall Master Tong to personally negotiate with all parties. How much could be obtained depended on Hall Master Tong's means. With this batch of Ganoderma lucidum pills, it should be enough for Lin Zongxuan to persist until Yang Chen and the head of the palace came out. At that time, there might be a possibility of improvement. Of course, it was only a possibility, not a certainty. Some words couldn't be said to be dead, or it would be a big trouble. This sentence actually contained a lot of hints. The most obvious one was that when Yang Chen came out of seclusion, he would be willing to help or not, so it couldn't be said to be dead. What kind of person was Hall Master Tong? He was the Foreign Affairs Hall Master of the Taishanmen in the mortal world. He had dealt with outsiders a lot, and he immediately realized that there were conditions in this. If it was an ordinary alchemist, or another ordinary sect, with the identity of the Foreign Affairs Hall Master of the dignified Shentian sect and the way the Shentian sect had done things in the past, how could he care whether the sect master was in seclusion or not? He could directly break into the seclusion place and first bring the person back to the Shentian sect. But in Chunyang Palace, in Yang Chen's place, Hall Master Tong did not dare. Not to mention that Yang Chen was holding the life of Lin Zongxuan, for fear that he would be unhappy and do a little trick to make Lin Zongxuan lose his life. From other aspects, Hall Master Tong could not and did not dare to do this. On the one hand, Chunyang Palace was an ally. It had only been a few days since the mountain gate of Chunyang Palace was destroyed for the 4th time. Last time, it was done by the masters of the Shentian sect. If the Shentian sect did the same thing again this time, it was estimated that the entire spiritual world would fall out with the Shentian sect. Everyone's first reaction was that the mysterious Heaven sect wanted to settle old scores with the Taishanmen of the mortal world. Who knew when it would be their turn? Even an ally like Chunyang Palace was not spared, let alone other sect. On the other hand, Yang Chen had a close relationship with the Dragon Clan. It was fine if they attacked Yang Chen in secret, but if they attacked Yang Chen openly, they would probably be attacked by the experts of the Dragon Clan. Currently, there was no one in the sect who could deal with the golden immortal experts of the dragon race. Grandmaster Lin Zongxuan was half dead, and Grandmaster Zhu Sheng had already entered the core area and was nowhere to be found. It was irrational to have a conflict with the dragon race at this time. Even if there were no other Dragon Clan experts by Yang Chen's side, The Murong sisters had always been by Yang Chen's side. The middle-stage golden immortal dragon puppet was enough to give many experts headaches. Last time, Sect Master Wu, Zhu Shanglin, and Zhong Zun had just taken over the sect, and a lot of inside information was not clear. If they knew that Yang Chen had always been with the Murong sisters and the dragon puppet, they would not have launched an attack against Chunyang Palace at all. However, it was too late to say anything now. If they knew that today would come, why did they do it in the first place? All the mess could only be cleaned up by Hall Master Tong. I don't know how the body of the palace master is. When will he come out of seclusion? Hall Master Tong asked knowingly. At this time, he was waiting for Chunyang Palace to put forward the real conditions. He could only pass the message obediently and could not make a decision. No matter what, the real culprits who attacked my sect have been executed. Only then will his heart be at peace, Elder Gao said with a smile. Anyway, he had already pointed out the way for Hall Master Tong to get the Ganoderma mushroom jade pill, and it was reasonable to accept the compensation of 10 times. As for how the Shentian sect would understand his condition, it was the Shentian sect's own business. Hall Master Tong's lungs almost burst with anger, but he still had to smile in front of Elder Gao. The group of prisoners who attacked Chunyang Palace had all been executed. Although there was no compensation at the time, the compensation had now been increased by 10 times. Even so, Chunyang Palace was not satisfied, and they still wanted the real culprit. Wasn't this taking advantage of him? Hall Master Tong, you should hurry to the major sect to see how many Ganoderma mushroom jade pills they have in their hands. If you are late, there may be a lot less. Elder Gao did not care about how angry Hall Master Tong was. He also helped Elder Tong to consider and let him pay attention to the time. Elder Tong calmed down in an instant. The urgent matter was nothing else but to save the life of Lin Zhongshuan. As for other property, they were just worldly possessions. When Lin Zhongshuan recovered, he would slowly settle these accounts with them. As for the requirements of Chunyang Palace, Sect Master Wu would consider it. Hall Master Tong only needed to be responsible for passing the message. Whether it was successful or not, it was the problem of Sect Master Wu, not the trouble of Hall Master Tong. He sent some people to quickly take the Ganoderma mushroom jade pill back to Shentian sect, and at the same time, he also conveyed the conditions of Chunyang Palace. Hall Master Tong himself took the rest of the followers and went straight to the major sect to ask for medicine from the major sect. The major sect was not as easy to talk to as the small sect. If they wanted the medicinal pills in the hands of others, they had to pay a sufficient price. Fortunately, at most, it would be a loss of some goods, and Shentian sect could still afford it. The news that the palace master of Chunyang Palace and Yang Chen were in retreat at the same time, no one knew how it was spread out. The news reached the Xuanwu Academy. After young Master Liu, who was recuperating, heard it, he couldn't help but laugh. The palace master was in retreat because of the attack on the sect. This was easy to understand. Cultivators could not see everything. Maybe he had suffered a minor injury at the time, so it was normal for him to retreat. However, Yang Chen's inexplicable retreat was very intriguing. There was no illness or disaster on weekdays. Why would he retreat? Recuperating for the palace master was an excuse. At least young Master Liu felt that he was very clear about the reason for Yang Chen's retreat. Counting the days, Yang Chen's retreat should be after the invisible killing curse broke out a few times. This was simply a lice on the head of a bald man. It was obvious that it was because of the killing curse, but he did not dare to make it public. He could only declare that he was in retreat. Although young Master Liu was also recuperating, his body was slowly getting better, unlike Yang Chen. He should be more and more unable to bear the impact of the killing curse, and he was weak, right? At the thought of Yang Chen's miserable appearance under the influence of his own killing curse, young Master Liu felt as if he had drunk a cup of frozen honey water in the dog days. He couldn't help but launch the killing curse again, and then he laughed complacently. Yang Chen, Yang Chen, you also have this day? Under the complacency, young Master Liu couldn't help but say to himself in a room hit by this young master's invisible killing curse, let's see how long you can be arrogant. Chapter 2178. What did it mean to be complacent? Young Master Liu was like this right now. In Black Tortoise Academy's own territory, he didn't have to worry about anything else. He laughed unscrupulously and didn't need to be as cautious as he was outside. However, sometimes things just happened to be so coincidental. Young Master Liu, who was talking loudly to himself, did not expect that a core disciple of the Black Tortoise Academy happened to pass by while he was talking. Every single word he said was heard by that core disciple without missing a single word. What was even more coincidental was that this core disciple of Black Tortoise Academy was a spy that the mysterious Heaven sect had placed in Black Tortoise Academy thousands of years ago. Usually, he helped the mysterious Heaven sect collect information about Black Tortoise Academy without revealing himself and never exposed himself. It was the same in front of him. He was originally good at hiding his whereabouts and doing some sneaky things. At this time, he was even more careful. He hid himself first, and after listening to young Master Liu's muttering for a while, he returned to his room silently. After making sufficient preparations, he naturally walked out of the sect. The spy of the mysterious Heaven sect didn't leave the mountain gate. Instead, he left an inconspicuous stone somewhere in the mountain gate that no one would pay attention to and left on his own. A few days later, another Black Tortoise Academy disciple seemed to have unintentionally walked over. He picked up the stone as if nothing had happened and brought it out of the mountain gate, heading to a marketplace near the mountain gate. The stone passed through a shop assistant in the market and into the hands of the shopkeeper. After a little carving and refining, he sold it to a customer who happened to pass by. Everything seemed so natural and flawless. In less than 2 months, the stone appeared in the hands of Sect Master Wu of the mysterious Heaven sect. Sect Master Wu easily received the news from the other side. Interesting. After Sect Master Wu received the information, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes and smile. After a while, he shouted, "Someone come." A disciple quickly came in and received a task from Sect Master Wu to secretly investigate the son of a certain elder of Black Tortoise Academy. He quickly went out to make arrangements. The request from Chunyang Palace came back earlier than the information sent by Black Tortoise Academy. Sect Master Wu hadn't decided what to do yet. But after reading this report, Sect Master Wu suddenly felt that half of the stone in his heart had been lifted. Gate Master Wu was extremely angry that he dared to make such an excessive request to the profound Heaven sect. If they were to investigate the real culprit, wouldn't they have to hand over Sect Master Wu, Zhu Shenglin, and Zhong Zun? The appetite of Chunyang Palace was so big that they were not afraid of breaking their teeth with one bite. However, if the information sent by the Black Tortoise Academy was true, then everything could be explained. Chunyang Palace did not intend to let Xiantian sect bow its head like this, but intended to use this condition that Xiantian sect could not agree to achieve the purpose of delaying time, in order to cover up the fact that Yang Chen was now tortured by unknown reasons and could not practice alchemy. In this way, it could be explained that Chunyang Palace did not dare to be complacent to Xiantian sect, but Yang Chen could not practice alchemy. Now the biggest possibility was that Yang Chen was plotted against by the invisible killing curse. If Xiantian sect could help Yang Chen solve this invisible killing curse, wouldn't they be grateful? Since it was not Chunyang Palace who was provoking Xiantian sect, then the unreasonable request they made could be considered separately. The interior of Xiantian sect was not a monolithic piece now. Sect Master Wu, Zhu Shenglin, and Lin Zhongshuan were all well aware of this. At least among the disciples, half of them were still inclined to Sect Master Li's side. Although these people did not directly express it, their passive response to the sect's arrangement clearly illustrated this point. What was the use of keeping these disobedient disciples? It was common sense that the emperor had his own ministers. Although the sect master of Xiantian sect was not the emperor, he was more powerful than the emperor. Those who were disobedient should be purged. The request of Chunyang Palace was really good, and it was also at the right time. It directly gave Sect Master Wu a high-sounding reason to purge the sect. These guys participated in the secret action against Chunyang Palace. Now that they were found out, Xiantian sect did not cover them up. They directly sealed their cultivation and handed them over to Chunyang Palace for them to deal with. In this way, Sect Master Wu simply killed many birds with one stone. Not only did he purge the disobedient disciples, but he also purified the team. His hands were not stained with the blood of his own disciples. At the same time, it also gave Chunyang Palace a tough explanation, so that Chunyang Palace had nothing to say, and the other sect could not pursue anything. As long as the results of young Master Liu's investigation were true, Shentian's sect could also help Yang Chen solve the problem of the invisible killing curse. At that time, wouldn't Chunyang Palace be grateful? What kind of elixir couldn't be obtained? In the past, Sect Master Wu did not put Yang Chen and Chunyang Palace in his eyes. He scoffed at Sect Master Li's efforts to win over Chunyang Palace. Now that he slowly understood the importance of Yang Chen, he couldn't help but have the idea of winning him over. It must be known that pulling Yang Chen to his side meant that he had won over the experts of the Dragon Clan. First of all, he would be in an invincible position. Coupled with Yang Chen's strong potential in alchemy, he would definitely be the most powerful helper in the future. At that time, why was he so stupid? When Grandmaster Zhu Sheng said that he knew the 8th grade alchemist of the Great Wilderness Sect, he didn't put Yang Chen in his eyes. Unfortunately, the alchemist of the Great Wilderness Sect had been missing for a long time. The one with the most potential was still Yang Chen. However, it was not too late to realize it now. Sect Master Wu was confident that he could win over Yang Chen to his side. Not to mention anything else, he heard that Yang Chen cultivated a powerful body refining technique. As long as he used the body refining technique of the immortal world brought down by Grandmaster Zhu Sheng to tempt him, would he be afraid that Yang Chen would not submit? The more he thought about it, the more Sect Master Wu felt proud. Wasn't Chunyang Palace attacked once? Mysterious Heaven Sect handed over dozens of Shen Immortal experts and hundreds of Heaven Immortal and Earth Immortal disciples to Chunyang Palace at once. There was no more sincere than this, right? In addition, he solved the pain of Yang Chen being entangled by the invisible killing curse. With these three-pronged attacks, would Yang Chen not obediently bow his head? Sect Master Wu was not a person who could not afford to lose. He would admit his mistakes if he was wrong. Perhaps he would not show it to others, but he would definitely take it as a warning. Since what Sect Master Li did in the past was right, then he was not afraid to follow the old path of Sect Master Li. Anyway, it was impossible for Sect Master Li to rise again. So what if he was criticized a few times? After arranging everything here, Sect Master Wu was only waiting for the investigation results from the Black Tortoise Academy. It had to be said that Mysterious Heaven Sect's investigative ability was really terrifying. In just a few months, Sect Master Wu received unusually detailed information about Liu Wuji. Chapter 2179. The intelligence was abnormally detailed, so detailed that Liu Wuji's life from birth to the present could be seen at a glance. It was estimated that even if Liu Wuji wrote his own experience, it would not be more than this. Sect Master Wu was not interested in Liu Wuji's cultivation at the beginning. What he cared about was the invisible killing curse that Liu Wuji mentioned. There was no record of this problem in the intelligence, but from another perspective, it recorded the fact that many of young Master Liu's enemies died inexplicably or were seriously ill. Since more than 2,000 years ago, some of young Master Liu's enemies had suffered one after another. The intelligence report was very detailed. Every enemy had a name, and there was evidence to back it up. The dead had the memories of their relatives and friends, and the living had their own descriptions. It could be said that the evidence was conclusive. It was only with Mysterious Heaven Sect's full investigation that there was such detailed intelligence. At least for now, Wanbao Tower and Wine Immortal House could only know some of the latest news. It was beyond their power to dig up these old things. There was no other way. This was the foundation of time and connections. It was accumulated by countless generations of talents in Mysterious Heaven Sect. No matter how powerful Yang Chen, Elder Wu Xiong, and Senior Wine Immortal were, they could only be convinced. Young Master Liu and Yang Chen met at the Reincarnation Valley auction. The investigators even gave the possible reason for the conflict between the two sides. It should be focused on the two beauties, Hua Xing-er of Reincarnation Valley and Hu Yuxian of Dongxian Sect. The intelligence clearly showed that young Master Liu had coveted Hua Xing-er and Hu Yuxian for more than a day or two. Basically, As long as the two women appeared, young Master Liu would appear. The strange thing was that Hua Xing and Hu Yuxian were disciples of different sect, but they always appeared together and had a close relationship. This was very puzzling. However, this was a small matter. They had a good relationship and liked to be together. It was not a big mistake. This kind of small matter of jealousy would never happen to Sect Master Wu. How could an ambitious person like Sect Master Wu care about women's belongings? Only a spoiled brat like young Master Liu, who had never experienced the hardships of cultivation in the mortal world, would pursue this kind of entertainment with a young master and a beautiful woman. The investigators investigated what happened at the auction in great detail. After all, there were many people who participated in the auction at that time, and most of the things happened in front of everyone's eyes, so there was no need to hide it. Therefore, young Master Liu's performance against Yang Chen in almost every aspect of the auction was quickly investigated. Even the price of a medicinal herb that Yang Chen had casually called out to warm up the atmosphere was intercepted by young Master Liu. Such a small matter was recorded very clearly. When Yang Chen arrived, the Reincarnation Valley sent two fairies, Hua Xing and Hu Yuxian, to welcome him. Furthermore, the two women had been accompanying Yang Chen in his box. This was probably the direct reason why young Master Liu hated Yang Chen. Sect Master Wu understood the thoughts of the demon race very well. Now that he knew the importance of Yang Chen, he still wanted to rope him in. Needless to say, the demon race sect was already very clear about how powerful Yang Chen was. If the two demon race beauties could pull Yang Chen over to their side, the demon race sect masters would probably wake up laughing even in their dreams. Of course, later, young Master Liu's provocation of forcing Yang Chen to show his wealth did not escape investigation. Although the buyers at the auction at that time did not know who said those words at that time, the people of the Reincarnation Valley knew very clearly. At that time, the host of the auction was even punished by the Reincarnation Valley to face the wall and go into seclusion for 100 years. It was because he made an inappropriate judgment and made a wrong operation at that time. Sect Master Wu also carefully read the information about this part. Because according to the analysis of the common points of the previous victims of young Master Liu, those people all had close contact with young Master Liu. Of course, it was not to communicate or anything, but the distance between the two parties was very close. Yang Chen and young Master Liu at the auction fit this characteristic. They were close enough. As for when they attacked, it was very likely that it was before the Peerless Master flared up. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why the Peerless Master would lose his temper for no reason. Sect Master Wu was very clear that young Master Liu was not a magnanimous person. He could even guess that at that time, this guy must have been because his limelight was stolen by Yang Chen and the two Peerless Masters, so he held a grudge and attacked. As for why young Master Liu had the courage of a leopard to actually dare to attack a golden immortal senior, this could be seen from the opponents he killed with the invisible killing curse. This move of his didn't care about the gap in cultivation. Perhaps it was because of this that gave him blind confidence, so at that time, he attacked Yang Chen and the two golden immortal masters. At the Reincarnation Valley auction, there were seniors of Wuji Demon School and the golden immortal alchemist master of the Great Wilderness Sect. Interestingly, the alchemist master of the Great Wilderness Sect disappeared after returning to the sect shortly after the auction. It was very easy to know whether Liu Wuji attacked at that time. One of the golden immortal masters of the two sects disappeared and the other entered the trial ground. It was impossible to ask personally, but as long as he found the two elders of Wuji Demon School and the Great Wilderness Sect who accompanied at that time, he would know. Elder Chen of Wuji Demon School still had a vivid memory of the situation at that time. The reason why the Golden Immortal Master of the Great Wilderness Sect suddenly used his divine sense to frighten everyone in the auction house was because someone had plotted against them with something similar to a curse. Grandmaster Shu of Wuji Demon School had already said with certainty that someone had plotted against them at that time, but because their level was too low, he didn't care about it. The Golden Immortal Alchemist of the Great Wilderness Sect had a bad temper, so he lost his temper on the spot. That was why he released his divine sense to frighten everyone. At first, the elder of the Great Wilderness Sect didn't intend to say more information, But when the elder of the Profound Heaven sect made it clear that it might be related to their missing senior, he then told the elder about the situation at that time. What was certain was that Liu Wuji did attack at that time. Not only did he attack Grandmaster Shu of Wuji Demon School, but he also attacked Elder Feng of the Great Wilderness sect. He even attacked 2 Golden Immortal Masters, so why would he care about a small Earth Immortal Junior like Yang Chen? Therefore, it must have been at that time that Liu Wuji made a move on Yang Chen. After the people of the Great Wilderness sect described the situation at that time, they began to ask the elder of the Profound Heaven sect what he knew. One should know that the inexplicable disappearance of Elder Feng of the Great Wilderness sect had already driven the entire Great Wilderness sect crazy. They wouldn't stop until they found the whereabouts of Elder Feng. The elder of the Profound Heaven sect who was in charge of the investigation didn't hide anything. He directly showed the information about Liu Wuji to the core higher-ups of the Great Wilderness sect, then asked, "Did Elder Feng look very anxious when he left, as if he had something urgent or painful?" Chapter 2180. No one knew that it wasn't Elder Feng who left the Great Wilderness sect in a hurry, but a puppet that looked exactly like Elder Feng. The situation at that time was that the puppet's life-flying sword was bent by Yang Chen and then its spiritual sense imprint was devoured by Xiao Tian. Even if it was a puppet, under Elder Feng's deliberate refinement, it was like a real person. Which cultivator wouldn't be in pain when their life magic weapon was destroyed? Anxious. Of course he was anxious. Elder Feng desperately urged his life magic weapon to return to his side. It would be strange if he wasn't anxious. However, if these two expressions were combined with Liu Wuji's intelligence, there would be another meaning immediately. Elder Feng was ambushed by the invisible killing curse. At first, he didn't pay attention, but when the curse broke out, he suddenly couldn't resist it. He could only anxiously look for the source of the curse without saying anything. Then, he left and never returned. The accompanying elder of the Great Wilderness sect was actually very suspicious of Yang Chen at the beginning and had even conducted a lot of investigations before this. It was just that Elder Feng's arrangement was too secretive, so there was no result after such a long investigation. However, now that this intelligence was laid out and the Profound Heaven sect said that Yang Chen had been in seclusion after returning, the result was different. Obviously, Yang Chen was also ambushed by the curse and had been recuperating. If he was ambushed by the invisible killing curse, how could he deal with the golden immortal Elder Feng? Just this intelligence about young Master Liu, coupled with Yang Chen's coincidental seclusion and young Master Liu's complacent self-talk, the suspect of the disappearance of the Great Wilderness sect's Elder Feng was transferred from Yang Chen to Liu Wuji. If young Master Liu knew that his self-talk would bring such serious consequences, he would definitely control his mouth and never speak carelessly. No wonder people always say that disaster comes from the mouth. Young Master Liu was simply a living example. Liu Wuji was just an early heaven immortal cultivator. He also didn't have the ability to deal with the golden immortal Elder Feng. But unfortunately, it wasn't just those with cultivations inferior to him that were killed by his shapeless slaughter curse. There were even a few mysterious immortal realm cultivators that were still bedridden until now, and they utterly didn't know the reason. With these precedents, even if young Master Liu had 1,000 mouths, he wouldn't be able to clear his name. Since he could deal with Shen immortal cultivators, then what about golden immortal cultivators? Even though those Shen immortal cultivators didn't die and had been bedridden for many years, young Master Liu had intentionally spared their lives and didn't intend to kill them all at once. However, Elder Feng was different. As long as he made a move, Elder Feng, who was severely injured by the curse, would definitely not be able to escape from his hands. As for the motive, it was almost ready-made. At that time, Elder Feng had said during the auction that he had a few 8th revolution pills. Even if it was just for an 8th revolution pill, it was worth it for young Master Liu to take the risk out of desperation. At that time, the biggest suspect was not young Master Liu, but Yang Chen. Killing Elder Feng and putting the blame on Yang Chen, how ingenious was this arrangement? The core management of the Great Wilderness School had been infuriated. It wasn't easy for the higher-ups to send down an expert, but he was actually plotted against by such a second-generation ancestor. If this could be tolerated, what could not be tolerated? So what if he was the great elder of the Black Tortoise Academy? If the Black Tortoise Academy didn't give an explanation for this matter, the Great Wilderness School and the Black Tortoise Academy would be irreconcilable. At this point in the investigation of Liu Wuji, many things were basically clear. The main culprit was Liu Wuji. Not only did he plot against Elder Feng of the Great Wilderness School, he also plotted against Yang Chen. Now that Elder Feng was missing and Yang Chen claimed to be in closed-door cultivation, it was probably because he was tortured by the invisible killing curse. Everything could be straightened out and explained. Sect Master Wu didn't care about the Great Wilderness School. It would be best if they fought with the Black Tortoise Academy. However, there were a few things that Sect Master Wu had to arrange immediately. One was to send the main culprits of the Chunyang Palace to the Chunyang Palace for them to deal with. At the same time, he would bring the body refining technique that Grandmaster Zhu Sheng brought down from the immortal world to rope in Yang Chen. The other thing was to hurry up with the operation against Liu Wuji. First, it was to help Yang Chen solve the trouble of the invisible killing curse. Second, it was to see if he could be lucky enough to find an 8 revolution pill. Elder Feng was an alchemist who had the ability to refine an 8 revolution pill. Moreover, he had clearly stated that he had an 8 revolution pill at the Samsara Valley auction. Since Elder Feng might have died in the hands of Liu Wuji, then his pill was likely to fall into Liu Wuji's hands. With the 8 revolution pill, he believed that Grandmaster Lin Zhongshuan's injury would be better and he wouldn't have to worry anymore. Of course, this was only a possibility. Who knew if Elder Feng had swallowed the pill to suppress the damage of the invisible killing curse during the urgent situation at that time? No one knew about this. Liu Wuji was probably the only one who knew. However, if they made a move against Liu Wuji, they couldn't bypass the Great Wilderness School. The Profound Heaven sect also couldn't act rashly. At this time, they couldn't fall out with the Black Tortoise Academy. Everyone was still dealing with the threat of the Zhao clan. They could only cooperate with the Great Wilderness School first and secretly get Liu Wuji first. Poor young Master Liu. He was completely unaware of the miserable fate that was about to befall him. He was still happy that Yang Chen was actually tortured by his invisible killing curse. At this moment, on the way to the market, she was still fantasizing about the day when Yang Chen would die, and then the Flower Fairy and Hu Xianzi would see who was the real powerhouse, and then compete to throw themselves into the arms of the fragrant scene. However, the next moment, he suddenly became a prisoner. The Profound Heaven sect and the Great Wilderness School had sent experts who were above grade 5 of the Profound Immortal Realm to secretly deal with a Heaven Immortal Junior who had been sealed. Not only did they launch a sneak attack, they even used formations and knockout drugs. It was simply intolerable that they couldn't succeed. What is the invisible killing curse? After bringing young Master Liu away from the Black Tortoise Academy's territory, the two sides entered a secret cave residence and immediately began to interrogate him. However, they didn't ask Elder Feng at the beginning. Instead, they asked about the invisible killing curse. They were all experts in interrogation, so their actions couldn't be more precise. Young Master Liu, who had been pampered since childhood, had never suffered such pain. Moreover, everyone knew that he had the invisible killing curse. They even specially protected and sealed young Master Liu's sea of consciousness. No matter how powerful Liu Wuji was, he couldn't use it. Soon, he succumbed to the methods of those experts and told them his biggest secret. Young Master Liu confessed to attacking those experts one by one. Then, he confessed to attacking Yang Chen, Elder Feng, and Martial Ancestor Shu at the Samsara Valley auction. He really did it. Under the methods of those experts, he didn't think that he could deny it. Thus, he told them everything. Young Master Liu also admitted that Yang Chen might have been tortured by the invisible killing curse when he was in seclusion. He never thought that Yang Chen could escape the torture. He subconsciously thought that he spared Yang Chen's life so that he could be tortured a little longer. When he asked Elder Feng, young Master Liu denied it for the first time. Chapter 2181. However, at this moment, no one would back down. No matter how Liu Wuji denied it, they would continue to torture him until he confessed. In their hearts, if they were in Liu Wuji's position, they wouldn't dare to admit it either. He had used the invisible killing curse to kill so many of his enemies, but those fellas were from the spiritual realm. As long as his father, the great elder of Black Tortoise Academy, was here, those people and the forces behind them would be able to handle it. Only Elder Feng of the Great Wilderness Sect couldn't. He was a golden immortal expert, a transcendent helper from the immortal realm. Once he admitted it, young Master Liu would face the relentless pursuit of the Great Wilderness Sect. Black Tortoise Academy might be implicated as well. Therefore, Elder Feng's matter couldn't be admitted. Thus, on one side, he interrogated Liu Wuji crazily, while on the other side, he refused to admit it. However, young Master Liu clearly underestimated the interrogation methods of these experts. Torture was just an appetizer. Apart from making young Master Liu talk about some insignificant things, the other purpose was to slowly make his body and mind collapse. When young Master Liu's endurance reached its limit, a Xian immortal expert suddenly acted up and began to hypnotize young Master Liu. Everyone knew very well that young Master Liu was born to be an expert in using curses. Needless to say, his spiritual sense cultivation was very shocking, and his willpower must be very strong. As a heaven immortal, a Xian immortal expert might not be able to hypnotize him successfully. They could only try when he was about to collapse. As expected, young Master Liu fell for it. His eyes began to lose focus, and his mind fell into a daze. Basically, he answered whatever was asked. Then, there was another round of questioning. These experts were very experienced. At the start, they didn't directly ask about Elder Feng, but asked about the crimes that young Master Liu had already confessed to. On one hand, it was to verify the authenticity of his previous confession, and on the other hand, it was to relax young Master Liu's subconscious. Because he had already confessed, young Master Liu's subconscious didn't resist, and he answered all the questions in detail. His answers were very detailed, much more thorough than the first time. In fact, without anyone asking, this fella even told them the reason why he had enmity with those people. Speaking of which, it really made people speechless. If it wasn't jealousy, then it was someone else who stole his limelight. To think that this fella was young Master Liu, who had an extremely good reputation. This made the experts who were listening speechless. This was a **King celestial immortal cultivator. If not for the fact that his parents were both Xian immortal experts and were born with earthly immortal cultivation, he would have been killed before he even had the chance to ascend in the mortal world. No wonder he only managed to cultivate from the earth immortal realm to the heaven immortal realm after a few thousand years. With this state of mind and cultivation, it was already a blessing from the heavens that he did not die from qi deviation. One by one, these experts were very patient. They were afraid that their impatience would arouse his vigilance and cause the hypnosis effect to fail. The order of his confession was exactly the same. Finally, after enduring a lot of this fellow's petty ways of harming people, he came to where Yang Chen and Elder Feng were. As expected, the curse on Yang Chen was because of Hua Xing and Hu Yuxian. Because the sect had arranged for the two women to accompany Yang Chen, and the private room Yang Chen was using was of a higher level than the one he was using, he wanted to kill them. The interrogation experts looked at each other in dismay. Just because of this. They really could not imagine what was in this fellow's head. The one who made a move at the auction was indeed him. Young Master Liu, who was not vigilant at all under the hypnosis, admitted it proudly. Not only did he attack Yang Chen, but he also attacked Wuji Demon School's Grandmaster Shu and Great Wilderness Sect's Elder Feng. One of them was definitely successful, and that was Yang Chen. But as for the other two, because of the interrogation after he woke up, young Master Liu was not sure whether all of them had failed or only one had failed. Unfortunately, a master of extortion asked, "How do you plan to kill that guy surnamed Feng from the Great Wilderness Sect?" This was a very normal way of asking questions in hypnosis, and it would not arouse the other party's vigilance. The question was asked so quickly that the other party would answer subconsciously and not lie. Many of the previous questions were asked in the same way, and they all got very clear answers. However, young Master Liu was a narrow-minded guy. When his invisible killing spell was broken and caused him to be backfired, he had imagined the scene of cursing those two peerless experts to death many times. Even if he did not curse them to death, he would make them seriously ill and then crawl to him to beg him to let them go. Under the state of hypnosis, The sudden question just now seemed to have scratched his itch, and he immediately and excitedly told her the process of his fantasy without any precaution. Because he was practicing the curse, this kind of spell needed extremely strong imagination and the ability to visualize, otherwise it could not be cultivated. Therefore, the details in Liu Wuji's imagination were very specific. He even fully imagined the details of how Elder Feng and the others would feel uncomfortable after being hit by his invisible killing spell and how they would rush to him to beg for mercy. After Liu Wuji finished narrating the scene in his imagination, the few interrogation experts looked at each other and nodded tacitly. There was no need to investigate further. It was this guy. All of this was carried out in a memory formation. The scene just now would be recorded on a special jade slip. As long as it was placed on a suitable formation, the scene would be broadcasted. The evidence was irrefutable, and there was no need to worry that Liu Wuji would deny it after he woke up. Perhaps even the heavens wanted to destroy Liu Wuji. While the people here were interrogating Liu Wuji, there were still a few people who were rummaging through the things in Liu Wuji's Chenkuan bag. Just when Liu Wuji, who was being hypnotized, confessed, the experts who were rummaging through the bag found something. It was a big piece of jade that was very cleverly disguised. It was actually hollow, and inside it was a jade chest of the same quality. There were all kinds of talismans stuck on the chest, densely packed. One look and one could tell that the thing inside was very precious. Now, no matter how precious young Master Liu's things were, they were very likely to be evidence of his crime. The more precious the thing, the more likely it was. Therefore, these experts immediately opened the jade chest. There was another layer inside, and there was a small jade chest. It was also protected by talismans. After opening up more than 10 layers, the smallest jade bottle was revealed. When the jade bottle was opened, there was an 8-revolution pill inside. It was unknown whether this 8-revolution pill was the secret treasure of Black Tortoise Academy or Liu Wuji's father's collection. Liu Wuji was probably carrying it with him just in case. In the end, this 8-revolution pill became the most direct evidence. Chapter 2182. Elder Feng was an alchemist. He had just concocted an 8-revolution pill with him. After that, he left Great Wilderness Sect in a hurry and went missing. Now, this young Master Liu had already admitted that he killed Elder Feng. He had described the process and the details very clearly. Finally, he even destroyed the corpse. Coupled with this 8-revolution pill, everything could be explained. The golden immortal expert of Great Wilderness Sect, Elder Feng, had sat in a box that was one level higher than young Master Liu when he attended the auction in Samsara Valley. As a result, he became the target of young Master Liu's hatred. As a result, he was tortured to death by young Master Liu with the invisible killing curse. Since the person involved had already admitted it and there was an 8-revolution pill as the irrefutable evidence, this matter could be considered to have reached a definite conclusion. At least for Great Wilderness Sect and Profound Heaven Sect, this matter had come to an end. As for how Great Wilderness Sect was going to look for Black Tortoise Academy with this evidence, it was Great Wilderness Sect's business. Since this matter involved 2 supersect, Profound Heaven Sect couldn't intervene. Even so, the Great Wilderness Sect was greatly indebted to the mysterious Heaven Sect for this investigation. If it wasn't for Profound Heaven Sect, Great Wilderness Sect would probably still be searching for Elder Feng's whereabouts. Yang Chen didn't know that his pretended to be in seclusion in Chunyang Palace would actually trigger such a series of events. He even mistakenly blamed young Master Liu for Elder Feng's death. However, even if Yang Chen knew about it, he wouldn't try to explain it. Only a fool would do that for a bastard who wanted to kill him. There was also an unexpected joy in this investigation of Profound Heaven Sect. They found an 8-revolution pill. If it was the new pill concocted by Elder Feng, it might be able to cure Grandmaster Lin Zhongshuan's serious injuries. After all, it was an 8-revolution pill. No matter how bad it would be more effective than a 6-revolution Ganoderma Dew pill for golden immortals. Profound Heaven Sect naturally needed this pill. Great Wilderness Sect didn't have any objection to this. He had gone through so much trouble to help Great Wilderness Sect. If Great Wilderness Sect didn't agree to this, it wouldn't be reasonable. Furthermore, the pill wasn't to show off, but to save someone. No one had any reason to stop him. The powerhouses of Profound Heaven sect hurried back to Profound Heaven sect with a jade slip containing the video of young Master Liu admitting that he had killed Elder Feng and an 8 revolution pill. The people of Great Wilderness sect also returned to Great Wilderness sect with a jade slip and young Master Liu. For the mysterious Heaven sect, saving people was the most important thing right now. Everything else could be discussed later. As long as Grandmaster Lin Zhongshuan could recover, what couldn't he do? Sect Master Wu was very happy. Especially when the expert who went to investigate this time returned with the 8 revolution pills. He was so happy that he couldn't even close his mouth. With this 8 revolution medicinal pill, she might be able to recover even without Yang Chen's medicinal pill. Grandmaster Lin Zhongshuan immediately took the 8 revolution medicinal pill. Under the expectant gazes of everyone, Lin Zhongshuan's injuries began to recover rapidly. He was no longer vomiting blood, and his breathing had stabilized. However, that was all. When his injuries recovered to a certain extent, it couldn't get any better. It was understandable that this was an 8 revolution medicinal pill concocted in the spiritual world. After all, the spiritual pressure wasn't enough and the medicinal effect of the medicinal herbs in the spiritual world wasn't as strong as the ones in the immortal world. Therefore, this effect was already the limit. Grandmaster Lin's condition improved a lot. At least, he could sit up with the help of others and speak. There was nothing more. The spiritual energy in his body was still in a mess and his sea of consciousness was also in a state of chaos. It could only be said that he might not die for the time being. However, if this continued, he didn't know what the result would be. Grandmaster Yang's combination medicinal pill, Elder Li, the great elder of Heavenly Dipper, promptly voiced out his opinion. Back then, Sect Master Wang's injuries were similar to this. After using the combination medicinal pill for more than half a year, he slowly recovered. This was the only case where Yang Chen's combination medicinal pill became famous. Many people knew about it. At the same time, everyone also knew that because of Grandmaster Yang's brilliant technique, people who didn't need to consume the medicinal pill would be able to use the most basic cultivation method to slowly absorb the medicinal effect and spiritual energy of the 1,000-year pill, allowing the person who consumed the pill to recover. This was many times more brilliant than the help of others. Moreover, there was no need to worry about accidentally causing the injured person to go berserk. It was indeed the best method to treat injuries. After Elder Li mentioned this, he didn't say anything else. Sect Master Wu also understood that this was the performance of Elder Li and the others not participating in the affairs of the sect. It was already not easy for them to open their mouths and give some pointers. No one knew that Elder Li and the other 36 Heavenly Dipper elders had a combination medicinal pill with them, but none of them took it out. Although the 36 Heavenly Dipper elders abided by the rules of the sect and protected whoever became the sect master, they were also biased towards Sect Master Li and Sect Master Wu. At the end of the day, even if they had an 8 revolution pill, they still couldn't avoid Yang Chen. In the past, all the major sect had asked for a combination medicinal pill from Yang Chen. Sect Master Wu immediately sent someone to ask for help from a certain sect, hoping to get a set of combination medicinal pill from them. It would be better than going to Yang Chen's door to ask for help. Other sects might not dare to guarantee it, but Great Desolate Sect would definitely be able to get it. The result was just as Sect Master Wu expected. Without saying anything, Great Desolate Sect took out a set of combination medicinal pill and fed it to Grandmaster Lin. Lin Zhongshuan felt the medicinal effect of the combination medicinal pill in his body. After a long time, he opened his eyes. It's useful, but it will take a long time. The first thing Lin Zhongshuan said after opening his eyes was this: "One set is not enough, I need more." Everyone understood. After all, Grandmaster Lin was a true golden immortal who had passed his tribulation. A mere 1,000-year pill didn't mean much to him. It was already a miracle that it was effective. A single 1,000-year pill was definitely not enough for him to fully recover. It was just that they didn't know how long it would take for it to take effect. The combination medicinal pill was created hundreds of years ago. In the recent hundreds of years, Grandmaster Yang has researched and invented the limb regeneration pill. It can be seen that his pill concoction skills have improved a lot. Hall Master Tong had always been there. Seeing the situation, he sighed and said, if he could make a move now, the effect would probably be even better. Sect Master Wu looked at Grandmaster Lin and the expectant expression on Lin Zhongshuan's face. Finally, he nodded his head heavily. Go to Great Desolate Sect and kill Liu Wuji. Send those people to Chunyang Palace to be dealt with. If necessary, take out the body tempering technique that Grandmaster Zhu brought down from the immortal world. Grandmaster Yang must make a move to concoct the pill. These things had already been prepared. They were only waiting for Sect Master Wu to make his final decision. Now that Lin Zhongshuan was in such a state, they could only let Yang Chen make a move. Hall Master Tong quickly went to make arrangements. He still needed to personally make a trip to Great Desolate Sect. As for Chunyang Palace, he would probably be too busy. After Sect Master Wu weighed the pros and cons, he finally sent Big Elder Li of Big Dipper Realm to personally make a trip with 8 Big Dipper Realm experts. They should have met Yang Chen before. He believed that it would be easier to talk to Yang Chen. Chapter 2183. The 36 Big Dipper experts were absolutely loyal to the mysterious Heaven Sect. There was no doubt about that. Even Zhu Sheng and Lin Zhongshuan, who were dissatisfied with Sect Master Li becoming the Black Heaven Sect Master, had never doubted the loyalty of the 36 Big Dipper experts to the sect. If they were to be disloyal to the Black Heaven Sect, how could the Sect Master of the Black Heaven Sect survive? After all, the weakest of the 36 experts had a cultivation at the 7th stage of the profound immortal realm, and they had protected 4 Sect Masters including Sect Master Wu. In the entire profound Heaven Sect, one could doubt anyone, but no one dared to doubt the Big Dipper 36 experts, not even Ancestor Zhu or Ancestor Shu. Sect Master Wu had only subconsciously considered their loyalty to the profound Heaven Sect and placed the greatest trust in Elder Li and the others. However, he had never thought that Elder Li and the others were loyal to the profound Heaven Sect and not to him, Sect Master Wu. If the days were good, after Hall Leader Tong went to the Great Wilderness Sect to kill Liu Wuji, he would arrive at Chunyang Palace a few days later. Now it must be Yang Chen who was tortured by the curse and was half dead. He had to wait for a few days after Liu Wuji's death and the curse disappeared to let Yang Chen recover. The people of the Great Wilderness School kept Liu Wuji alive. Since he had confessed everything, he was basically useless now. However, considering that he might still have to confront the Black Tortoise Academy, he decided to spare his life. Once Hall Master Tong arrived at the Great Wilderness Sect, it would basically be the death of young Master Liu. In the first place, Liu Wuji was already useless. The reason why the Great Wilderness Sect didn't make a move for so long was because there was a golden immortal expert from the Black Tortoise Academy in the training ground. On the other hand, the golden immortal expert from the Great Wilderness Sect had already been confirmed dead. On the other hand, everyone was working together to fight against the Zhao family, so it was not a good time to stir up trouble. Finally, Great Wilderness School executed young Master Liu. After that, they sent young Master Liu's corpse and that jade slip, which recorded young Master Liu's confession, to Black Tortoise Academy. After killing the Great Wilderness Sect's golden immortal ancestor, Mo Wuji had to give them an explanation. The mysterious Heaven Sect's Hall Master Tong and a few experts who had participated in the previous investigation were also with them. They were testifying for the Great Wilderness Sect. As for how the Black Tortoise Academy would deal with it, that was a matter for another time. On the appointed day, Senior Li and his entourage arrived at Chunyang Palace. Without much effort, they saw Yang Chen. The curse on you has been lifted. Liu Wuji, the one who put the curse on you, is dead. It won't happen again, Elder Li said when he saw Yang Chen. Don't worry, it's all over now. Yang Chen could feel the movement of the cursed spiritual consciousness, but Old Man Li's words still confused him. Mr. Li knew that Yang Chen didn't understand it. Therefore, he specially explained to Yang Chen how the mysterious Heaven Sect found that Liu Wuji was talking to himself, how they guessed that Yang Chen had to announce that he was in closed-door cultivation because of the curse, how they investigated Liu Wuji and how they found out that Liu Wuji was the culprit who had killed Elder Feng of the Great Wilderness Sect. At this point, how could Yang Chen still not understand? It turned out that it was Liu Wuji, this guy, who helped him take the blame by accident, and the deliberate neglect of Hall Master Tong of the Profound Heaven sect was also misunderstood as Yang Chen's suffering. This matter was really a coincidence, but this series of coincidences were all on Yang Chen's side. There were only Elder Li and Yang Chen here. The other Tiangang experts who accompanied them just came out to greet Yang Chen at the beginning and then went into the Great Elder's cave residence and did not appear again. Yang Chen spoke to Elder Li without any scruples. Sect Master Wu has great ambitions but little talent. He is more than capable of defending, but not enough to open up. Ancestor Ju and Ancestor Lin in the lower realm are headstrong and self-opinionated, causing great harm to our sect. The Great Elder could only really speak his mind in front of Yang Chen. These words had been bottled up in his heart for a long time, and there had been no one to talk to. Even among the Tiangang elders, it was not easy to talk about it because they were in the mysterious Heaven sect. Now, he could finally vent the frustrations in his heart. After Yang Chen comforted him, under Yang Chen's attentive service and under the anesthesia of fine wine, the Great Elder began to tell Yang Chen everything that had happened in the mysterious Heaven sect since Zhu Sheng and Lin Zhongshuan came down to the lower realm. In particular, these guys put Sect Master Li under house arrest as soon as they came, claimed that he was in closed-door cultivation, and then carried out a large-scale purge in the sect. Even Hall Master Liu and several other core elders were killed. Even the Great Elder, who had always been calm, sighed a series of times. "How is Master now?" Yang Chen seemed very calm and only asked about Sect Master Li's current situation. His cultivation is sealed and he is in closed-door cultivation in the core cave residence of the sect. The Great Elder replied, "After all, Sect Master Li is also a meritorious minister. No matter how dissatisfied Ancestor Ju and Ancestor Lin are, they can't kill him. In terms of safety, you can rest assured that nothing will happen. There is another reason why we were sent here this time." The Great Elder explained a little bleakly, "These so-called culprits who were sent here were all taken down by us. You should know the purpose, right? This disciple understands. You are doing this to protect them." Yang Chen nodded, "Don't worry, this disciple will send them to a secret place, and others will never find them. You must have a clear disposal." The Great Elder nodded slightly, but still asked, "It is best to dispose of them in public and let others think that they are dead." "This is easy, this disciple will definitely do it properly, Master Ancestor can rest assured." Yang Chen immediately patted his chest and promised. The Great Elder still trusted Yang Chen very much, so he directly sent the jade slip that recorded the body refining technique that Zhu Sheng brought down from the immortal world to Yang Chen. This was originally what Sect Master Wu asked the Great Elder to take out if he couldn't move Yang Chen, but the Great Elder directly took it out. Master Zhu and Master Lin don't know anything at all. This cultivation technique was originally a reward that the ancestors brought down for you. The Great Elder sneered and introduced the origin of this body tempering technique. Sect Master Wang must have reported your matter to the ancestral masters. They know that you have cultivated a brilliant body tempering technique, so they brought you a cultivation technique from the immortal world. But they don't know your secret, and Sect Master Wu doesn't know either. If Sect Master Li was still the Sect Master, there would be no such thing. Yang Chen didn't think that the immortal world's Profound Heaven sect would still think of him and bring down a body refining technique. According to the Great Elder, this was brought down after engraving the entire cultivation technique on Master Ju's life-bonded magic weapon. It was rare for them to be so thoughtful. You can slowly study the cultivation technique in the future. The Great Elder spoke again, but no matter what, Master Lin is still the lower realm ancestor of our Profound Heaven sect. He is seriously injured now, and he must be cured no matter what. Do you have any way? Chapter 2184. If the 6th grade Lingji mushroom jade pill that this disciple refined before can still be of some use, it is estimated that there is hope. Yang Chen did not shirk at all and nodded directly. This disciple has recently felt that his alchemy level has greatly improved, and I have great confidence. Hearing Yang Chen's words, the Great Elder was also very happy. After all, it was a great thing for his sect to have one more golden immortal master who had passed the tribulation. But this disciple has to see Grandmaster Lin's injury in person. Yang Chen still put forward his own request. After seeing the specific injury, I can prescribe the right medicine. I hope the Great Elder can understand. Of course, this is no problem. The Great Elder was very satisfied with Yang Chen's attitude. He nodded with a smile, and then began to urge Yang Chen to first settle down the culprits who were loyal to Sect Master Li and attacked Chunyang Palace as soon as possible, and then follow him back to Shentian Sect. Shentian Sect also made a big move this time, directly pushing out dozens of Shen Immortal Masters and hundreds of Heaven Immortals and Earth Immortals, just to appease the dissatisfaction of Yang Chen and Chunyang Palace. This move also shocked the entire spiritual world. In front of thousands of sect representatives, the Palace Master of Chunyang Palace listed the crimes of these people and sent all the masters of Shentian Sect, whose cultivation was sealed, to a cave mansion that was already crumbling. This cave mansion that was about to collapse was one of the caves damaged when Chunyang Palace was attacked. At that time, 13 caves were completely destroyed, 6 caves were severely damaged, and 1 cave mansion exploded. The cave mansion that was sent to was one of the 6 caves that were badly damaged. Immediately afterward, Chunyang Palace once again showed a big move and stuffed the cave mansion into the second cave mansion that was about to break, nesting 6 caves in a row, all of which were the caves that were damaged last time. After the 6 caves were nested, Chunyang Palace directly detonated the 6 caves. Within a radius of thousands of miles, the entire area was blown into ruins. There were fragments of caves everywhere, and it was believed that the culprits inside must have been blown to pieces. Chunyang Palace showed its determination with practical actions, and at the same time, gave the outside world an attitude. Even if the people of Shentian Sect had made a move on Chunyang Palace, they would find out the real culprit. The cooperation of Shentian Sect this time could be regarded as establishing a tough reputation for Chunyang Palace. From then on, no sect dared to underestimate Chunyang Palace. The head of the palace was really depressed because of the last incident. As soon as the culprit was sent to the Chunyang Palace, he immediately became spirited. He personally presided over the ceremony and even personally detonated the 6 Immortals' caves. The scale of his actions and the ruthlessness of his actions caused others to have no choice but to raise their eyebrows. As soon as the culprits died, many cultivators, including sect leader Wu, secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The Grand Elder and the others also heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, in front of First Elder were the culprits who had been executed by Chunyang Palace. Their seals had been undone, their cultivation had been restored, and they were completely unharmed. You can hide here and practice with peace of mind, waiting for the day when Sect Master Li revives. First Elder only left them a sentence and a request: from now on, you must obey the orders of Yang Chen of Chunyang Palace. Even if they ask you to transfer to Chunyang Palace, you must do it. This is the meaning of Sect Master Li. After experiencing a narrow escape from death and the strife within the sect, how could these masters not know that Yang Chen was the backup arranged by Sect Master Li? While they were happy in their hearts, they could not help but be surprised by Sect Master Li's arrangement. Now, the enemy who was almost tit-for-tat with Shentian Sect was actually the backup of Sect Master Li, which made their confidence greatly increase. First Elder did not know that the place where these people were placed was Gong Suanling's Mountain River geographical map. In the Mountain River geographical map, even if they had great abilities, they could not set off any waves. These people had actually become the hidden power of Chunyang Palace. After settling all this, Yang Chen did not care about anything else, and directly followed First Elder straight to Shentian Sect. He had to see Lin Zhongshuan's injury with his own eyes before he could give a treatment plan. This was the case when he treated Sect Master Wang last time, and this time was no exception. For the arrival of Master Yang, Sect Master Wu still maintained enough respect. He personally welcomed and accompanied Yang Chen to see Lin Zhongshuan's injury. Yang Chen bowed to Lin Zhongshuan with the etiquette of a junior, and then went forward to carefully observe Lin Zhongshuan's situation, carefully felt his pulse, and asked some of his feelings before he stopped. Master Yang, how is Grandmaster Lin's injury? Are you sure you can cure it? Sect Master Wu was the most nervous. Lin Zhongshuan was his backer, so of course, he had to be cured. It's very serious. Yang Chen first gave a serious diagnosis, and then said, however, This junior is 70% sure that senior Lin can recover within 1,000 years. It sounded a little too slow, but Lin Zhongshuan himself was a little surprised. His injury, relying on the combination of pills he had already taken, would not improve much in 2,000 years, let alone 1,000 years. He was clear about his own injury, and now Yang Chen actually said that he could recover within 1,000 years. How could he not be overjoyed? Really? Lin Zhongshuan asked this question himself, full of surprise and doubt. I don't dare to hide it from senior, my injury is extremely serious. Yang Chen very respectfully explained to Lin Zhongshuan this younger generation junior has recently made a slight breakthrough in alchemy. In addition, this younger generation junior also found something interesting, so this younger generation junior dares to say this kind of big talk. What interesting thing? It was normal to have a breakthrough in alchemy, but what was the interesting thing? Even Sect Master Wu asked clearly. This junior found that when refining pills on a large scale, there is a certain chance that one or two of the pills will have an exceptionally good effect. Yang Chen did not hide it, nor did he keep them in suspense. He directly gave the answer. As soon as these words came out, everyone understood. It was indeed like this: when it was produced on a large scale, there would indeed be one or two items that would stand out from a large number of similar items. This was the case for refining, and the same was true for alchemy. Yang Chen definitely had his eyes on these few pills with particularly good effects, and with the improvement of his original alchemy skills, it was very likely that he would succeed. For a moment, even Lin Zhongshuan could not help but breathe rapidly, a little impatient. However, there is a small problem that needs to be explained first, otherwise this junior will not dare to agree. Yang Chen then raised another small problem. Speak freely. At this time, who would blame Yang Chen? Sect Master Wu immediately waved his hand, letting Yang Chen speak clearly. The other elixirs of the combination elixirs are good, but the Millennium Pill. Yang Chen hesitated for a moment, and then said, the original raw materials of this younger generation junior have been sold to your sect, and now this younger generation junior does not have any. This needs another solution. Chapter 2185. Whether it was the 1,000-year pill or the 100-year pill, they all used demonic beads as raw materials. Previously, Yang Chen had indeed given away all the demonic beads in his hands to Sect Master Li. Of course, this was recorded. It was a transaction between the two parties. One of the items exchanged was the cave residence refined by the 36 Heavenly Dipper experts. That cave residence had been blown up by Chunyang Palace, killing most of the enemies who invaded Chunyang Palace. Yang Chen still had a large demonic bead that surpassed all the other demonic beads in his hands, but he did not intend to take those things out easily. There were alchemy methods and pill recipes, but there were no medicinal materials. Although this sounded like a small problem, the trouble was really not small. In addition, even if there was a 1,000-year pill, the spiritual power of the 1,000-year pill refined by the demonic bead in the mortal world was really limited for the golden immortals of the immortal world. This had been tried before, and the heavenly sect also had one or two of them, but the effect was too slow. Lin Zhongshuan definitely could not accept such a long period of serious injury, so he still needed to think of another way. What can be substituted? Sect Master Wu was also straightforward and asked directly. Junior has tried to use the corpses of Xian immortal beasts. Yang Chen did not intend to make things difficult on this, and said directly, purely from the perspective of increasing cultivation, the corpses of Xian immortal beasts are not desirable. But as long as you can replenish spiritual power, it will be much simpler. As long as it is the corpses of Xian immortal beasts of the same 5 elements and above, as long as there are a few corpses, there will be a perfect replenishment effect. However, the one who tested the medicine for Junior was only a Xian immortal early stage elder of the sect. If the cultivation is higher, I am afraid I will need more corpses of Xian immortal beasts. Yang Chen finished his words at once, and did not reveal how high Lin Zhongshuan's cultivation was. He only said that it was higher than the Xian immortal early stage, so it would not arouse suspicion. As long as it is the corpses of Xian immortal beasts of the same attribute, it will be easy. Sect Master Wu heaved a sigh of relief. He did not dare to say anything else, but there were many corpses of Xian immortal beasts. During the demonic calamity in the spiritual world, which sect did not have a few corpses of Xian immortal beasts? Then we just need to find a quiet pill room. Yang Chen was very straightforward. Since he was here to help, then everything would be simple. He didn't even need to go back and refine pills. He would just open the furnace in the mysterious heaven gate. Yang Chen did not even try to avoid suspicion and directly asked the two alchemists for help. This attitude made sect head Wu and Lin Zhongshuan very satisfied. Very soon, the Xian immortal demonic beast corpse that Yang Chen requested was sent over. In the huge pill room, there were more than 10 demon beast corpses, all wrapped in talismans and well preserved, ready for Yang Chen to use at any time. When Grandmaster Yang started to refine pills, countless alchemists in the Profound Heavens sect wanted to observe him up close. After some internal competition, the new Medicine Hall Master and another Medicine Hall Elder won, and they successfully fought for the opportunity to help Master Yang. What the two alchemists had to do was very simple, which was to refine the corpses of so many monstrous beasts. First, they had to refine their bodies smaller, but the spiritual energy within the monstrous beasts would not dissipate. This task was not too difficult for the two 7th-tier alchemists, it just required a little more time. While they were refining the corpses of the monsters, Yang Chen was also refining the profound marrow pills. However, his marrow accumulating pill was not the original marrow accumulating pill, but a marrow accumulating pill that had been infused with the most original foundation strengthening and yuan cultivating mental cultivation method. To be exact, it could no longer be called the marrow pill, it was just that Yang Chen was too lazy to think of a name, so he called it that way. As soon as they saw Yang Chen refining the marrow pill, the eyes of the two 7th-tier alchemists immediately widened like copper bells, unable to move away. They had also refined the marrow pill before and could also refine the 5 revolutions marrow pill. However, the process of Yang Chen's alchemy was different from the ordinary people, it was very strange. When Yang Chen was alchemy, he was not like a general alchemist master. He would add the medicinal herbs step by step at the right time. Instead, he started to process all the herbs at the same time. When processing the herbs, it was not in the alchemy furnace, but outside the alchemy furnace. Each herb was surrounded by a different flame, wrapping the herbs, the fire was strong or weak, the amount of herbs was big or small, but it was being processed at the same time. The most difficult part of the marrow pill was the addition of a variety of herbs and the processing of different fire seeds, but now the most difficult step was solved by Yang Chen in such a mysterious way. They had long heard that Yang Chen was talented and could multitask, now they finally saw it. So many herbs, different fire seeds, different processing methods, but there was no mistake at all, it was simply amazing. What was even more amazing was that all of this did not happen in the alchemy furnace, but outside the furnace. The speed of processing various herbs was fast and slow, the processing time was also different. The subtlety was here, when each herb was processed to the extreme, it just happened to be the time to add the herbs, the control of the timing was simply perfect. Just look at the accuracy of this addition of herbs, you know how much Yang Chen has put in the refining of the marrow pill. Of the two alchemists, one was the Medicine Hall Master, and the other was the Medicine Hall Elder. Both of them were discerning people. At a glance, they saw that Yang Chen's alchemy furnace could control dozens of fire seeds. This kind of alchemy furnace was very common, but most of them could only control a dozen kinds of fire seeds. Now they all understand why Yang Chen would collect so many fire seeds. With this alchemy furnace, Yang Chen could control dozens of fire seeds at the same time at any time and anywhere. No wonder the broken limb regeneration pill could be refined by Yang Chen alone. It turned out to be the credit of this alchemy furnace. Yang Chen showed part of the effect of the profound spirit furnace in order to make the two of them have such an illusion. Anyway, there were many alchemy furnaces of the same type, but the number of fire seeds controlled was different. Yang Chen's control was a bit more, and it would not make people feel how powerful the alchemy furnace was. The alchemy furnace was just above the medium level, so the powerful one was naturally the alchemist master. Between the movements, dozens of kinds of medicinal materials were added one by one, the timing was just right, and the amount was exquisite, but although there were many medicinal materials, everything seemed so smooth and there was no hurry. It could be said that watching Yang Chen's alchemy was like watching a performance, free, unrestrained, and calm. When the two saw that the lid of the alchemy furnace was finally covered, they took a sigh of relief, and then they reacted. For such a long time, the two of them had been holding their breath and did not dare to breathe loudly. At this time, Yang Chen's profound spirit pill was already in the second stage of refining. Unfortunately, the lid of the alchemy furnace had been covered, otherwise they would definitely see the situation inside the alchemy furnace. Two seniors, the handling of the monsters should be accelerated. Yang Chen looked at the two people's stunned appearance and couldn't help but remind them softly. Chapter 2186. The two alchemists finally reacted and hurriedly lowered their heads to deal with the monstrous beasts. While he was processing, he pondered over what was so great about Yang Chen's alchemy. There was no doubt that he had to multitask. Dealing with so many medicinal herbs at the same time and controlling different fire seeds was not an easy task. Unless his spiritual awareness cultivation was extremely high, the rest could only be explained by his innate talent. Yang Chen's alchemy technique was very ordinary, and it could even be said to be unremarkable. However, it was this ordinary technique that gave people a feeling that it was not pretentious at all, but it was extremely amazing. It was a magical feeling of giving birth to miracles in the ordinary, making people unable to stop watching. Another factor was the degree of familiarity with various medicinal herbs. When to use what kind of fire, how much firepower, and how long to deal with it, Yang Chen could be said to be skillful. Without an alchemist who was extremely familiar with medicinal herbs, it was simply impossible to do so. In the past, he had heard that when Yang Chen was in the mortal world, he had spent hundreds of years refining all the common medicinal herbs with various kinds of fire seeds, and then summed up the experience and lessons learned to strengthen his foundation. Now it seemed that sharpening the knife would not delay the work of cutting firewood. Although Yang Chen's alchemy master grade was only a 6th grade, the medicinal pills he refined were the best in the spiritual world, and it was not without reason. Just by observing Yang Chen's alchemy once, the two Tier 7 alchemists felt that they had gained a lot. Everyone knew the importance of the foundation, but everyone thought that their foundation was already very solid. It was only when the two of them saw Yang Chen's refining level that they realized that their understanding of basic medicinal herbs and pharmacology was still lacking by several levels. This was a good thing. He believed that after this experience, the two of them would once again take their alchemy skills seriously. As long as he could calm himself down, it was not impossible for him to improve further. Perhaps becoming an 8th grade alchemist was still an extravagant hope, but to be able to raise his level to 60 to 70% of Yang Chen's level was still hopeful. It sounded funny. Two 7th grade alchemists wanted to catch up to a 6th grade alchemist by 60 to 70%. Those who didn't know the truth would think that these two 7th grade alchemists were joking. Only they themselves knew how high Grandmaster Yang's level was. This Grandmaster was a form of respect that came from the bottom of his heart. It was definitely not a perfunctory greeting. While the two 7th grade alchemists were pondering over the technique of Yang Chen's alchemy while dealing with the demon beast's corpse, Yang Chen had already started the 3rd revolution and the 4th revolution. By the time the two of them were done with the 1,000 corpses of the Xian immortal demonic beasts, Yang Chen had already completed the concoction of the 6 revolutions marrow cleansing pill and started to collect the pill. It was still an ordinary technique, but in the eyes of the two 7th grade alchemists, it was comparable to the most exquisite skill. She watched as Yang Chen calmly completed the pill collecting technique. Before she could finish savoring the aftertaste, Yang Chen's pill had already been stored in the jade bottle. The 6 revolution marrow cleansing pill had surpassed the limit of most 7th grade alchemists in the spiritual realm. Most of the 7th grade pill refinement masters who could refine Yun marrow pill could only refine 5th revolution pills at most. Those who could reach 6th revolution were simply rare. However, not only did Yang Chen successfully complete the 6th revolution refinement in one go, but he also produced more than 100 pills in one go. This was no longer the concept of ordinary alchemy, it could almost be said to be a level close to the Tao. Before the two of them had time to admire it, Yang Chen had already begun to check the finished 6 revolution marrow cleansing pills one by one. The two of them immediately understood that this should be the process of choosing the two pills with the best effect that Yang Chen had mentioned. The pills were right in front of them, so the two of them did not stand on ceremony. They directly reached out and picked them up, learning from Yang Chen, and began to check them one by one. Every time they checked one, the two of them had the same feeling of wanting to prostrate themselves in worship. If they put aside their current status as the mysterious Heaven Sect's Medicine Hall Master and Elder, and put aside their seniority as seniors, just looking at any pill made them have the urge to worship Yang Chen and learn alchemy under him. In their eyes, the pills were already perfect to the extreme, but Yang Chen was still not satisfied. What kind of pill could meet Yang Chen's requirements? At this moment, they suddenly understood why Yang Chen felt that it was not perfect even though he had already created the broken limb regeneration pill. It was precisely because of Yang Chen's pursuit of perfection that his alchemy skills were constantly improving, which was why the perfect broken limb regeneration pill appeared later. It was also why they felt that it was perfect in their hands, but Yang Chen still felt that it was not enough. At this moment, the two alchemists who were respected in the eyes of outsiders suddenly had a kind of realization. It seemed that the alchemy realm that they had pursued before was completely wrong. In the future, only by learning from Grandmaster Yang's pursuit could they get a glimpse of the Tao of alchemy. Next, when refining the monster corpses, the two of them could not see what happened. This time, Yang Chen arranged the monster corpses according to their species and cultivation level. From weak to strong, he threw them into the alchemy furnace one by one. In Yang Chen's words, this step was not difficult. He just needed to use a suitable fire seed to concentrate all the life essence of the monster corpses and then condense all of it into a pill. It could not be said to be complicated. Although he said this, the two of them did not dare to underestimate him at all. They obediently listened to Yang Chen's instructions. The dignified mysterious Heaven Sect's Medicine Hall Master and Elder did not feel that there was any problem with helping Grandmaster Yang. They gave him whatever he wanted without any hesitation. There were a lot of monster corpses, so the refinement took more than 2 years. Including the marrow accumulation pill, it took a total of 3 years. Finally, a whole new set of pills was refined. The carefully selected pills were immediately delivered to Lin Zongxuan. The pills were refined under the nose of the Medicine Hall Master and Elder, so there was no need to worry about Yang Chen doing anything. Lin Zongxuan did not say anything and took the pill. He was not worried at all that there was a problem with Yang Chen's pills. He was now fed up with being unable to move. Being able to recover a day earlier was his greatest wish. Once the pill entered his stomach, Grandmaster Lin could feel it. Yang Chen was right. The marrow accumulation pill this time was more effective than the ones he had eaten in the past. It was at least 100 times more effective. The essence chi pill refined from the monster corpses was also much more effective than the demonic beads of the mortal world. Lin Zongxuan even quickly felt that his body had begun to circulate the foundation strengthening cultivation method. The spiritual power provided by the essence chi pill was also slowly circulating. At the same time, it absorbed and assimilated a small part of the chaotic spiritual power in Lin Zongxuan's body. He could clearly feel the effects of each cycle. This was what satisfied Grandmaster Lin the most. According to Grandmaster Lin's estimation, if this situation continued, it would not take 1,000 years. At most, it would take 800 years for his injuries to recover. Chapter 2187. Ancestor Lin's improvement was better than anything else. In the battle against the Zhao family, Ancestral Master Zhu and Ancestral Master Lin were the stabilizing pillars. There was no way that anything could go wrong. Now, it was just a matter of time before he recovered. Once Ancestor Lin recovers, he can use the God-perching jade to preserve his life essence spirit. Then, he wouldn't have to worry about any danger in the future. Although Ancestor Lin needed time to recover, the Zhao family might not be able to launch a full-scale invasion. To be able to injure Ancestor Lin to such an extent, the experts of the Zhao family weren't much better off. Although Lin Zongxuan was a mess when it came to managing the affairs of the sect, he was indeed a true combat expert. The Zhao clan's experts' injuries were even more severe than Lin Zongxuan's. Now that everything was at ease, everyone could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Hall Chief Tong also rushed back from the Great Wilderness sect. After learning about the negotiation with Great Elder, he immediately felt that it was unfair. Isn't the body refining technique of the immortal realm given to Yang Chen for free? Hall Master Tong was undoubtedly loyal to the mysterious Heaven sect, but he and Sect Master Wu were natural allies, so they had the same considerations. It doesn't matter. I'm just giving him a technique. Whether he can cultivate it or not is another matter. Sect Master Wu wasn't as reluctant as Hall Master Tong, as if he had already expected this. I've asked about that cultivation technique. The Immortal World's Yellow Scarf Strongman Body Refinement Technique is the lowest grade of body refinement technique, but the requirements are extremely high. In order to meet this requirement, one had to at least transcend the heavenly immortal tribulation and ascend. I can only look at it now. Only then did Hall Chief Tong feel relieved. He no longer felt that it was a pity. However, he was now a little suspicious. For the higher-ups to ask Grandmaster Zhu Sheng to bring down a body-tempering art that couldn't be cultivated for no reason at all, what were they planning? Almost everyone felt that the yellow turban strongman body refining technique was useless to Yang Chen. Even the Great Elder who brought the secret art to Yang Chen felt the same. However, he didn't want to discourage Yang Chen's enthusiasm, so he didn't mention it in front of Yang Chen. The only one who was happy was Yang Chen. As soon as he got it, he knew that it was the yellow turban strongman body refining technique. At first, he felt a little disappointed. He had already obtained this technique in the mortal world, so it was useless in his hands. However, when Yang Chen browsed further, he found something different. The yellow turban strongman body refining technique obtained in the mortal world only had the first 2/3 of this method, but the latter 1/3 was missing. This newly added 1/3 of magic was an advanced version of the body strengthening magic, which was based on the previous body strengthening magic. It was a secret cultivation magic of the family of Kwa Yi, a strong man from the heaven. Note, the strong man recorded in the foolish old man moves the mountain. It could be said that the part of Yang Chen's cultivation was just the foundation, and the later ones were the real super strongman body refining technique. Yang Chen is now integrating the body refining technique of the yellow turban strongman with the golden body secret art. The effect of cultivation has reached the middle stage of the heavenly strength stage. As long as he experiences 2 more heavenly tribulations, he can reach the peak of the heavenly strength stage. In the past, Yang Chen thought that this was the limit of the body refining technique of the yellow turban strongman. After seeing the method, he realized that this was just the beginning. The body refining technique of the yellow turban strongman was only the most basic part of the family secret of Kwa Yi. It may be that their family took it out to please the heavenly court, and it was also a preliminary method to select the real successor. In the last rebellion of the heavenly court, it was estimated that the Kwa Yi family was also involved. It was not surprising that this family secret was collected by the Xiantian sect. In this way, the Xiantian sect really valued Yang Chen, the fake disciple. While not revealing the secret of his identity to Zhu Sheng and Lin Zhongshuan, they also brought him such a big gift. Needless to say, it must have been arranged by Sect Master Wang, who had already ascended. For a while, Yang Chen was so happy that he couldn't find the north. He didn't expect that he would have such good luck. Perhaps his previous life was too unlucky, so this life had completely changed. There were only 3 realms of the super strongman body refining technique. There were no names, just the first, second, and third realms. From the naming of the realms, it was very similar to the 3 purities secret art. But the worst first realm was 100 times stronger than the strength of the heaven-raising realm of the yellow turban strongman. Then the second realm was 100 times stronger than the first realm, and the third realm was 100 times stronger than the second realm. It sounded simple, but Yang Chen could not imagine what it would be like when the super strongman body refining technique was cultivated to the extreme. This kind of strength-based body refining technique would inevitably bring one result, that was, to strengthen the cultivator's physique, and the bones and muscles would be strengthened exponentially. Otherwise, the body would not be able to withstand such a large force at all. The physical body that could withstand such a terrifying force was directly the strongest protection, and it was more useful than any protective magic weapon. Of course, no matter how strong the protection was, it was only relative. If it encountered the supreme pure yang sword qi like ancestor Liu, it was estimated that it would still be vulnerable and die an ugly death. However, Yang Chen had another counterweight, and that was the Golden Bell of the Dragon Clan. The Golden Bell was now more than half integrated. After the complete integration, the Golden Bell plus the super protective effect brought by the super strongman body refining technique, in the face of most enemies, Yang Chen would be in an invincible position. It was still too early to imagine the future scene. Yang Chen did not start cultivating immediately, but patiently accompanied the Great Elder to Shentian's sect to refine the medicinal pills. After everything was over, Yang Chen returned to Chunyang Palace. The middle stage of the heaven-raising realm was enough to start cultivating the super strongman body refining technique. But Yang Chen did not start thinking about it immediately. After being reborn, Yang Chen knew the importance of the foundation. At this time, if he improved the foundation by 1 point, the return on his future cultivation would be 10 points. Yang Chen would not make the mistake of being eager for quick success. During the period when Yang Chen was refining pills for Shentian's sect, a lot of things happened in the spiritual world. The biggest one was the conflict between the Great Wilderness sect and Xuanwu Academy, and the cause was young Master Liu himself. The Great Wilderness sect sent young Master Liu's body and confession to Xuanwu Academy. At the same time, there were witnesses from Shentian's sect, proving that they did not act unilaterally, and there was no framing. Xuanwu Academy received the evidence and young Master Liu's body. After a little investigation, they found that most of the crimes committed by young Master Liu were true. This could be confirmed by those poor people who were still alive but were bedridden. However, Xuanwu Academy could not admit the fact that Elder Feng of the Great Wilderness sect was also killed by young Master Liu. Elder Feng was a golden immortal expert, and Liu Wuji was just a fairy immortal junior. How could he do it? However, the images that young Master Liu admitted could not be refuted by Xuanwu Academy. Moreover, it had been proved that young Master Liu had cursed and killed a Xian immortal expert, so Xuanwu Academy could not deny it even if they wanted to. Chapter 2188. In order to give the Great Wilderness sect an explanation, Xuanwu Academy had to bear the pain and make concessions. Liu Wuji was dead and could no longer be held accountable. However, his father, the hidden Great Elder of Xuanwu Academy, also got into a lot of trouble. Not only the Great Wilderness sect, but also the relatives and friends of those who had been cursed by Liu Wuji and had yet to find the murderer, as well as the sect, also came to ask for an explanation from Xuanwu Academy. This time, it was clear that the Great Wilderness sect was the first to come forward, and then they united the forces of so many victims. Xuanwu Academy could not suppress the public anger and could only punish the Great Elder against his will. The Great Elder was removed from his position as an elder and had to pay a lot of property compensation. Although he did not directly participate in it, the crime of not teaching his son well was still put on his head, and he had to accept the punishment of the sect. For the Great Elder, it was like a man sitting at home, but disaster came from the sky. However, he could not blame others. It was the fault of the father. He did not educate Liu Wuji well, so he naturally had to bear the consequences. In short, this matter caused a lot of uproar and lasted for a long time before it calmed down. These years, the refining of the mountain river geographical map had not stopped. With the addition of some experts from the Shentian sect, the number of experts who had ascended to the mortal world had exceeded 10 million. In addition, the refining area of the Devil Realm was getting larger and larger, and the contact area between the Mountain River geographical map and the Devil Tribulation was getting larger and larger, so the refining efficiency was getting higher and higher. The power of the Mountain River geographical map was increasing every moment. In the short period of more than 10 years, during the discussion between the Shentian sect and Chunyang Palace, the investigation with the Great Wilderness sect, and Yang Chen's subsequent alchemy, the power of the Mountain River geographical map was estimated to be more than 2 times stronger than before the refining of the Devil Realm. Gong Sunling had been suppressing her cultivation, but even so, she had surpassed the peak of the Earth Immortal Realm and entered the Fairy Immortal Realm. She just had been suppressing her tribulation. The Zhao family had been calm in the trial ground. After seriously injuring Lin Zongxuan, they did not take advantage of the victory to pursue him, probably because they were afraid of him. As for the golden immortal masters of the sect who had really entered the core of the trial ground, there had been no news so far, and no one knew what had happened inside. Just when everyone was waiting in the dark, Yang Chen waited for his sworn brother, Li Cheng, in Chunyang Palace. Big brother Li Cheng came back from the demon beast space. With his ability and the cover of the sea-pouring jasper cup, he could come and go freely without disturbing anyone. It was no surprise that he suddenly appeared in Chunyang Palace. Big brother. After not seeing each other for a long time, Yang Chen was also very happy. He immediately asked Gong Sunling to prepare exquisite side dishes, and the two of them drank to their heart's content. Ah Ling's cultivation is not bad. Big brother Li Cheng praised Gong Sunling at first glance. It seems like you're making good progress inside. Gong Sunling did not delay and immediately told him the latest situation. There was nothing to hide in front of big brother Li Cheng. After the two of them drank to their heart's content, Yang Chen was only concerned about the situation inside the demon battlefield. He did not care about anything else and asked about it. It's very good inside, better than I thought. Big brother Li Cheng seemed to be in high spirits, and his expression when he spoke was full of excitement. Originally, I planned to find a suitable opportunity to arrange something small to increase the difficulty of the Zhao family's masters and delay their time. Big brother Li Cheng took a sip of wine and said, but suddenly dozens of golden immortal masters came in from the outside, including a great principal golden immortal. These masters didn't hide their whereabouts and slowly inquired about it. They were very high profile, as if they were afraid that others wouldn't know that they had come in. When Li Cheng said this, he had an expression of exasperation, especially that great principal golden immortal. He was simply looking for death. Lin Zhongshuan dared to do it alone in the Zhao family's lair. Zhu Sheng's character was exactly the same as his. Yang Chen could fully imagine how domineering Zhu Sheng was. In the spiritual world, did a great principal golden immortal still need to care about the views of those juniors? Wasn't it still what he wanted to do? It was not surprising that after entering the demon beast space, he was still swaggering like this. Those guys killed every demon beast they saw and soon attracted the attention of the Zhao family's masters. Big brother Li Cheng said with a smile, but that great principal golden immortal is indeed a tough one, not easy to deal with. The Zhao family's masters also hid and waited for the opportunity. This is good, it saved me a lot of trouble. Big brother Li Cheng was happy not because those people dealt with the Zhao family, but because those people saved him the trouble of taking action. It will probably take a long time for the Zhao family to deal with these guys. I followed them for a period of time, and seeing that those guys were not in big trouble for the time being, I came back first. Yang Chen could fully imagine the appearance of Zhu Sheng with a group of golden immortal masters rampaging in the demon beast space. It was indeed as big brother Li Cheng said, it saved him a lot of trouble. Yang Chen still had a certain understanding of big brother Li Cheng. If he could not make a move, he would definitely be too lazy to make a move. Otherwise, why did Yang Chen and Gong Sunling have to make a move to refine the demon realm? Yang Chen did not believe that he had no way to do it. With someone finding trouble for the Zhao family and delaying their progress, big brother Li Cheng couldn't wait to be lazy. It was just that he didn't know if Zhu Sheng and the others would be angry when they found out that they were just substitutes for big brother Li Cheng to be lazy. Now that the higher-ups are paying so much attention, they even sent masters down. Just as he said this, big brother Li Cheng suddenly looked around and asked doubtfully, "Why? Did you guys fight with the golden immortal masters?" Yang Chen's admiration for big brother Li Cheng was like a torrential river. For such a long time, big brother Li Cheng discovered it with a few glances. Under big brother Li Cheng's puzzled gaze, Yang Chen told him about the great wilderness sect's elder Feng. Of course, Yang Chen did not forget to tell big brother Li Cheng about the recent incident of Liu Wuji taking the blame for him. Similarly, he also told him about what happened in Mysterious Heaven sect in detail, including Lin Zhongshuan's serious injuries that would take a long time to recover. He told him everything in detail. It seems that the spiritual realm is not going to be peaceful. Big brother Li Cheng listened quietly and drank from time to time. When Yang Chen finished, he gave such a conclusion. The Zhao family will definitely not suffer a loss and not fight back. If the great principal golden immortal in the demon beast space is too ruthless, the Zhao family might give mysterious heaven sect a hard time. Big Brother Li Cheng judged based on the previous facts. Are the two guys from mysterious heaven sect fools? A good situation was destroyed by them. It's true that you can do whatever the heavens want, but you can't escape from your own evil. About when? When Yang Chen heard this, his heart moved and he asked. It's hard to say. Big Brother Li Cheng shook his head and couldn't give an accurate time. However, he immediately changed the topic. No matter what they do, we have to be fully prepared. Your cultivation is growing a little too slowly now. Chapter 2189. To be honest, this wasn't Yang Chen's first time cultivating. In the 1,000 years since he ascended to the spiritual realm, he had gone from rank 3 human immortal to rank 6 earth immortal. This was an unprecedented cultivation speed. In his previous life, Yang Chen had stayed in the spiritual realm for almost 4,000 years before reaching the peak of the heaven immortal realm and ascending. Although the more he cultivated, the slower it was, it must be known that the current Yang Chen had experienced a complete waste of his cultivation base and then started over again. Among Yang Chen's family, Yang Chen's cultivation was the slowest. This might be related to his great yin-yang 5-element spirit force. The other girls were at the late stage of the Earth Immortal realm and were about to reach the peak stage. Recently, Gong Sunling had been suppressing her cultivation to prevent herself from breaking through the peak stage of the Earth Immortal realm. If she wasn't restricted, she would have already reached the early stage of the Heaven Immortal realm. Even so, Big Brother Li Cheng said that everyone's cultivation was growing slowly. Of course, Yang Chen also understood that this was because the situation in the spiritual realm had not been peaceful recently. Everyone's cultivation was not enough to cope with the upcoming turmoil. If we want to increase our cultivation quickly, I'm afraid we'll have to use some unusual methods. Yang Chen didn't refute and just followed Big Brother Li Cheng's words. I still have some super demonic beads. Over the years, everyone has collected a lot in the demon realm. If needed, everyone can increase their cultivation in a short period of time. What's the use of that method? Li Cheng scoffed at using demonic beads to increase cultivation. The only normal use of demonic beads is to refine the prolonging life pill. The others are all unorthodox methods. There was no need for Big Brother Li Cheng to say this. Yang Chen understood. Even the Heavenly Dipper elders of the Profound Heaven sect ate the Millennium Pill. Later, they had to rely on giving birth to children and refining immortals' caves to consume part of their soaring cultivation base to ensure that their cultivation base was normal. The others didn't have Elder Tian Gang's cultivation, so relying on demonic beads to increase their cultivation was really the best way to avoid cultivation deviation. It wasn't that the 1,000-year pill couldn't be used. It was absolutely fine to use it at a critical moment, but it wasn't the right way to use it for long-term cultivation. Even if the people in the mortal world used demonic beads, didn't they rely on them to increase their cultivation and immediately cultivate after ascending? That was the principle. What else can we do? Cultivation was a long time of hard work. It was not something that could advance by leaps and bounds overnight. Yang Chen had no good way, he could only turn to Big Brother Li Cheng for help. Heaven Essence Pill. Big Brother Li Cheng didn't beat around the bush this time and directly said the answer. This was the third time Yang Chen had heard of the Heavenly Yuan Pill. The first time was when Big Brother Li Cheng gave one to Lady Fanghua and his 30 concubines, allowing them to cultivate the 28 constellation sky-splitting array to raise their cultivation. The second time was when Xiao Tian was cutting open the entrance to the demon world, so Big Brother Li Cheng gave him one to let him quickly improve his cultivation and cut open the entrance. In the first two instances, the cultivators who consumed the Heavenly Essence Pills had their cultivation soar. Big Brother Li Cheng would not harm Yang Chen's family, this was certain. If he said there was no problem with the Heavenly Yuan Pill, then there must be no problem. But so far, Yang Chen still didn't know what the Heavenly Yuan Pill was, and how to refine it. Don't worry, you will know when you get there. Yang Chen just wanted to ask in detail, but was stopped by Big Brother Li Cheng. The feeling of not being able to see the answer was really uncomfortable. What are your feelings on this trip to the Profound Heaven sect? After talking about the topic of the Heavenly Yuan Pill, Li Cheng immediately asked Yang Chen a question. Feelings? Yang Chen was stunned for a moment, then he thought for a moment and replied, "It's very interesting. Big brother, you must have never thought that a great principal golden immortal, a real golden immortal who crossed the tribulation, would suddenly become lost after tasting the taste of power." Yang Chen was talking about Lin Zhongxuan. He had never seen Zhu Sheng. However, Lin Zhongxuan's appearance left a deep impression on Yang Chen, especially when he was seriously injured and could only move and speak in a state where he was worse than a mortal. The arrogance of being superior to anyone and the impolite command to sect Master Wu was still fresh in Yang Chen's memory. In the beginning, he only pursued the realm of cultivation. Even if he refined his heart in the mortal world, it was just to experience ordinary life among ordinary people. Everything was just to serve the cultivation, so it created such a situation where he was lost as soon as he came into contact with power. Then guess what will happen if he recovers from his injury? Li Cheng hadn't seen Lin Zhongxuan, but he had seen Zhu Sheng's domineering and arrogant attitude in the demon beast space. That was not the bearing that a real great principal golden immortal should have, so Li Cheng would discuss these issues with Yang Chen. The discussion was just a means, and the purpose was to make Yang Chen's family take a warning. If they got lost in that situation, it would be a fatal ending. I guess the first thing he will deal with after he recovers is Chunyang Palace. Yang Chen said his answer with certainty. Without waiting for Big Brother Li Cheng to ask, he immediately explained, "I know the news from other sources. This time, Sect Master Wu gave us 10 times the compensation promised last time, and he also told Lin Zhongxuan face to face that it was his mistake. With Lin Zhongxuan's current habit of not being able to tolerate any criticism, he can't do anything to Sect Master Wu. He will definitely vent his anger on us and hate us to the bone. If it weren't for the elixir I refined to recover, maybe he would have already made a move. Since you can guess this, why do you still help him refine elixir?" Big Brother Li Cheng laughed and asked angrily, "Be honest, how much did you take this time?" "It's really not much." Yang Chen smiled bitterly and complained, "It's just a complete yellow turban strongman body refining technique and hundreds of Xian immortal demon beast corpses. Xiantian sect took out thousands of Xian immortal demon beast corpses for Lin Zhongxuan to refine elixir, but Yang Chen only used less than half. The rest was naturally taken as the price of alchemy and was directly stuffed into Yang Chen's Qiankuan bag. Whether it was for alchemy or to be sent to the mountain river geographical map as a spiritual vein, it was a good choice. Yellow turban strongman body refining technique? Big Brother Li Cheng didn't care about a few Xian immortal demon beast corpses. What he cared about was the yellow turban strongman body refining technique. He frowned and asked, "Haven't you already cultivated it?" "Complete? What do you mean?" "The part with the secret of the Kwa Yi family." Yang Chen couldn't hide the happiness in his heart and shared it with Big Brother Li Cheng. Only Big Brother Li Cheng could really understand what he was talking about and know how precious this thing was. Only then could he understand his happiness. Big Brother Li Cheng also took a breath of cold air when he heard it. The yellow turban strongman body refining technique was easy to deal with. This kind of ordinary cultivation method could be easily obtained in the immortal world with a little effort. But the secret of the Kwa Yi family was another matter. No wonder Yang Chen was so active this time. Chapter 2190. Look at you. Seeing Yang Chen's complacency, Brother Li Cheng couldn't help but want to attack Yang Chen. "When Lin Zhongxuan recovers, I'll kill my way to Chunyang Palace. Let's see how you deal with him then." "Let's do it," Yang Chen said indifferently. "Anyway, I've already killed one. What's the harm in killing another one? Lin Zhongxuan is a genuine peak golden immortal expert." Li Cheng sneered. "He's not as easy to deal with as that Feng from Great Wilderness Sect. Feng is only at the middle stage of golden immortal. His combat power is more than 2 times weaker. If he really forces me, I'll go and beg Madam Bai," Yang Chen said fearlessly. "I don't believe that a peak golden immortal like him can overturn the heavens. Madam Bai only appeared to be at the peak of Xian immortal in the spiritual realm, and so were her maids." But Yang Chen knew that this was only the situation when they were sealed. Once the situation was critical and the seal was unsealed, More than 1,000 masters at the level of Queen Mother's maids would have to kneel before them even if 10,000 Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals came. Li Cheng was also annoyed by Yang Chen's lazy attitude. He pointed at Yang Chen and didn't know what to say. But he couldn't refute it because he knew better than Yang Chen what level this confidant of Ancestor Lu's was at. But, since Big Brother has a good way to improve our cultivation, it's better to do some things ourselves. Yang Chen smiled and immediately changed the topic. If that person knows that I'm scheming against Madame Bai, she'll definitely skin me alive. It's good that you know what's good for you. Brother Li Cheng finally calmed down. It seemed that Yang Chen also knew that Madame Bai was a double-edged sword. There were many benefits in protecting and flattering them. But if he wanted to use them to fight, he would definitely be in serious trouble in the future. Unless it was absolutely necessary, it was best not to touch Madame Bai's head. This time, Chunyang Palace has created an image of daring to fight. They would rather die in glory than live in disgrace. If they are not sure of winning, ordinary experts will not easily provoke Chunyang Palace. Yang Chen continued, but if a Golden Immortal expert really makes a move, I'm afraid it will be a problem. I wonder if the Earth Dragon can make it. Di Long was still digesting the corpses of the tens of thousands of Xian immortal demonic beasts. His cultivation had not stopped growing over the years and he had already touched the edge of the Golden Immortal realm. However, his opponent was a true Golden Immortal expert. If they really fought, the outcome would not be optimistic. Yang Chen said so because he wanted Brother Li Cheng to give him away. If there were more Tianyuan elixirs, he could also increase the cultivation of the Delong to ensure the absolute safety of Chunyang Palace. Do you remember how an article described an Earth Dragon? Li Cheng looked like he had a card up his sleeve, and asked Yang Chen, eat the soil above, drink the underworld below, remember? Yang Chen nodded. His reputation as an encyclopedic reader was not fake. Of course, he remembered these. But what did this have to do with the cultivation of the Earth Dragon? There is a yellow spring at the place where Tianyuan elixirs are taken. Brother Li Cheng said lightly, let the Earth Dragon drink it, and he will be promoted by a big realm. Was there such a good thing? Yang Chen suddenly widened his eyes. If the Earth Dragon refined those Xian immortal demonic beasts and entered the Golden Immortal realm, and then drank the yellow spring, wouldn't he directly become an almighty immortal? At that time, Chunyang Palace would have a guardian of almighty immortal. Wouldn't they be able to do whatever they wanted in the spiritual world? Brother Li Cheng would not lie to Yang Chen, because there was no need. If he said there was a yellow spring, then there must be a yellow spring. In this way, there was no need to worry about the safety of Chunyang Palace for the time being. Of course, the premise was that Yang Chen could get the Tianyuan elixir smoothly. According to the meaning revealed by Brother Li Cheng, the Tianyuan elixir was not so easy to get. Then what are we waiting for? Yang Chen was now more active than Brother Li Cheng. Let's go. Go and get ready. Brother Li Cheng did not say much, but just reminded Yang Chen, I estimate that Zhu Sheng and the others in the demonic beast space can probably delay for hundreds of years. With the little things I set up, it is no problem to delay for 1,000 years. You settle down in Chunyang Palace and say that you are going to do a closed-door training for 1,000 years. Yang Chen did not say anything and hurriedly arranged according to Brother Li Cheng's words. It was not a simple thing to leave for 1,000 years. Every aspect had to be taken care of, and 1 or 2 words were definitely not enough. Just the preparation alone had taken 2 years. He left a batch of personally refined medicinal pills to the sect, and he also announced to the outside that he was going to retreat to practice alchemy. All the masters had greeted him, and it was barely completed. However, before leaving, Yang Chen still called all his disciples in front of him. After one by one, he examined their cultivation homework and gave detailed instructions. In his previous life, these disciples of his had extremely brilliant achievements, and this life would not be buried, that is, Yang Chen's performance in alchemy was too eye-catching. On the reputation of fighting alone, Yang Chen was not even as good as his own disciples, Mu Bo and Yi Yu. Before leaving, Yang Chen finally made a very important decision for himself. He officially passed the profound spirit furnace to his own female disciple, Mo Chunmai. With Yang Chen's current understanding of alchemy and the means of controlling fire, he could refine the strongest medicinal pills without the profound spirit furnace. The characteristics of the profound spirit furnace to improve the first-grade refining out of thin air had no meaning for Yang Chen, and sometimes Yang Chen had to forcibly suppress it. The profound spirit furnace did not help much to improve his own alchemy level. The only problem that needed to be solved in the future was the dragon spirit in it. When Yang Chen was able to refine the 8-grade medicinal pills, he would refine a few merit body refining pills and merit fusion embryo pill for Aolan to help the dragon spirit completely integrate into the dragon puppet's body after its rebirth, and at the same time, let the dragon puppet have all 5 elements. This was the agreement between Yang Chen and Aolan in the past, so that the Murong sisters could temporarily use the dragon puppet, and at the same time, nourish the dragon puppet with the spiritual power of the 5 elements, and wait for the dragon spirit to be reborn in the future. In addition, Yang Chen could not use the profound spirit furnace to refine alchemy, and the medicinal pills he refined were still sought after by the cultivators all over the world. Without the help of any brilliant magic weapon alchemy furnace to refine the top medicinal pills, this was the ultimate pursuit of alchemy. When Yang Chen made this decision and passed the profound spirit furnace to Mo Chunmai, everyone was shocked. Even big brother Li Cheng felt surprised, and the apprentices thought that Yang Chen was going to do something dangerous, and they all volunteered to help their master solve the trouble. After being reprimanded by Yang Chen, they became honest. Yang Chen also explained his intentions to everyone. Mu Bo and Yi Yu still didn't understand, but Mo Chunmai understood her master's intention, and she calmly took over her master's profound spirit furnace. She didn't have the ability to control a variety of fire seeds, and the profound spirit furnace could just make up for her shortcomings. Even Yang Chen wanted to know that Mo Chunmai was a genius alchemist master in his previous life. After getting the profound spirit furnace, how amazing would she grow? Chapter 2191. The pill recipe that Yang Chen had mastered was also passed on to Mo Chunmai without any reservation. It was also a very funny but happy thing to see the alchemy master who would be second to none in the immortal world in the future calling himself a master with gratitude. The medicine garden that was integrated with the dragon gourd, Yang Chen did not have much use for it now. There were 2 tool spirits in the medicine garden, a Zhu and a Bai. It was definitely the best place to cultivate the spirit medicine, but for Yang Chen, it didn't mean much. All the medicinal pills that Yang Chen refined, as long as he was willing, he didn't know how many people were willing to take the initiative to take out enough medicinal materials to ask Grandmaster Yang to do it. There were more and more spirit medicines cultivated in the medicine garden, but there were fewer and fewer opportunities to use them. In the past, he also relied on the weight of the medicine garden to hone the body refining technique of the yellow turban strongman. Now with the diamond immortal beheading blade integrated with the black bracelet, there was no need to use the medicine garden. Since the profound spirit furnace has been passed on to Mo Chunmai, the medicine garden was also passed on to Hannah Mengyu. Hannah Mengyu was born with the ability to be close to plants. With her care, many medicinal materials grew as good as a Zhu and a Bai's care. Even in some aspects, it was slightly better. This powerful ability had an incomparable attraction for the wood attribute monster race like Mu Bo. With Hannah Mengyu around, whether it was cultivation or healing, the speed was 10 times stronger than in the normal state. Because of this, Hannah Mengyu was the most liked by Madame Bai among the disciples of Yang Chen. Every once in a while, Hannah Mengyu would always go to Madame Bai's side to serve for a while, and both sides benefited a lot. With such a powerful disciple, Yang Chen's medicine garden was simply prepared for her. Even Madame Bai liked to be close to Hannah Mengyu, not to mention a Zhu and a Bai. They were not fools, of course, they knew what was good and bad. After re-refining the medicine garden, removing the terrifying weight, and then letting Xiao Tian completely swallow the aura and imprint left by Yang Chen solemnly passed the medicine garden to Hannah Mengyu. With the help of a Zhu and a Bai, the process of Hannah Mengyu collecting the medicine garden was very simple and soon she completely controlled the medicine garden. At the same time, he also knew what was in the herb garden. On the upper and lower floors, the terrifying number of elixirs that exceeded 100,000 years of age directly shocked Hannah Mengyu. Not to mention the great yin-yang 5 elements spiritual liquid that Yang Chen had specially left for Hannah Mengyu, it was enough for her to cultivate any known medicinal herbs and plants. Yang Chen took good care of the 2 female disciples, but he didn't give Mu Bo, Yi Yu, and the other male disciples. Aside from giving them pointers on cultivation and the usual good stuff, he didn't give them any magic treasures of this level. Little Nethery and Little Mai are women, so it's natural to take care of them. Yang Chen was not afraid of favoring one and discriminating against the other, so he said directly in front of other male disciples, "But you are different, you are men, you can take care of yourself no matter what. So, you can only work hard on your own." The disciples listened to their master's teaching, but they didn't feel biased. They just felt that their master's words gave them strength and confidence, making them more confident. Whether you are like master, famous in the world, marrying so many of the most beautiful women, or living a bitter life, it's up to you to decide. Yang Chen smiled and left everyone the last request, however: no matter who you are, you must take good care of Little Nethery and Little Mai, you can't let them suffer. Everyone naturally patted their chests and promised. Hannah Mengyu and Mo Chunmai were very moved. Finally, after everyone had a good meal with Master Gongsun, they left obediently, cultivating and guarding the sect. "You are really willing." When all the disciples were sent away, Big Brother Li Cheng appeared again. For Yang Chen to pass on the profound spirit furnace and the medicine garden, he also had some admiration, and he rarely opened his mouth to make a joke. Willing to give up, there is only gain when there is loss. Yang Chen sighed and said slowly, "In fact, I should have done this a long time ago. I didn't do it until this time, or I couldn't open my eyes before." As soon as the profound spirit furnace and the medicine garden were gone, Yang Chen himself felt as if he had taken off a layer of invisible shackles on his body, which was a very mysterious feeling. It seemed that he had lost something to rely on, but he had a strong confidence, and he felt that he had made a breakthrough in alchemy. Now refine a furnace of elixir. Li Cheng understood this feeling very well, so he didn't say much and directly made a request. "Well, you need a long retreat, then make a furnace of the profound marrow pill." Yang Chen had just refined the profound marrow pill not long ago, and it was still a one-time refining of more than 100, all of which were at the level of the 6th grade. 2 of the best were picked out and used on Lin Zhongshuan. However, the profound marrow pill also contained the cultivation method of consolidating the foundation, which was different from the ordinary profound marrow pill. Big Brother Li Cheng's request, Yang Chen did not refuse, and directly took out an alchemy furnace and began to refine. Although this alchemy furnace was not as powerful as the profound spirit furnace, it was also a rare small best quality. This was what Yang Chen bought for Mo Chunmai at a high price. The profound spirit furnace was passed to Mo Chunmai, and this alchemy furnace belonged to Yang Chen. After all, alchemy still needed a pill furnace. Like the previous Yang Chen's barehanded alchemy technique, it was only suitable for simple medicinal pills. For complex medicinal pills, it was impossible without an alchemy furnace. The processing of medicinal materials was still the same as in the profound heaven sect, but this time it was not the fire seed in the profound spirit furnace, it was directly the 2 fire dragons of the yin-yang heaven burning fire. Which kind of fire seed was needed, it was directly transformed into that kind of fire seed. It was still the same process, the outside processing the medicinal materials, and the inside refining the medicinal pills. When the medicinal materials were needed, it was just the refining medicinal materials that were cleaned up by the fire outside. The timing and the fire were not wrong. Even with Li Cheng's appreciation, he nodded frequently and was very satisfied. What surprised Li Cheng was that Yang Chen did not refine it for many turns. After refining it, he immediately collected the pill. This made Big Brother Li Cheng very strange. Did Yang Chen not intend to show him his real alchemy strength? When Yang Chen sent the refined profound marrow pill to Li Cheng's hands, Li Cheng really understood Yang Chen's intention. Without the profound spirit furnace, the natural pill mark could not be a dragon mark, it was just an ordinary pill mark. The medicinal pill looked very ordinary, it was not eye-catching at all, there was no kind of high-level medicinal pill that looked good. But Big Brother Li Cheng was really moved. His spiritual awareness directly explored the medicinal pill and carefully explored every part of the medicinal pill. The more he explored, the more surprised Big Brother Li Cheng was, and the smile on his face became more and more obvious. It turns out that you have reached this level. Finally, Big Brother Li Cheng finished inspecting this simple first turning profound marrow pill and praised Yang Chen. Chapter 2192. Although it was just a first revolution marrow pill, who was Big Brother Li Cheng? How could those vulgar guys who didn't know what was good compare with him? After a round of inspection, Big Brother Li Cheng was surprised to find that the first revolution marrow pill refined by Yang Chen in front of him, whether it was the medicinal efficacy, the distribution of the medicinal properties, or the monarch, minister and assistant, they had reached the extreme. Usually, to achieve this effect, it had to be at least a fifth revolution pill, and a fifth revolution pill might not be able to reach this level. At least it had to be a sixth revolution pill of the best alchemist, or a seventh revolution pill of an ordinary alchemist to reach this level. In other words, a first revolution pill of Yang Chen was equivalent to the standard of a sixth revolution or even a seventh revolution pill of other people. What did this mean? It was obvious. However, Big Brother Li Cheng did not stop there, but asked Yang Chen to take all the refined pills, take them out one by one, and check them one by one. The results of the inspection made Big Brother Li Cheng even more satisfied. In this furnace, Yang Chen also refined about 100 pills, and the quality of each pill was very average. According to Big Brother Li Cheng's judgment, more than 100 pills, the difference between the best and the worst was less than half. This was already a jaw-dropping level of control. One had to know that not long ago, when Yang Chen refined more than 100 combination pills of marrow pill, there were 2 of them whose medicinal efficacy was at least 50% or more higher than the others. Only when the control was not good, would there occasionally be some top-quality pills. When the level of control reached a certain level, it would be the same as now, so many pills were almost the same. It was not that there were no top-quality pills, but the pills refined under this situation, almost all of them were top-quality pills. The pills looked ordinary, but that was because all the medicinal efficacy was perfectly sealed in the pills, and there was no leakage at all. Naturally, it did not look so good. For the cultivators who really knew the ropes, this was the true top-quality realm of returning to the natural state. Very good. Big Brother Li Cheng nodded again, and then directly asked a question that sounded inexplicable to outsiders. What did you gain from refining pills this time? In fact, it really doesn't matter what kind of pill veins there are on the pill, or how many pill veins there are. Yang Chen's answer was equally baffling, but Big Brother Li Cheng understood. Not only that, but he was also nodding his head in agreement. However, a few more Dan veins are also somewhat beneficial. Yang Chen immediately said, but his previous words were somewhat contradictory. What do you mean? Li Cheng seemed to be interested and started discussing with Yang Chen. After all, how many people in this world really know how to do it? Yang Chen smiled and said, most people don't understand. Everyone can only count the pill veins to compare which pill is better. The more pill veins there were, the better the medicinal efficacy would be. They would also have more confidence in eating it. Sometimes, just a little bit of confidence would lead to a completely different outcome. Therefore, it is necessary to have a good appearance. Let's at least make a good appearance. This was considered from the perspective of these cultivators who didn't know how to refine pills but needed to take pills. Li Cheng listened to Yang Chen's words and also nodded his head. No matter how brilliant the pill was, it was meaningless to just look at it. In the end, it still had to be taken by the cultivator. If the level was high, but the user did not agree, then what was the point of having a high level of skill? Simply comparing the number of pill veins, it was indeed much simpler. In addition, no matter how exquisite the previous refinement was, one more first revolution refinement can always improve a little. Yang Chen immediately said, if you must pursue the ultimate effect of alchemy, it is always good to refine a few more revolutions. Even if my current first revolution pill already has this effect, after the 6th revolution, it can at least improve the medicinal efficacy by half. In terms of efficiency, the gains do not make up for the losses, but it is an indisputable fact that the medicinal efficacy has improved. Since you can say these words, it shows that you really understand alchemy. Big Brother Li Cheng finally gave an evaluation. I believe that you are now a real 7th grade alchemy master. Big brother Li Cheng did not see how many pill veins Yang Chen could refine, but he just judged the true level of Yang Chen based on Yang Chen's understanding of medicinal pills. Yang Chen was also very surprised. As he said, sometimes the number of pill veins really didn't have much meaning. Yang Chen could actually refine medicinal pills with 7 pill veins a long time ago, but Yang Chen never felt that he was already a 7th grade alchemy master. That is, when the profound spirit furnace was completely passed on and he no longer relied on it, Yang Chen had a real realization and had a real improvement. At this time, even big brother Li Cheng recognized Yang Chen's alchemy level, and Yang Chen's face also showed a happy smile. As big brother Li Cheng said, this was a real 7th grade alchemy master, not just the kind of person who only knew how to add 7 pill veins to medicinal pills. This alchemy was delayed for a few months. When the girls returned from their respective sect, it was already the 3rd year when they really traveled. During the preparation time, Yang Chen also let the girls go back to the sect and greeted the sect. After all, they might have to retreat for 1,000 years, and they couldn't let their respective sect worry at all. Others were relatively normal, because there was no major event in the sect. The only one who did not see their own master was Dao Junki. Before Sect Master Li had accepted Dao Junki as a disciple, and now Sect Master Li announced that he was in retreat, so Dao Junki did not see Sect Master Li himself. Fortunately, Sect Master Wu also knew what was good for him and did not make things difficult for Dao Junki. On the contrary, all the supplies were provided, and the treatment was completely based on the standards of the sect master's pro-disciple. Dao Junki had already been told by Yang Chen. When she went back, she only informed the sect that she was going to retreat with her husband, and it might take as long as 1,000 years. She didn't say much else. The sect didn't ask much. Dao Junki stayed in the sect for a few days before returning to Yang Chen's side. Because of the close distance, and because she didn't stay in the sect for a few days, she was the first to return to Yang Chen's side. As soon as she returned to Chunyang Palace, Dao Junki entered the Dragon Palace to see her husband and big brother Li Cheng. After greeting them, Dao Junki went back to her room to rest. Yang Chen and Li Cheng looked at each other and saw the strange look in each other's eyes. Junki sometimes trusts the profound heaven sect too much. Yang Chen couldn't help but explain for Dao Junki, but sometimes she doesn't guard against the cultivators of the sect at all. The reason why he said this was because both Yang Chen and Li Cheng had discovered that there was a very subtle divine sense imprint hidden in a few small corners of Dao Junki's body that she usually didn't pay attention to. This kind of divine sense imprint had only one purpose, that was to track. Chapter 2193. This method of hiding the spiritual awareness imprint, Yang Chen had also used it in the past. At that time, Wang Dongzhu of Blessing Gathering House took a seed of dragon coiling grass and asked Yang Chen to plant it. Yang Chen later used this method to track Wang Dongzhu. Leaving the spiritual awareness imprint on the eyebrows, hair tips, and even on the fingernails of the tracked person, because it was close to the body, but not inside the body, the tracked person would not be able to find it during cultivation. When checking their own magic weapons, these imprints would be on the human body, so it would not be discovered. Relatively speaking, this method of leaving a spiritual awareness imprint tracking method was extremely unlikely to be discovered. This was a small trick in the immortal world, which was figured out by some extremely bored guys. There was no need to specialize in spiritual awareness tracking, as long as the spiritual awareness imprint left was weak enough. This method had been used on many people in the immortal world for a period of time. In the mortal world and the spiritual world, few people used this method. Usually, there were experts who specialized in this way who were responsible for tracking. For example, Li Liheng, the young sect master of the mortal world Taishanmen, although he did not succeed in the spatial spiritual awareness cultivation technique, his spiritual awareness imprint could be easily attached to the magic weapons of others without being discovered. Now that this method of the immortal world appeared on Dao Junki, there was no need to ask, it was almost certain that it was done by Lin Zongxuan. This guy did things so sneakily, he must have some bad intentions. However, for the time being, Yang Chen and Li Cheng did not want to directly remove the spiritual awareness imprint on Dao Junki, so as not to alert the enemy. They would wait for the women to come back. After that, the women returned one after another. To Yang Chen's surprise, Each of them came back with a clear spiritual awareness imprint. Husband, this was specially left for me by Master. After Dao Junki was Shi Wushuang. She directly pointed out the spiritual awareness imprint on her body to Yang Chen. Without concealing it, Master said that since it will take 1,000 years, it must be very dangerous, so he left this imprint just in case. If necessary, he will come to save us personally. The effect was immediately different. No matter what the reason was, Yang Chen did not even have the idea of erasing the spiritual awareness imprint. Sometimes, this was the difference between experts who knew how to conduct themselves and those who thought they were infallible. Husband, my sect Master and Master Hua have both left imprints. Sun Qingxue was even more exaggerated. She came back with 2 divine sense imprints on her body. As soon as she saw Yang Chen, she explained, they said that it had been too long, and they were afraid that we would be in danger. The sect of Blue Cloud sect in the spiritual realm had accepted Sun Qingxue as a personal disciple, but Sun Qingxue did not neglect her former Master Hua wanting because of this. She still called her Master. However, in order to differentiate them, she had changed them to Master Sect Master and Master Hua. The Blue Cloud sect did not have any objections to this. Instead, they thought that Sun Qingxue was grateful and did not forget her kindness. Sun Qingxue's personality was originally a little delicate and naive. Coupled with the fact that her family had a long history of learning, she deliberately flattered her 2 masters, causing them to beam with joy and pamper her to the heavens. Not long after, Shishanshan also came back with an obvious divine sense imprint, and almost the same thing was said. This time, when Shishanshan returned to the Green Jade Immortal Island, she was really amazed. She had just changed her life source flying sword not long ago, so many people could see it. The current island master, Shishanshan's master in the spiritual world, was even more concerned, thinking that something had happened to her and her cultivation had gone wrong. It wasn't until Shishanshan's sword Qi broke 3 mountain protecting arrays that the island master believed that she really changed her life source magic weapon because she encountered a good flying sword. However, because of this, the island master of the Green Jade Immortal Island had more reason to let her leave a divine sense imprint. After all, Shishanshan's life source magic weapon had just been changed not long ago, and her safety was the most unreaching, even if she followed Yang Chen. Yang Chen was now only a 6th grade Earth Immortal. In the spiritual world, there was no place for Yang Chen at all. How could people feel at ease? However, when the Murong sisters and Lady Fanghua came back, there was no change. It was understandable that the Murong sisters had a dragon puppet in the middle stage of the Golden Immortal stage. Basically, no enemy in the spiritual world could hurt them. However, there was no absolute in the world. A master like Lin Zhongshuan could be seriously injured. The 5 Elements sect was also afraid of the attack of the masters of the Zhao family, so they gave each of the Murong sisters a magic weapon that could be crushed in an emergency. As long as the Murong sisters used these bell-like magic weapons, the sect would immediately know where they were and send help in time. As for Lady Fanghua and the 30 concubines, it was simple. They were now masters of the Fairy Immortal level, and they also had Old Sea, a big killer weapon. At the same time, they also had a powerful array. Even if they encountered a Shen Immortal Master, they would not fall into a disadvantage, so there was no need to let the sect secretly protect them. In the demon sect, the relationship was complicated. It was not good for the sect to take the initiative to ask Lady Fanghua to tell them where they were at any time. They could only let it be. But no matter what, the Black Heaven sect's way of doing things was a bit disgraceful. It seemed that after Zhu Shanglin and Zhong Zun went to the lower realm and changed the sect master, the entire Black Heaven sect had become a bit messy. Everyone gathered again, and Yang Chen was ready to set off. However, so far, Yang Chen did not know where his destination was. It was not convenient for the people of the major sect to know his whereabouts. It was very easy to block those divine sense imprints. As long as they did not erase those imprints, as long as everyone entered the demon realm, no matter how powerful the pursuers were, they would not be able to find them. However, since they had already stayed, it would seem a bit stingy if they deliberately did not let others know their whereabouts. Yang Chen did not want to do that. If they want to know, then let them know. When he mentioned this to Big Brother Li Cheng, Big brother Li Cheng did not care at all. If they want to go, then follow them. It doesn't matter. That place is not a place that anyone can go. Big brother, where are we going? The more Big brother Li Cheng said this, the more curious Yang Chen became. Now that they were about to set off, Big brother Li Cheng would definitely not hide it anymore. Yang Chen felt at ease and asked about their destination. One of the 3 great danger zones of the spiritual realm. Big brother Li Cheng did not hide it and said the destination. The Valley of No Return. Hearing this name, Yang Chen could not help but take a deep breath. He really did not expect that their destination this time would be here. The 3 great danger zones of the spiritual realm were 3 special places that had existed in the spiritual realm for countless years. One of them was the core of the trial ground. However, now that they had the Zhao family manor, they could basically enter and exit the core of the trial ground freely. Although the degree of danger had not decreased, strictly speaking, it was no longer a danger zone. However, the Valley of No Return was different. So far, no one had heard of anyone coming out after entering the Valley of No Return. This was also the origin of the name. Chapter 2194. The Valley of No Return was not remote in the spirit realm. On the contrary, it was only hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from the trial grounds. Moreover, the area where the Valley of No Return was located was rich in spiritual power and probably had a lot of spiritual veins. However, no sect had ever established a foothold there, not to mention fighting for territory. Even during the spirit realm's devilish tribulation, where countless frenzied demon beasts wreaked havoc, the Valley of No Return had always been calm and peaceful. It wasn't that there weren't any demonic beasts that rushed in, it was just that the demonic beasts that rushed in never came out again. Some of the more sensitive demonic beasts did not even dare to rush in that direction. The cultivators of the spirit realm had discovered the Valley of No Return hundreds of thousands of years ago. Countless cultivators had entered to explore, but so far, no cultivator had ever come out after entering. Big brother, isn't the Valley of No Return too dangerous? Yang Chen was also awed by the reputation of the Valley of No Return and asked worriedly. But after asking, Yang Chen regretted it. Big brother Li Cheng already had the heavenly yuan pill in his hands, which meant that he had already entered. Since that was the case, why should he worry? However, this also showed how terrifying the Valley of No Return was. Even with Yang Chen's memories after his rebirth, he did not dare to approach that place rashly. It was obvious how dangerous it was. It doesn't matter. Big brother Li Cheng waved his hand directly. If it's just them going, it will naturally be dangerous. But you'll be fine if you go. If there's anyone in the spirit realm who can return after going there, it's you. After saying this, Big brother Li Cheng seemed to feel that it was a bit inappropriate and awkwardly added, "Of course, that doesn't include me." Yang Chen's "I knew it" expression made brother Li Cheng despise him a little. But in the end, he didn't say anything more. He just reminded Yang Chen, "You brought your family into the Valley of No Return. Others can't say anything, but your friends from the Dragon Clan should be notified, right? The dragon races Ao Lan, Ao Lai, and the others were currently leading 6 experts with the surname Long to adapt to the dragon coiling grass. Actually, by now, everyone had more or less gotten used to it. Just the dragon coiling grass alone was no longer able to confuse them. The reason why they were still in the Dragon Palace was that Sun Qingxue used not only dragon coiling grass but also demonized vine, blood phantom vine and jasper vine to entangle them. Since they could overcome the conditions in one go, they might as well stay for a while longer. But now it was really necessary for Yang Chen to say hello to them. It was as Big brother Li Cheng said. There was nothing wrong with Ao Lan bringing his family to other people. However, if he brought the dragon race experts to risk their lives, Ao Lan would not be able to give an account to the dragon race. Indeed, after Yang Chen stated his destination, Ao Lan could not help but frown. Why are you going to that place? This question put Yang Chen in a difficult position. He could not possibly tell Ao Lan that he needed to raise his cultivation quickly and needed heavenly essence pills. That was why he had to go to the Valley of No Return. Furthermore, when Big brother Li Cheng said that I can go, I completely believe him. However, why does Ao Lan believe Big brother Li Cheng? The biggest problem was still the few experts of the Dragon Clan. Aolan did not represent herself or Aolan and Aolai, the two royal clans. Hence, she had to consider the dragon race. I already got Little Snow to leave behind the vines on Old Dragon and the others. You can find a safe place to continue. Yang Chen had already made arrangements for the rest of the matter. He could not let the experts with the family name Long give up halfway. He was very thorough in his considerations. Since that is the case, let them go back first. Aolan did not drag things out, immediately making a decision. Aolai and I will stay behind to accompany you. If you run into any danger, we will be able to block it. Just as Yang Chen was about to say something, Aolan shook her head and said, I am not doing this for you. I am doing this for my physical body. The moment Aolan mentioned this, Yang Chen immediately understood. Aolan had not considered her family. What she considered was the dragon puppet. If the Murong sisters wanted to go, the dragon puppet would definitely go. Aolan feared that something would happen to the dragon puppet. Hence, she would not stay out of it. Aolan sent the experts with the family name Long out of consideration as a dragon race princess. However, she followed Yang Chen and the others out of consideration for Aolan's personal matters. However, why did she send Aolai along? Yang Chen did not understand. Could it be that she was not afraid of getting Aolai into trouble? You even dare to bring your entire family over. Can't you let Aolai come along and bask in some glory? Aolan gave Yang Chen a similarly unfriendly reply. Aolan did not completely trust Li Cheng. However, she trusted Yang Chen. It was as Aolan said. Even Yang Chen dared to bring his entire family over. What was there for her to fear? Very well, let's go together. Aolan was straightforward. Yang Chen was straightforward as well. He immediately nodded and said, however, you said that if there are any blind fellows along the way, you and Aolai will be responsible for dealing with them. Along the way, Aolan's sense of hearing was very sharp. She immediately understood what Yang Chen meant. I will take responsibility after we enter, but you will have to take responsibility along the way. Yang Chen did not mince words with Aolan. If you want to bask in the glory, you have to put in some effort. Is that fair? Deal. Aolan nodded decisively. If there are any problems, let Aolai handle them. Just give the instructions. The pitiful Aolai did not even know what happened. This dragon race princess, who was more skilled at fighting and of a higher seniority than him, sold him to Yang Chen as labor. Everything was ready. The 6 experts with the family name Long had already left in secret, taking away the Jasper dragon entanglement demonic vines wrapped around them. Aolan and Aolai remained in the dragon palace, waiting. Aolai already knew that he had become a laborer again. However, it was fine this time. Letting him kill as he pleased was the method that Aolai liked. Hence, he did not reject it. Instead, he was eager to try it out. After Yang Chen informed them, Yang Chen easily took over all the spiritual sense imprints on the women and transferred them to himself. Dao Junkie didn't expect that when she went back, she would be quietly left with a spiritual awareness imprint. She was very disappointed with this and felt very disappointed with the sect. Yang Chen had no choice but to console Dao Junkie for a long time before she could pull herself together. The women continued to enter the Mountain River geographical map to continue their experimental training and massacre in the demonic world. Big brother Li Cheng stayed in the Dragon Palace alone, busy with who knew what. Only Yang Chen had to show himself, bringing along a bunch of spiritual sense imprints and rushing to his destination, disappointing those who were concerned about him. Xiao Chen used the same method as before, sitting on Gong Suanling's fortress ship and changing wives and concubines to accompany him every day. Just like that, the group of people headed for the Valley of No Return leisurely. During this period of time, the people chasing after him were rather peaceful. Seeing that Yang Chen seemed to be heading for a place of experimental training, everyone was patient and did not disturb him. They waited for Yang Chen to reach his final destination. They all wanted to know what Yang Chen wanted to do this time. Chapter 2195. Every cultivator was curious about Yang Chen's destination. All the major sects were very clear that Yang Chen was known to be well read when he was in the mortal world. Then, he found many incredible things according to the content recorded in many completely unrelated miscellaneous books. It was rare for Yang Chen to take the initiative to come out. Presumably, he must have found something good, just like the last time he searched the caves. This was the consensus of everyone, even if they did not know what Yang Chen found last time when he came out to search the caves. However, there were dozens of caves at the sect level in Chunyang Palace, which could be said to be the unbreakable core cave of the sect, which could explain a lot of problems. Fortunately, Yang Chen did not hide his whereabouts at all this time. Instead, he told them in advance. What surprised everyone the most was that Yang Chen said that it would take 1,000 years. Everyone understood that the closed-door training was simply a pretense. But what was the good thing that could only be obtained in 1,000 years? There were many cultivators and sect that kept an eye on Yang Chen's whereabouts. Only a few major sects could grasp it without showing up, and the others had to rely on distant or close surveillance. Seeing that Yang Chen's ship was about to arrive at the trial site, and when everyone's eyes widened, Yang Chen suddenly changed his direction and went around the core of the trial site. He almost brushed past the defense circle set up by the major sect. After flying for hundreds of thousands of miles, he changed his direction directly. At first, the cultivators who were watching did not think much of it and followed him unhurriedly. But after following for hundreds of thousands of miles, when they saw Yang Chen's ship go straight to the Valley of No Return without looking back, the cultivators panicked. If Yang Chen and his family entered the Valley of No Return, should they follow him or not? Of course, all the cultivators had a little bit of luck. They hoped that Yang Chen would also go around the core of the trial site. Otherwise, going directly to the Valley of No Return, one of the 3 great death traps, would not be a fun thing. Just as everyone expected, when they were about to reach the Valley of No Return, Yang Chen's ship turned around and began to circle around the Valley of No Return, exactly the same as before in the trial grounds. Only then did everyone relax and continue to follow at a steady pace. They were guessing where Yang Chen's real destination was. Originally, Yang Chen had planned to let Ao Lai deal with those troublesome fellows on the road, but strangely enough, none of the cultivators bothered Yang Chen. Even if he were to flare up, he wouldn't have a reason to do so. This made Ao Lai very unhappy. Originally, Xiao Chen thought that he could start a massacre and let these blind cultivators have a taste of his prowess. However, he did not expect that the journey would be smooth. His hands were itching, but he did not dare to flare up in front of Yang Chen, Li Cheng, Lin Zhengyuan, or Ao Lan. In everyone's various speculations, Yang Chen's ship circled the Valley of No Return for more than half a circle, and then plunged into the Valley of No Return in a seemingly inconspicuous place. Yang Chen's move surprised all the cultivators who tracked Yang Chen's whereabouts. What is the meaning of this? Is Yang Chen tired of living? Entering the Valley of No Return to play? No one would believe that Yang Chen was tired of living. Even if Yang Chen wanted to die, he would not drag his wives and concubines along with him. Thus, there was only one truth. Yang Chen knew what was good in the Valley of No Return. Furthermore, he knew the way to enter and exit the Valley of No Return. This was clear from the fact that Yang Chen circled around the Valley of No Return. If not for that special place, Yang Chen would not need to go around in circles to play with everyone. The greatest possibility was that that place was the key to entering the Valley of No Return. Thus, when Yang Chen's ship entered the Valley of No Return, at least hundreds of cultivators of all levels rushed over from the place where Yang Chen entered the Valley of No Return. When they saw this place, they remained silent. No one dared to casually follow Yang Chen into the Valley of No Return. Just because Yang Chen knew the way, it did not mean that others knew. What everyone could do was to clearly remember the place to enter the Valley of No Return, and then immediately go back to thoroughly check all the records about the Valley of No Return. Yang Chen ascended from the mortal world, and Chunyang Palace had no foothold in the spiritual realm before. This could only mean that Yang Chen found the content about the Valley of No Return from some books or miscellaneous records, and then connected them to discover the secret. All the major sect urgently transferred a large number of disciples to begin to search the books of the sect. As long as it was related to the Valley of No Return, all of them were gathered. Even those records that seemed to have nothing to do with the Valley of No Return but described similar places were not missed. They were determined to find the secret of the Valley of No Return. At this time, all the major sect regretted it a little. The legend of Yang Chen finding the big secret from the pile of old books was no longer a secret, and it had been confirmed in the mortal world. None of them paid attention to it, which was an unforgivable mistake. But it was not too late. Yang Chen alone could find clues from all kinds of miscellaneous books. There was no reason that the sect couldn't find it even with thousands of disciples. No one was worried that Yang Chen would get the biggest benefit first. Since it was called the Valley of No Return, it was obviously not that simple. Moreover, Yang Chen had already said that it would take 1,000 years. It was not a big deal to delay for a few decades or even 100 years. As long as they could find the right clues, even if they went in later, it was not impossible to get the biggest benefit. This was the approach of the safe sect and cultivators. Some bold ones lingered for a long time at the place where Yang Chen entered the Valley of No Return. Then they gritted their teeth, stamped their feet, and flew in with their flying sword. Yang Chen flew in by relying on a ship, and did not do any extra protection. It seemed that this road was safe. These people guessed that since it was called the Valley of No Return, there must be trouble on the way out, not on the way in. At most, they would go in first and see if they could find the benefits before Yang Chen. If it was not possible, they would be righteous and control Yang Chen. There must be a way out. In short, they couldn't let Yang Chen get the first one. Although they didn't know what good things were inside, the cultivators who had entered the Valley of No Return over the years were not easy to deal with. Just the things they left behind after the accident were enough to tempt everyone. One group was steady, one group was aggressive and adventurous, and the remaining group was at a loss of what to do. They didn't have the background of a big sect, so they didn't have a place to look for information. They didn't have much courage either. They could follow behind and take advantage of the situation, but they couldn't rush into the Valley of No Return and take the risk. These people could only be sad, hoping to stay in place and wait for the person inside to come out. Then, they would see if there was a chance for them to slip through the fingers of these guys. Chapter 2196. Yang Chen did not expect that such a move of his would form a small-scale cultivator town in this place. Many cultivators really stayed here and slowly cultivated and waited. Anyway, there happened to be a medium-sized Earth Immortal level spiritual vein nearby, which was enough for many people to use for cultivation. When the news spread, all parties reacted differently, but the major sect's handling was generally the same. They all sought stability and first tried to find clues from their own sect's information, and then talk about other things. Xiantian sect also dealt with it in the same way. When the news came back, Sect Master Wu attached the most importance and personally arranged for thousands of disciples who were also known as knowledgeable to search carefully in the sect scripture pavilion, hoping to find information about the Valley of No Return. The Heavenly Dipper elders were relieved. In the past, when Sect Master Li met Yang Chen, they were all accompanying him. They knew that many of Sect Master Li's contributions and many of his predictions came from Yang Chen. In particular, some of Yang Chen's guesses about the Zhao family were extremely accurate every time, which made people gasp in amazement. Since Yang Chen dared to leave the sect for 1,000 years to go to the Valley of No Return, it meant that there would be no major changes in the Zhao family for at least 1,000 years. The Great Elder and the others didn't know what basis Yang Chen based this judgment on, but Yang Chen obviously had never been wrong before, which made them a little blind trust. Since there might be such a long period of peace, the Great Elder and the others also settled down to cultivate, while taking care of the safety of Sect Master Li, and no longer said a word about other things. Logically speaking, Sect Master Wu's arrangement was very appropriate, and there was nothing wrong with it. However, Grandmaster Lin Zhongshuan was very dissatisfied with this. The last time Dao Junki came back, it was Lin Zhongshuan who quietly arranged for a confidant master to leave a divine sense imprint. That kind of undetectable method was also personally taught by Grandmaster Lin, and the effect was really good. They could easily find out the whereabouts of Yang Chen. It didn't take long for the Golden Immortal Gao to cultivate a few masters who were close to him in the spiritual world in the Xiantian sect. What Lin Zhongshuan didn't realize was that these experts weren't very proud of themselves when Sect Master Li was in charge of the mysterious Heaven sect. They were basically the kind of people who had high standards but low ability but were very good at flattering others. Relying on Lin Zhongshuan, these people's statuses in the sect rose rapidly. At the same time, they served Grandmaster Lin even more attentively. There were a few who did not have much foresight. Seeing that martial ancestor Lin was heavily injured and unable to move, they turned to Sect Master Wu. However, they did not expect that Sect Master Wu would personally invite Grandmaster Yang over to refine a combination pill for martial ancestor Lin. After obtaining the 8 revolution pill from Liu Wuji and the combined pill from Yang Chen, ancestor Lin could now walk around like a mortal. It was just that he was still unable to practice his cultivation. But as time passed, Grandmaster Lin would slowly recover. This was an indisputable fact. Those experts who had changed their allegiance to Sect Master Wu were filled with regret, but there was nothing they could do. They could only hope that martial ancestor Lin would not recover. As for those who had always been following martial ancestor Lin, each and every one of them were arrogant and domineering. Obviously, they had bet on the right treasure. It was precisely these few trusted subordinates of martial ancestor Lin who had been secretly following Yang Chen's family to the Valley of No Return. Only after Yang Chen's family entered the Valley of No Return did they rush back. On one hand, they reported the news to martial ancestor Lin. On the other hand, they wanted to find clues about the Valley of No Return from the sect's enormous scripture depository. But when they heard the news that Yang Chen had brought his family into the Valley of No Return, Lin Zhongshuan, who was still recuperating, became extremely dissatisfied. One person is enough to report the news. Why didn't you guys follow them in? Although Lin Zhongshuan no longer had his cultivation, he still had the temper and dignity of a golden immortal martial ancestor. He roared at those fellows who had returned, "Are you all pigs? What's in your heads? Paste!" He had also ascended from the spiritual world, so he was extremely familiar with it. Lin Zhongshuan was also very clear about what kind of place the Valley of No Return was. He had also specially researched about Yang Chen's information. Since Yang Chen dared to go in, he must have been confident. At that time, they should have made a prompt decision to follow behind Yang Chen. That was the most feasible way. After all, with Yang Chen's cultivation, it was impossible for him to avoid these Xian immortal experts. As long as they followed in Yang Chen's footsteps and followed whatever Yang Chen did, they might be able to peek into the secrets of the Valley of No Return. But now, these fellows were actually so frightened by the reputation of the Valley of No Return that they did not move forward. They had lost the best opportunity to track Yang Chen. If they wanted to enter in the future, without Yang Chen leading the way, it could be said that it would be extremely difficult to explore by themselves. But Grandmaster Yang has the Murong sisters with the dragon puppet. If he were to make trouble, we wouldn't be a match for him. A few Xian immortal experts were scolded badly, but they still had to endure it. One of them was not convinced and started to argue for himself. The dragon puppet is only an intermediate golden immortal in the spiritual world. Is it stronger than me? Lin Zhongshuan flew into a rage when he said this. You're not convinced that you're pigs? He can enter and exit by relying on the dragon puppet, which means that as long as you have the cultivation of a golden immortal, you can explore the secrets inside. If you follow him in, he wants to make a move. Can't you just say my name? In Lin Zhongshuan's eyes, no matter what, Yang Chen would have to come out. At that time, if these people followed him in and something happened, it was inevitable that Lin Zhongshuan would find trouble with Yang Chen. Even if Yang Chen was planning for the future, he had to carefully take care of these fellows' lives. As long as these fellows were a little more courageous, they would be able to get a share of the loot. But now, because of the name of the Valley of No Return, they were all scared back. If they wanted to find clues from the sect and rush over, not to mention the time it would take, even if they found it, would Yang Chen hand over the benefits he obtained after entering? A bunch of idiots. Lin Zhongshuan still felt that it wasn't enough to vent his anger. He shouted at the few Xian immortal experts who were kneeling in front of him, "Get out!" The few of them didn't dare to say anything else and obediently left Ancestor Lin's room. However, all of their faces were ugly. Two of them even had unconcealed traces of hatred in their eyes. To put it bluntly, no matter how miserable they were when sect head Li was in charge of the sect, they were still Xian immortal elders. They had all the filial piety and respect they deserved. But on Ancestor Lin's side, they didn't receive any respect at all. Ancestor Lin really treated them like slaves, ordering them around like dogs. How could these high and mighty fellows in front of ordinary disciples tolerate this? They were all pampered people who lived like princes. Who could stand the sudden addition of a big boss on top of their heads? It seemed like it was really hard to say if relying on Ancestor Lin was right or wrong. Ancestor Lin was like this even when he was heavily injured. Who knew how domineering he would be after he recovered?